Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Electromagnetic Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Being a parent was never something Nana Shimura had thought her life would turn to. But after discovering that the last remnant of her late husband was growing inside her, she opted to hold on to that last flame of her love. She was the current holder of an incredibly powerful quirk known as One for All, and since each predecessor before her had no children after attaining the mantle, she had no idea how it would affect her unborn son. Her selected successor, a young man named Tashanori Yagi, had yet to be given One for All and had been training in secret with her. As the early weeks turned to months, the media swarmed her as she entered her second trimester of PRDSY. Interviewers, fans, and enthusiasts bombarded her with questions about her unborn child. The one question that lingered was what his quirk would be. Being a 10th-generation quirk user herself, she was confident her son would be born with a quirk but had no idea what it would be or how One for All would influence it. With the last few days of her PRDSY approaching, she passed on One for All to Tashanori and recommended him to the prestigious UA University. Tashanori had faced a difficult life. After being diagnosed as quirkless, his parents abandoned him. Nana found him alone, scared, and malnourished just as she was beginning her hero career. Determined, she took him in as her son and pursued his parents for child neglect. While she wasn't worried about raising a son, she was anxious about childbirth and the days that followed, particularly the effects of the 7 different quirks coursing through her blood. These fears faded when her son was welcomed into the world on July 15, 2702, just after the clock struck 3 a.m. The quirks of her husband, her MTAR, and the stockpiling abilities of One for All were present in some manner in her baby boy. She believed that the colors she had seen in visions, representing the previous holders, had blended into the magnificent silver of his eyes. Tashanori was present, standing in for Izuku's father, who had been killed by Nana's nemesis, the man who created her quirk. It was unknown what his ancient name was, but she knew him as All for One. The moment she saw her son, she noticed he resembled the quirk thief, with similar jet black curly hair and freckles, but in different spots. She attributed this to One for All's influence on his appearance. "And mother? Are you all right?" Nana looked at the small child before turning to her adopted son. "It's nothing, Toshi, just a bad memory." She smiled as the baby in her hands tried to mimic her smile. "Have you decided on a name for him yet?" Tashanori asked. Nana paused to think. "If I'm thinking logically, maybe I should use a name my late husband would have liked. Should I choose a name that signifies him as one of the predecessors or of One for All itself? No, I don't want to put him in danger unknowingly. Perhaps something happy that could mean he is a kind-hearted boy could." "Mother, you're in one of your word vomits again." Tashanori gently interrupted, patting her shoulder. Their infant child reached up for the kanji of the word mutter that had manifested in thin air. "Sorry." She paused, noticing the child looking at her expectantly. At that moment, she found the perfect name for the little freckled boy in her arms. "I have the perfect name for him, Izuku." Tashanori smiled at his mother, pleased to see her joy. "That's a great name." "Hello Izuku, I'm your older brother Tashanori, but you can just call me Toshi for now." "Wait, what do you mean by him, sir?" "Oh, well, by the time he is old enough, I could give him One for All." Tashanori's voice trailed off. "You're either a good judge of character or very naive. He's only 25 minutes old." Tashanori held the back of his head in worry, but little Izuku reached for his older brother. "But I think Izuku doesn't mind if you're naive." They shared a laugh as they continued to rest. Years passed quickly, and Izuku grew up happy and healthy. Soon, the day Nana had worried about most arrived 4.5 years later. "Mom, is it time yet?" a little boy exclaimed, running down the hall, almost jumping for joy as his mother picked him up. "Almost, Izuku. Now let's fix your shirt, you buttoned it wrong." Nana chuckled at her son's attempt to button his shirt, his excitement evident. Today was the day Izuku would discover his quirk and take a step closer to becoming a hero like his mother and older brother, Tashanori, also known as All Might. There we go, now let's get going. Yay! Izuku eagerly began putting on his shoes, with his mother helping him tie them before he almost dashed out the door. Easy, sweetie. The quirk doctor won't go anywhere. I know, I'm just so excited. I understand, but being patient will make it even better in the end. Izuku nodded, trying to contain his excitement as best as a 4-year-old could. Together, they made their way to the doctor's office to find out his quirk. As they entered the waiting room, Izuku spotted a brown-haired girl. Hello. Hi. Are you here to find out your quirk too? Yeah, my name is Izuku Shimura. He extended his hand for a shake. I'm Ochako Uraraka. They sat down and began to play, their parents watching them with smiles. Ochako, honey, it's our turn. Her mother called, prompting Ochako to run to her. Before she left, she hugged Izuku tightly. See you later. Izuku smiled at the interaction. Ah, isn't that cute, Izuku? You made a friend. His mother, who had been chatting with Ochako's parents, reassured him, Don't worry, I got their contact info. We can see them again if you want. Izuku beamed at this just as a nurse emerged to call them. Shimura? That's us, sweetie. Izuku followed his mother into the back. After some x-rays and a few blood samples, the doctor returned with the results. Well, we can confirm your son has a quirk, and a powerful one at that. Nana looked at the doctor, curious. Can you provide more details? Certainly. Your son has a very powerful electric-based quirk that allows him to control electricity and even alter the electromagnetic polarity around him. With training, he could potentially levitate. However, be cautious, as his quirk is tied to his central nervous system. Nana gazed down at her son, who wore the biggest smile of his life. Mom, does this mean I can be a hero like you and Big Bro Toshi? Nana smiled and nodded. It does, but you have to work hard to be one. Izuku jumped for joy, his feet generating electricity and lifting him a few inches off the ground. Well, that's interesting. The kid already found a way to mess with his own gravity. This is a good sign for him if he wants to be a hero. Nana felt proud, knowing her son could achieve his dreams. As they left, Izuku and his mother ran into the Urarakas again. Izukin! Ochako rushed to Izuku, hugging him tightly. Isn't that sweet, honey? Ochako has a friend. Ochako's parents, Tosa and Maruki, laughed at the scene. Why don't we get lunch together? I'm sure these two wouldn't mind. The 5 of them agreed and headed to a nearby restaurant. They learned they lived close to each other, which delighted the Urarakas, who often worried about Ochako making friends due to their long work hours at a construction site. If you want, I can look after Ochako while you're working. I'm sure these two wouldn't mind. Tosa hesitated, concerned about overstepping boundaries. Why you don't have to do that? Ochako isn't your daughter? Nonsense, it's not out of obligation. When I was a pro, saved people because it was the right thing to do. The couple was taken aback by her kindness, grateful for the relief she offered. Maruki turned to see Ochako and Izuku drawing on a coloring board. Ochako, how would you like to stay with Izuku and his mother during the day when you're off school? Her face lit up. I can play with Izuku more? That's right, sweetie. Would you like that? Ochako nodded enthusiastically, hugging Izuku in excitement. Ah. The parents enjoyed watching, knowing these two would likely be inseparable moving forward. Little did they know how true that would become. 1.5 years later, Izuku and Ochako had become an inseparable pair. They played, ate, and trained their quirks together. Tosa often joked that they acted like a married couple, which made the adults laugh as they watched Izuku float a bit, thanks to his mother's lessons on managing his quirk. As they grew up, Ochako discovered she had the ability to negate gravitational pull with small pads on her fingertips. She found this out by accident one day when she unintentionally lifted Izuku off the ground, nearly sending him into the air. Panicking, she hugged Izuku with tears in her eyes, realizing how close she had come to sending her friend soaring. Her father, Maruki, let Ochako stay the night at the Shimuras to comfort her. Izuku reassured her that it was an accident, helping to ease her worries. Meanwhile, Izuku had been developing his own abilities. He could now not only control the electromagnetism of objects but also release electricity, much to everyone's surprise. However, using his quirk extensively left him feeling temporarily blind, deaf, or mute afterward. Despite this, he remained optimistic, believing things would improve over time. Today was a special day for the Shimura household. Tashanori Shimura was returning home after studying as a hero in America since his graduation from UA when Izuku was about 4. He had felt guilty leaving his family but was determined to become the best hero he could be for them. He had made a pinky promise with little Izuku to become the greatest hero, and he was eager to fulfill that promise upon his return to Japan. Nana and Izuku were excited to see him again after such a long time. Izuku, let's go to the park to meet with Ochako. I told Toshi that we'll be there, Nana said. Okay, Mom, Izuku replied, quickly putting on his shoes. He was thrilled to finally introduce Ochako to his brother. When they arrived at the park, Ochako was already there, waiting in the sandbox where she usually met Izuku. The neighborhood was safe, allowing her to walk there alone, as her mother had instructed her to stay put. She was happily playing until her fun was interrupted by Katsuki Bakugo, who stomped on her sandcastle with 2 friends behind him. That's not nice, Bakugo, Ochako shouted at the blonde boy. She had met him some time ago, and he had instantly disliked her for being friends with Izuku. Before Izuku discovered his quirk, Bakugo was celebrated as a future hero. However, things changed when he had to share the spotlight with Izuku, leading him to frequently pick fights with Izuku and anyone around him. Most kids avoided Izuku to steer clear of Bakugo's explosive temper. Where's Deku? Not here, round face. Bakugo taunted. Ochako stood up, trying to look tough. As a matter of fact, no. I'm waiting for Izuku and his mom to come here. You think it's cute to talk like that? You sound silly. Bakugo sneered. And you need to learn some manners. Silence filled the air before Bakugo began to shake with anger. Grr, nobody tells me what I need. He unleashed an explosion, sending Ochako tumbling into the sand, leaving her with a few scrapes. She began to cry from the pain as Bakugo approached her, explosions crackling in his hands. You want to fight, round face? You got one. Just then, Izuku rushed over, electricity sparking in his hands. Ochako, are you okay? He positioned himself protectively in front of her. You want to fight now, Deku? Bakugo challenged, slamming his fist into his hand to create another explosion, his friends preparing to back him up. I'm warning you, this is between me and round face. Stay out of it. Bakugo shouted. Picking on people is wrong, Kachin. If you do that, you can't be a hero. Izuku took a fighting stance, ready to defend his friend. It's 3-on-2, Deku. Do the math and know when you're beat. Then let me even the score. Bakugo noticed a large shadow looming over him and turned to see a muscular blonde man smiling down at him. Now what was that about 3-on-2? Last I checked, it's only you, the man said, glancing around to see Bakugo's friends fleeing in fear. You have 2 options right now, son. Run away or face the consequences. The man laughed heartily. Bakugo, realizing he was outmatched, decided to retreat. This isn't over. You hear me? That'll teach him, the blonde man said, smiling down at Izuku. Izuku, how have you been, little brother? Izuku beamed at his brother, Toshi. He ran to hug Tashanori, who lifted him up with ease. Look how big you've gotten, Izuku. Keep this up, and you'll be bigger than me. Tashanori laughed, then noticed Ochako still crying. Who's the big person? He asked. This is my brother, Toshi, Izuku said, introducing them. You know, the guy in the pictures you saw. Ochako looked up at Toshi, smiling at her. You must be young Ochako Uraraka. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mother and Izuku have told me so much about you, little missy. Oh, you're bigger than Daddy. Ha, I guess I am a little on the larger side. All Might laughed as Nana finally found them. There you are, Izuku, and I see you found Toshi. Nana looked over to see Ochako covered in dirt with a few scrapes. Ochako, what happened? You're covered in dirt and you have scrapes all over you. It was Bakuga's mom. He was being a meanie. He was? What made him hurt you though? He was picking on me for talking like this, and I told him he needed a timeout. Nana and Toshi tried to hold in their laughter as they picked up the two kids. Toshi offered to put them on his shoulders, much to their delight. Once they got home, Nana took Ochako into the bathroom to clean her up while Toshi was telling Izuku about America and his journeys. Once Ochako was cleaned and bandaged, Nana dropped her off next to Izuku to work on lunch for the group while listening to Toshi's story. When lunch was ready, Nana shouted for everyone to come in. Lunch! They all came to the table, with Toshi trying to help the best he could. Allow me. He tried to take the plate of sandwiches from Nana, only for her to playfully nudge him. I may not be as strong as I used to be, but I can still give you a good nudge if you step out of line. Now sit down so we can eat. Yes, mother. Toshi sat down, and the two kids started laughing at him. After lunch, the four spent the day outside, with Izuku and Ochako playing while Nana and Toshi started talking. So you're back for good, huh? Yeah, I have enough of a handle on One for All where I think I can hold my own in a fight. Nana bit her lip, knowing her adopted son would have to face a formidable opponent. Just don't do something reckless like fall for his words or something. Use your head, please, for Izuku's sake. He sees you as his brother and tries to embody the type of hero you want to be. So for his and my sake, please come back safe. Toshi saw tears in Nana's eyes before answering. I will. I'll stop him and return safe, for Izuku's and your sake. As hours passed, Ochako's parents came to pick her up and be introduced to Toshi. After a hug and kiss on Izuku's cheek from Ochako, the three of them left, with Izuku yawning. Toshi held his little brother in his arms as he brought him to his room and tucked him in. Izuku fell asleep in a matter of seconds, with Nana and Toshi looking at the little green-haired boy in the bed. Toshi, do you still plan to give Izuku One for All when the time comes? I do. Nana clenched her fists. Please don't let him fight this monster. It breaks my heart knowing you have to. I can't stand the thought of little Izuku having to as well. Ever since he took your and Izuku's father from us, I don't want either of you to go after someone like this. I'm scared he'll take the ones in my life I care for again. I don't think I can handle that. I know. I don't like it either, but this is where we stand right now. Toshi hugged his mother, holding her head against his chest. I promise you this, I'll defeat All for One, I'll live, and Izuku won't have to face him. We'll all live long, happy lives with nobody dying before their time. I swear to you. Nana wanted to believe these words and thanked her son before they went their separate ways to their own bedrooms for the night. With how Izuku's quirk works, I wonder if the electricity he produces can affect the brain if it hits the head. Perhaps if he was lucky and landed a strike at the base of the head, it could sever the connection needed for a quirk. It's a long shot, and that small target would be difficult to hit, but I need to test my theory. Maybe the tyranny of All for One will come to an end without more losses. For this to happen, he needs to train to aim for headshots with lightning bolts. We would also need to see if that would be possible. The death row inmates at Tartarus could work, but the controversy would be immense. This would have to be done in secret with only a few people knowing about One for All. If the villains figured this out, it could spell the end of heroism as we know it. Nana thought to herself as she lay in bed, deep in thought. She got up and opened a drawer, retrieving a small vial of blood that Tashanori had given her for the worst-case scenario if he failed during their battle. As a safety measure, Nana had agreed to accept the role of the ninth successor if it happened before Izuku was old enough. She didn't like to think this, but they were facing a cunning and dangerous opponent, and she had to take precautions in case of the worst. I don't want history to repeat itself with you, Toshi, but please come back alive when the time comes. That's all I want from you. You can fail against AFO, but please just don't die. I don't think either Izuku or I could handle losing you. Years had passed for the Shimuras, with Izuku growing in the blink of an eye. He was now 14, mastering his quirk for both tactical use and combat. Over time, Izuku learned many things about his quirk that allowed him to do amazing things. By hitting someone with a bolt of lightning, he could shock their nervous system, manipulate their bodies like magnets, or even take away their ability to use their quirks. His mother forbade him from using this part of his power except in training until he got older and into UA, as it was a very handy ability that could be envied by villains. Because of this, Izuku kept one of his most powerful aces hidden from everyone. Ochako had also grown up. With her time around Izuku, she learned many useful things about her quirk and received help with her gravity manipulation thanks to Nana. As they grew, something changed between them. It was a strong emotion that developed into love, which they did not fully understand and were hesitant to jeopardize their friendship over. They accepted these feelings but kept them beneath the surface. Today started as a normal day for the duo, eating breakfast at Izuku's home and having small talk before they had to leave. "So, Izuku, do you and Ochako have any plans today?" Nana asked. "Actually, we were planning on working out a combination for our quirks," Izuku replied. "Yeah, we were thinking of making a way for things to orbit around us while I make them weightless," Ochako added. "Ah, so like asteroids around planets. Sounds handy," Nana smirked before correcting herself. "I meant, do you two have any plans for a date today?" This comment made the two teens go completely red and cover their faces. Shimura, they exclaimed in unison. "Haha. Sorry, but you two are just hilarious to tease about this. Why don't you just accept the love you have for each other and see where it goes?" Because we're just friends, Mom." Izuku protested as he grabbed his backpack and walked toward the door. "Ochako, we're gonna be late," he called. "Coming," she replied, and they bolted out the door, leaving Nana smiling after them. They're so going to be a couple. The only question is, when will one of them have the guts to say what they want to the other? Nana thought as she cleared the table, imagining a future grandchild from them. As Nana pondered this, Izuku and Ochako walked in an awkward silence. They were used to Izuku's mother's teasing about them being a couple, but today it affected them more than usual. They decided to take a shortcut through an alley to get to school earlier and distract themselves from the morning's conversation. Suddenly, they heard someone shouting, "Let me go, you jerks." Curious, they approached the source of the noise. Three guys were confronting a girl in a private school uniform who looked very unhappy. One thug held her arms while another loomed close to her face. She spat at him, and he responded by slapping her. "Filthy brat," he shouted. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Izuku shouted, drawing the attention of all four. Well, looks like we've got ourselves a little hero." "Get out of here, kid, if you know what's good for you," the thug warned, his hands transforming into sharp blades. "We wouldn't want someone to get hurt, now would we?" he added menacingly. Izuku glared at the man, a confident smile on his face. "You should heed your own advice. I'm not your average middle schooler. Now I'm going to ask you one last time, let the girl go and leave." "Make me," the thug challenged, charging at Izuku. Izuku dodged and landed a punch in the thug's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. "Who's next?" Izuku asked, ready for more. The thug who wasn't holding the girl transformed his hands into rock and charged at Izuku. "You little brat," he yelled. In a swift move, Ochako came around Izuku, getting behind the thug and executing a perfect suplex, knocking him out. "What the hell are these kids?" the third thug panicked, allowing the girl a chance to step on his foot and free herself. She quickly ran behind Izuku and Ochako, who got into fighting stances, ready for whatever came next. "Boo! Ah!" The thug ran away screaming, realizing he didn't stand a chance against either of the duo, let alone both. "That'll teach ya." Izuku sent a text to his mother to inform her of the situation, prompting her to mention that she would send some officers to arrest the unconscious thugs. "Are you okay, miss?" Izuku approached the girl with Ochako. "I am, thanks for the save." "Our pleasure," Ochako replied, both of them getting a better look at the girl. She was tall with black hair and onyx eyes. The most striking thing about her was how mature she appeared. Despite being younger than Izuku by a few months, she had the figure of someone in their 20s. "What are your names?" she asked, pulling Izuku and Ochako from their thoughts. "Sorry, my name's Izuku Shimura. And I'm Ochako Uraraka." It's nice to meet you too, my name's Momo Yaoyorozu. She smiled at them, her phone vibrating. Checking the time, she said, I'm sorry to cut this short, but I need to get going. As she left, Momo thought about their names and smiled. They seem like nice people. I wonder if they're dating. Izuku glanced at the time and realized they were going to be late as well. Oka, we gotta get a move on or we'll be late. Right. As they ran, Izuku and Ochako stayed close, with Izuku lost in thoughts about his future as a hero. He felt a sense of pride for having helped Momo, but he also wondered what heroics had in store for them. I wonder if Oka and I can still be together? The thought made him blush. Don't think that, brain. We're just friends. Nothing more, nothing less. He stopped when he felt a strange sensation in his hand. Looking down, he realized he was holding Ochako's hand. Izuku, what are you doing? Ochako asked, her cheeks flushed. Sorry, I'll let go. Izuku tried to release her hand, but it wouldn't budge. What's wrong? I can't let go. What? Ochako panicked, pulling with all her might, but it was futile. They stared at their hands in disbelief. How are we going to deal with school like this? A few hours later, Izuku and Ochako sat in the nurse's office, unsure of what to do, when Nana arrived after the nurse called her in. Very strange indeed, the nurse said. What happened? Nana asked. From what I can tell, Shimura has produced a strange magnetic pull on his and Uraraka's hands, causing them to stick together. Will it be a problem? Not to worry, it should wear off in about a day or so. The nurse left, leaving the three alone. So how did this happen? Izuku and Ochako exchanged glances before shrugging. I don't know. 1 second we were fine, then my quirk activated and did this, Izuku explained. Nana looked puzzled. Your desks are apart from each other, right? They both nodded, prompting a sigh from her. I'm going to get your work for today and explain what happened. Neither of you can function like this in school, especially with Izuku's dingy hand holding onto your left one, Ochako. They considered the predicament and nodded. As they left, Izuku and Ochako climbed into the back of Nana's car, both trying to avoid eye contact. So what were you thinking about when this happened? Nana asked, and they both turned red, making it easy for her to guess. It's irrelevant now, but maybe you two should talk about it sometime today in case it happens again, Nana suggested. When they arrived home, she let them out and lowered the window. I need to work on something with an old friend today, so you kids will be alone until tonight. If you need anything, there should be some snacks and instant meals in the cabinets. Izuku and Ochako nodded as Nana pulled her head back in the car. Oh, and before I forget, she said, poking her head out with a smile at Izuku, if you get NTMT while I'm gone, make sure to use protection. Shimura, they exclaimed in unison, and Nana laughed as she rolled up the window, leaving them alone. An uneasy silence settled between them as they exchanged glances. Sorry this had to happen to you, Izuku said. And no need. I know it was an accident. They walked inside, sat on the couch, and began to work on the assignments they were missing before turning on the TV to pass the time. Later that evening, Nana returned home. I'm back, she called out, seeing the two teenagers working on homework in the living room. Hi, Mom. So, what did you kids do today? Nothing much. Just schoolwork until Izuku couldn't handle writing with his left hand anymore, then we watched TV, Ochako replied, biting on the back of her mechanical pencil as she tried to solve a problem. Anything good? Not really. Just a documentary on chocolate production and some channel surfing, Izuku said, struggling to write without his DMNT hand. So what did you two do when you had to use the bathroom? Nana asked, and they both blushed at the question before Izuku spoke up. We used the sink and shower to block out the sound and blindfolded the other when one of us had to, Izuku said, trying to avoid the fact that this had happened, while Ochako buried her head in her hands. Alright, I'm not gonna pry any farther since you both had a problematic day, Nana said as she went into the kitchen to start dinner. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Izuku, can you get that? Got it. Izuku and Ochako walked toward the door to open it. Hello, Izuku and Ochako. How have you two been? Toshi. Izuku exclaimed, hugging his brother, with Ochako joining in. It's good to see you two again. Toshi paused, noticing their hands locked together. By any chance, did you two become a couple? You both have your hands locked. They both turned red with embarrassment as they explained what happened. It's nothing like that. My quirk just acted on its own and stuck us together. Why, we aren't a couple, Izuku thought. Yet at least, what am I thinking? Who's at the door, Izuku? Nana came out of the kitchen and noticed the buff blonde on the doorstep. Toshi, how are you? I've been well. But I wanted to introduce someone to you too. Toshi stepped aside to reveal a green-haired woman with matching green eyes. Everyone, this is Inko. We've been dating for about 2 years, and I thought it was time for her to meet you. Hello, my name is Inko Midoriya. It's an honor to meet you, Inko said, bowing slightly. Nana studied her image more closely. You didn't date her for a mother complex, did you? Both Toshi and Inko exchanged glances before looking back at Nana. The hair, she pointed out, making them realize what she meant. How sad, my oldest son and the #1 hero has a complex about his own mother. Where did I go wrong? Nana joked, while Tashanori tried to explain himself. A mother, that isn't it. I didn't even see the resemblance until you pointed it out. I fell for her kind nature and calm demeanor, not the fact she looked like you. Nana began to laugh, and soon everyone else joined in, leaving Tashanori to hold his head down in embarrassment. Anyway, dinner's ready if you two want to sit down and eat with us. I made plenty. Thank you. I apologize if I'm intruding, Mrs. Shimura. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad my dunce of a son finally has a girlfriend. They all sat together, eating while Inko shared a little about herself and how she and Tashanori met. Apparently, she worked as a doctor in a local hospital and had met him when he came in to handle a gash from a painful fight. After talking, Tashanori asked if they could see each other again, and Inko gave him her number, suggesting they meet for a movie or dinner. Not long after, they were dating. As the night came to an end, Tashanori and Inko said their goodbyes, leaving Izuku and Ochako looking down at their hands. So, how do we get ready for bed like this? Ochako asked, their hands still locked together. I guess you're both gonna have to sleep like that, Nana pointed out, and they accepted this as they walked to Izuku's room. Just don't have too much fun. I may want grandkids, but you're still both in middle school. This comment made them both blush. Deeply. The two lay in Izuku's bed, staring at the ceiling, their minds racing about their situation. Hey, Izuku, what if this lasts into tomorrow? I don't know, but I'd rather it be you I'm stuck with than anyone else. Ochako looked over, scared of what he meant. Why you mean because we're friends, right? Izuku took a deep breath. Might as well say this. Now's as good a time as any. Ochako, there's something I wanted to tell you for a while. She sensed the seriousness in his tone. For a while, I've been keeping this feeling for you down because of our friendship. I didn't want to ruin what we already had over something I wasn't fully sure of, but here it is. I made a kinda sorta like you. As in love. Izuku hesitated, afraid of her reaction. Ochako blushed deeply and hugged him tightly. It's okay if you don't feel that way. We can just pretend I never said that. Ochako cut him short by pressing her lips against his. As they parted, she looked at him, her face flushed. I think I sorta like you too. Love, I mean. Izuku smiled, and they noticed their hands were free, as if his quirk had encouraged them to express their feelings. They hugged each other tightly. So, does this make us a couple now? Ochako asked, confused. I guess it does. Do you have any problems with that? Not one bit. But can I still sleep in here even if we aren't stuck together? Izuku nodded, and they fell asleep with Ochako resting on top of him. In the hallway, Nana heard their conversation and smiled at the scene. Good for both of you. You deserve this happiness. She walked to her bedroom, yawning as she prepared for bed herself. Meanwhile, at the Yaoyorozu estate, Momo recounted her recent experience to her parents. So this boy had black hair and was able to save you from thugs? Her father asked, a hint of relief in his voice. Yes, father, Momo replied. She explained how Izuku and Ochako had come to her rescue, and her parents listened intently. "But Momo, why were you in an alley to begin with?" her father questioned. Momo sighed, recalling the moment. "I asked the driver if I could walk to school since it was a nice day. He advised against it but allowed it after I insisted. While walking, I was grabbed by one of them and brought into the alley. I didn't expect that, as crime in the city is relatively low, but I let my guard down." Her father pinched the bridge of his nose, concern etched on his face. "I can't blame you for that, but you should have stayed in the car to avoid drawing attention to yourself. You're the next head of the Yaoyorozu family, and we care about you. You're our only child and we don't want to see you get hurt. Please be more cautious in the future." "Yes, father," Momo said, bowing her head. He then pulled out his phone. "What were the names of the two who saved you?" "The girl's name was Ochako Uraraka, and the boy's was Izuku Shimura, if I remember correctly. I don't think they used their quirks either," Momo added. Her father typed their names into his phone. "I'll do some research on them and find a way to formally thank them for their heroic efforts. I'll let you know what I find out, Momo." "Yes, father," she replied, bowing once more before heading to her room. As she left, her father pondered the name Shimura. "Where have I heard that before?" A week later, Momo Yaoyorozu had looked into the name Shimura and was surprised by what he discovered. Shimura was the surname of the previous #1 hero, Nana Shimura, known to the public as Paragon. This revelation sparked an idea in him. He called his butler into his office and dictated a letter to the widowed former pro-hero. After it was written, he stamped it with the Yaoyorozu seal and sent it to the Shimura home in East Mustafu. The letter proposed a marriage between his daughter, Momo, and Nana's only son, Izuku. Shiromo envisioned the power and wealth that could come from such an alliance. He leaned back in his chair, sipping from a bottle of scotch, a smile spreading across his face. When the post arrived a few days later, Nana was surprised to receive a letter from one of the wealthiest families in the world. She carefully opened it and read the contents aloud, though quietly. "To Nana Shimura, though we have never personally met, an incident last week brought to my attention something that occurred between your son and my daughter. Your son, Izuku, saved my daughter from some would-be attackers. I wish to arrange a marriage between them before they enroll at UA University. Enclosed is a notice of consolation of 1.5 billion yen for the loss of your husband before your son's marriage. With Izuku's quirk and my daughter's creation ability, their offspring could possess extraordinary powers. Please consider my request for their marriage, and if you wish to discuss this further, save the wax seal on the back of the letter and present it to the gate operator at my estate when you visit." Nana was puzzled. Why did he want their children married simply because Izuku saved Momo? She initially thought it might be for political gain but dismissed the idea. She couldn't decide for her son, especially since he had started a relationship with his childhood friend, Ochako. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. She wanted Izuku, Ochako, and Momo to be together, envisioning a future where she could be a grandmother to all their children. She smiled at the idea of spoiling a bunch of Shimura kids while their parents were away and decided to hand the letter to Izuku and Ochako, informing them of what Shiromo had asked of her. The door opened, and Izuku and Ochako walked in. "Mom, we're home," Izuku called out, noticing his mother looking at a letter. "Mom." Nana snapped out of her daze and saw them. "Sorry, I was thinking of something." She looked at the letter one last time before addressing Izuku. "Do you remember the girl you and Ochako saved a few weeks ago?" "Yeah, I think her name was Momo Yaoyorozu?" Izuku replied, confirming with Ochako, who nodded. "Well, you saved the daughter of one of the richest people in the world." Both of them did a double take, eyes wide. To make it even crazier, her father wants to arrange a quirk marriage between you and her before the end of high school. The room fell silent. Does he know that I'm already dating Ochako? I don't think he does. Ochako, looking a bit agitated, held onto Izuku. Nobody is taking Izuku away from me without a fight. Look, we can just explain the incident when we go see him. I was thinking of maybe taking a trip there with you so you can speak to him and share your thoughts on this. Izuku nodded in agreement. That weekend, as they approached the gates, they marveled at their enormous size. with Ochako twirling around in excitement. We're literally meeting someone who lives in a mansion. She nearly lost her balance, but Izuku caught her. Easy there. It's still too early to fall head over heels. Can I help you? A man with a scar on his face looked at them with an indifferent glare. Yes, I have a note from Mr. Momo Yaoyorozu regarding a Quirk marriage he wants to arrange between his daughter and my son. The man examined the note, noting the stamp on the back. He handed it back to Nana, bowed and opened the gates. I shall inform the MSTR you are here. Please follow the road to the main house. Thank you. The three bowed and walked up the road. The trek was intense, almost a mile long until they reached the door. As they arrived at the main building, a few maids and butlers greeted them and the door opened to reveal a man with dark hair and a woman with similar hair color. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Shimura, and you must be Izuku. Why yes, sir. My name is Izuku Shimura. It's an honor to be in your home, Izuku said, bowing. The man smiled. Quite the manners on you. Shiromo then looked at Ochako with curiosity. So who is this young lady? I'm sorry for the late introduction, sir. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Right now, I am dating Izuku. Shiromo's smile remained, showing he wasn't surprised. Why don't we head into the main hall to speak? They walked into the main hall, where Izuku, Nana, and Ochako followed. Once seated comfortably, Shiromo got down to business. To make a long story short, I would like for you and Momo to wed by the end of your 3rd year of high school, Izuku. I'm sorry, sir, but that would be impossible at the moment. Izuku took Ochako's hand. I am currently in a relationship with Ochako and do not wish to end it. Ochako smiled, knowing it would take more than an arranged marriage to make Izuku falter. I understand that, but I do not wish to take no for an answer. Shiromo pulled out a small folder. Ochako Uraraka, daughter of Tosa and Maruki Uraraka. Your parents work in construction. Life must have been challenging for you growing up. I can see why you wouldn't want to let go of someone like Izuku. That was impolite. Izuku felt agitated, sensing that Shiromo was belittling Ochako's parents for their hard work. My apologies if it sounded rude, Ms. Uraraka. I just wanted to point out that I am knowledgeable about both of you. Now, I have a proposition for you, Ms. Uraraka. Your parents' business is facing difficulties, and now you risk losing your boyfriend. What if you stay by his side, and Momo joins him as well? Everyone stared at him, surprised by the suggestion. I am willing to accept Shimura Izuku to marry both of you with your consent. If you agree, I will ask your parents to become business partners with me, allowing them to handle all construction for my factories and facilities, while you can maintain your relationship as it is, with my daughter joining you. Silence filled the room. What does your daughter think of this? Izuku asked. I won't agree to this if your daughter doesn't want to. If she is content with this, along with Ochako, I'm fine with it. But if one or neither wants to, then this is a no. I want Yaoyorozu Momo's opinion on this, and even if she agrees, I wouldn't feel right if Ochako and I didn't fall in love with her as she would with us if we are to be married together. Shiromo stood up and agreed to this. Let's ask her then. They followed him to a door that opened to an enormous room with Momo inside, reading an encyclopedia. Momo, we would like you to discuss some things with Izuku and Ochako. She looked up, placing a bookmark where she was before standing to greet her father. Yes, father, what would you like me to discuss with them? Well, Izuku would like to make certain you are okay with the Quirk marriage I had requested between the two of you before we progress any farther. So as a form of goodwill to his sincerity, you three are going to speak and see how each of you feel about this. Yes, father. Izuku and Ochako entered the room, and the door shut behind them. The room was silent as they stood there, unsure what to do. So, are you okay with this? Izuku tried to find words to ease the situation, while Momo shrugged her shoulders. If it helps my family, then I am all right with it. But are you fine with this? It's okay to want your family's interests at heart, but you need to be okay with this type of decision. Marriage means something. It's the merging of two people in a very serious relationship that shouldn't be taken lightly. Momo sat on her bed, grabbing a pillow to hug. To be honest, not fully. Izuku and Ochako sat on the bed next to her as she spoke. I want to help my family in any possible way I can, but I also do not wish to do something as serious as this without first having the ability to choose someone I love myself. Momo buried her head in the pillow before continuing. I just want to know if this is right before going into a deep relationship. But I will most likely not if things go the way they are. Izuku thought about this, and Ochako leaned in to hug Momo. To be honest, I thought you were trying to steal Izuku from me before coming here. I was angry at you and wanted nothing to do with this. But after hearing you say you would rather take it slower, I understand that you aren't a bad person. Thank you for being kind, Momo. Izuku watched the two act kindly toward each other and then got an idea. Yaoyorozu, would you be able to give a better answer for this if you had some time dating us? I think so. Ochako, would you be able to say if you can keep this relationship if you were given a little time before jumping into this? Yeah, I think so. Then why not do that? They both looked at Izuku as if he were crazy. We'll date for 2 years, getting to know each other better. When the last year of high school happens, we can tell your father if we want to pursue this or not and go from there. Ochako and Momo nodded before walking out of the room to see a man motioning in the direction of where everyone was. When they found the adults, they were discussing the possible future with Izuku, Momo, and Ochako looking at Shiromo. Have you three decided on this? Yes, we have, sir. We would like a little time before jumping to this decision. If you wouldn't mind us having our final answer by the 3rd year of high school, we will try this relationship and see how it works. I won't leave Ochako for Momo, but I won't force Momo into this if she doesn't want to. Nana smiled at her son's mature comment. I guess I was asking for too much directly off the bat. Very well, you three will date until the first day of your 3rd year in high school, and we will make a decision from there. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Then we agree. I hope you both find out if this is the best option soon. 1 week later. After that, Momo had given both Izuku and Ochako her phone number and told them she would text them her answer when she had made up her mind. It didn't take long, and the next morning, the two woke up to identical texts on both their phones. It asked them to meet at an aquarium and spend the day around the city enjoying the shops, a movie, the museum, and most importantly, the food. When Toshi found out about this, he congratulated his little brother and teased him about having a mother complex after seeing a picture of Momo and noticing the resemblance to Nana, despite them not being related. Nana smacked him for it before wishing them good luck on their date that weekend. Now it was the day of the date itself, and Izuku was visibly nervous. He didn't want to give one or the other too much attention to avoid jealousy. Ochako had said it was fine if she received more attention today, but it didn't help Izuku's case much. Izuku and Ochako got dressed and ready to go before meeting Momo near her estate not long after. After greeting her with a good morning, the three of them started their date by heading to a crepe stand for lunch. Knowing that Ochako had always been a fan of sweets and curious about how Momo's quirk worked, Izuku bought the two girls chocolate and strawberry crepes, with Ochako's having green tea chocolate to differentiate between them. Momo was surprised that Izuku had not only guessed her food preference correctly but also accurately assessed her quirk without having seen it in action. She thanked him politely before taking her crepe and finding a seat by the little shop where the stand was parked. The three enjoyed their crepes in relative silence, savoring the complex flavors, before bidding farewell to the shopkeeper and continuing their day. Their next stop was the aquarium, where Ochako's playful side emerged as she excitedly ran between the exhibits, making faces at the fish and even coaxing a grouper to imitate her. Momo couldn't help but laugh at Ochako's antics. As they walked, Izuku shared his knowledge of the various fish, pointing out each type. He recognized Momo's intelligence and felt that they could connect on that level. Rather than trying to impress her right away, he focused on building a friendship. Momo was genuinely enjoying the date and was impressed by Izuku's knowledge of marine life. The highlight of the afternoon came when Ochako discovered a large seal plush toy that was wider than she was tall. The plush toy's cheerful expression drew her in, and when she gave Izuku and Momo her best puppy eyes to convince them to buy it, they didn't hesitate. Momo found the plush seal adorable as well, and they purchased the hefty toy. After returning home with their souvenirs, they decided to continue their date at a museum, followed by a visit to the gardens and a butterfly sanctuary. Momo was particularly fascinated by the shiny minerals in the museum exhibits and spent nearly 2 hours explaining the intricacies of each gemstone, using her quirk to create them. As she demonstrated, Izuku pulled out his notebook and began sketching furiously, capturing her creation of a lattice-cut amethyst gemstone. Momo giggled at his enthusiasm and explained that she needed to expose some skin to create larger objects. This led to Izuku designing a practical yet stylish hero costume for Momo, which impressed her, especially since the drawing accurately reflected her proportions. Their light-hearted conversation shifted to quirks, and Ochako demonstrated hers at the space exhibit by levitating a small model of the Earth and Moon. Momo was impressed, noting how the models orbited each other just like the real celestial bodies. As the evening approached, Izuku planned to reveal his quirk in a special way. After dinner at a seaside diner, he led the 2 women to the water's edge to watch the sunset. He mentioned needing to wait until night for the best effect, which piqued Momo's curiosity. Ochako handed her a bucket of popcorn and 3D glasses she had brought along. Once they settled on the shoreline, Izuku subtly channeled his quirk, allowing him to levitate slightly off the ground. Although Momo and Ochako couldn't see him floating, they noticed his hair standing on end from the static electricity. With a confident smile, he walked toward the water and stepped onto its surface, widening both girls' eyes in amazement. As the night sky darkened, Izuku closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them to reveal a brilliant blue-green glow. Lightning began to stream from his eyes, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Sparks danced around him as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, turning the water beneath him to steam and summoning a storm cloud that enveloped him. The miniature storm crackled with vibrant colors of lightning, captivating both Momo and Ochako. Red sprites arced from the top of the tiny supercell into the night air as a small tornado formed beneath Izuku's feet. Momo and Ochako were left speechless at this display of nature's elegance. Lightning struck the water, and an orb pulsing with energy floated up from the surface, orbiting him. With each strike, another orb followed until 4 of them danced around his body. For the first time in human history, ball lightning was witnessed. The orbs moved around the storm like electrons in an atom, swirling in unique patterns. A small crowd gathered to witness the spectacle of electricity and weather at Izuku's command. The tornado danced gracefully before retreating back into the storm as it shrank. The 4 orbs aligned in a straight line, flattening to form a rod. When the cloud vanished, it revealed Izuku with glowing yellow eyes and a sword made of pure lightning in his hands. He moved it into the sky, and a massive thunder crack echoed, causing the viewers to jump. He placed a hand on the sword's hilt, condensing it to the size of a small coin before throwing it upward. Upon reaching the clouds, it burst into a display resembling a Tesla coil, illuminating the night sky with brilliant colors before fading. Izuku landed back in front of Ochako and Momo, grinning and taking a bow. Unbeknownst to him, an audience had formed along the road, and when they began to clap, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He walked over to Momo and Ochako, who were at a loss for words, finally managing to say, "Wow." Ochako had seen Izuku showcase his quirk before, but this performance was unparalleled. Izuku attempted to speak but felt a bit woozy from the exertion and nearly fell backward. He apologized, explaining that his quirk could cause temporary numbness and affect his senses if pushed too far. Despite the drawback, the power behind his quirk was impressive. As the day came to a close, Izuku and Ochako accompanied Momo back to her home. At her front door, Momo thanked them for an exciting day and asked if they would like to do it again sometime. Both agreed enthusiastically. Just before parting ways, Momo leaned in and kissed Izuku on the cheek as a thank you before running inside. Izuku blushed at the gesture, and Ochako followed suit. They made their way home, with Izuku dropping Ochako off and giving her a quick kiss, promising to see her tomorrow. Upon entering his home, Izuku was greeted by his mother, who was watching a show on TV. "How was the date, Izuku?" she asked. Izuku smiled, touching his cheeks. "It was nice." He said nothing more as he headed to his room to get ready for bed, his thoughts drifting to how this relationship might be better than he initially thought, feeling excited for what the future held. 2 years passed, and Izuku, Ochako, and Momo's relationship continued to grow. They had shared many interesting dates, some with undesirable outcomes, including one incident where Momo met Bakugo, who tried to pick a fight with Izuku. Izuku attempted to reason with him, but Bakugo was unyielding, leading to a confrontation. To prevent damage, Izuku shot a bolt of lightning at Bakugo's feet, melting his shoes to the pavement and immobilizing him. As Izuku walked away, he heard Bakugo swearing and threatening revenge. Ochako explained that Bakugo often picked fights with Izuku, especially since he had developed his quirk. Momo, reflecting on Bakugo's behavior, thought of him as rather unpleasant. Not all experiences were negative, however. One particularly enjoyable outing was a carnival that came to town. Momo had never been to one before and was filled with excitement. At one point, she and Ochako were so enthusiastic that Izuku had to wear sunglasses to shield himself from their radiant energy. It was a joyful experience for all three, and they cherished the evening, especially when Ochako discovered a tent showcasing various animals, including a white tiger. This caught everyone's attention as it was used in a unicycle riding act instead of a bear, eliciting laughter from the audience and ending the day on a high note for the trio, who had discovered their joy for carnivals. Finally, the end of their trial had come, with Shiromo waiting for an answer from the three. Well, Shimura, I'm certain you three have had quite the fair amount of enjoyment over the past 2 years together. Now that you have spent some time together, what is your decision? Izuku pondered this before looking at Ochako and Momo. What do you two think? Momo spoke up first. At first, I thought this would be impossible to manage, but after spending time with you both, I believe it wouldn't be as hard as I thought. Same here, Ochako added. I was worried Izuku might be taken away from me, but now that I see that's not the case, I'm okay with it. Izuku smiled as he looked at Shiromo. If they're fine with this, then I'm fine with it too. I accept your offer, Mr. Yaoyorozu, and I am willing to marry Momo if you can accept Ochako into that as well. Shiromo smiled and nodded. I don't see a problem with that. Also, do not worry about me keeping our end of the deal, Miss Uraraka. I will assist your family in return for your acceptance of this. Thank you, sir, Ochako replied, bowing as the four of them began preparations for the wedding. On the wedding day, Izuku stood at the altar, nervous, with his brother All Might as his best man. The two looked quite different as a family due to their size difference. As the music started, the doors opened to reveal Ochako and Momo being skirted into the chapel by their fathers. Shiromo was proud, while Maruki held back tears at the sight of his little girl getting married. Once all three were at the altar, the pastor began the ceremony. Everything was quiet as they started saying their vows. Ochako went first, looking at both of them. Izuku, we've known each other for most of our lives. You have been my friend, my savior on some occasions, and a big motivation for my dreams. When I was finally able to call you my partner, it filled my heart with joy for this day. That also includes you, Momo. She turned to Momo. Though we may not have started on the right foot, I'm happy to be standing here with you. You're smart and caring, just like Izuku. If I could pick anyone to share a life with, I'm proud it's you. I hope we both find happiness with the men we love. Momo was next. Izuku, I apologize if we started on the wrong foot. If I could change anything, I would have met you and Ochako sooner. You are an amazing person who shows compassion. I hope our lives together will be something I cherish forever. Momo looked at Ochako. If I could sum up how apologetic I am for giving you the wrong impression, it would be to say I'm sorry. Learning how it is to be in a relationship with you has been something I will always treasure. I want this to work and am happy that you are willing to help make this work as well. With this, I am proud to stand with you beside the man we both love. Izuku finally spoke to both of them. I am happy you both are willing to make this work. You have no idea how happy this makes me. He turned to Ochako first. I can't tell you when I first had feelings for you, but I've always cared for you like nobody else. The day you accepted my offer to be in a relationship was one of the most appealing moments of my life. I cannot express how happy this day makes me. He then turned to Momo. When my mother told me how things turned out, I was worried about what we would have to overcome. I was scared you wouldn't be happy with me, but after spending time with you, I began to fall in love with you again. If I had to choose between you and Ochako, I don't think I could. You both are special in my life and hold a place in my heart. I love you both and will always, from now until the end of time." The pastor then pronounced them married, and they were about to kiss when the stained glass near the door shattered, revealing Bakugo, clearly angry. "I object to this wedding. You're not getting a partner before me." Bakugo fired a shot at Izuku, causing chaos as everyone screamed and ran away. "Let me get this straight. You crashed through a peeling stained glass window, caused destruction of a sacred building, and nearly harmed my wives for your own ego?" Electricity began to crackle around Izuku as Ochako, Momo, and the priest took cover behind a shield Momo created at the last second. "Let me show you why you never say you object to a wedding." Izuku created a small ball of electricity in his hand, and in a flash, he vanished before slamming his electrified fist into Bakugo's stomach, causing an explosion that sent him flying out the window. Izuku stood up, brushing off his hands, satisfied that his job was done. "And don't come to the reception." Once everyone settled down, the final part of the ceremony resumed with the three couples kissing, this time without interruptions. The group then moved to the reception at a nearby upscale restaurant. Everyone was enjoying themselves, with Nana proudly patting her younger son on the back, calling him a man among men. The reception went smoothly, and Mitsuki approached to apologize for Bakugo's earlier behavior, surprised he even knew where the wedding was. The three brides brushed it off, but Momo and Ochako were internally fuming at Bakugo for ruining their wedding dresses and one of the best moments of their lives. They suppressed their frustration and joined their family at the table. While sitting down, they chatted with Inko, who was 6 months PRGNT, and Tashanori, who beamed with happiness at his wife. They had been married nearly a year and were excited about welcoming their first child. However, Tashanori had something important to discuss with Izuku privately. He tapped his brother's shoulder and motioned for him to step outside. Once there, the once mighty Tashanori appeared frail, his cheeks hollow and eyes sunken, a reminder of his battle with All for One, who had nearly taken his life. Thankfully, he was still able to be a hero, albeit for only 3 hours a day. Nana, Ochako, and Momo discreetly listened in on their conversation. "So, what is it you wish to talk about?" Tashanori asked, pointing at Izuku. "The time has come for you to bear the torch, Izuku. You and your wives are preparing for the entrance exams in the next 10 months, so I want to pass on one for all to you, just as I received it." "But Toshi, what about being a hero? You're the symbol, you can't just quit like that," Izuku replied. "Do not worry. One for all doesn't just leave the body. I'll still retain some of its power, enough to hold out in case All for One is still around." Izuku understood the gravity of the situation, as did the girls. They had learned about the history of All for One and One for All when Tashanori was gravely injured. It was a fear they all shared. "Okay, I accept, but only if you remain a pro long enough to see me make my mark as the next you." Tashanori smiled. "I wouldn't have it any other way." 5 months later, as the clock ticked down to UA's entrance exams, Izuku trained diligently to prepare for the legacy he was about to inherit. His first task was to clean Dagoba Municipal Beach, a once appealing place now littered with garbage. This beach held fond memories for Izuku and Ochako from their childhood, and it pained them to see it in such disarray. Determined to restore it, Izuku got to work, using his quirk to help collect the smaller debris. Over 5 months, he cleared the main coastline and aimed to clean the entire beach, ensuring it would never fall into such neglect again. One evening after a dinner date with Ochako and Momo, the trio heard a baby crying in an alley. They peeked inside to find a baby girl wrapped in a blanket, her crimson-red eyes wide with curiosity. "Hey there, sweetie. Why are you crying?" Ochako gently picked her up, noticing the baby had snow-white hair and a small horn growing from the right side of her forehead. "Did someone leave you here alone?" Momo asked, looking around for any sign of a note. The baby babbled as if she understood, and Izuku smiled at her. She responded with a toothless grin that reminded him of a certain buff hero they all admired. Maybe we should take her in? She obviously doesn't have anywhere else to go, Momo suggested as she took the baby from Ochako. She will need a name though. Ochako looked at the little girl and got an idea. What about Eri? The baby smiled, indicating she loved the idea. Then it's settled, your name is Eri. The trio started to walk out of the alley when Izuku sensed another presence. We're not alone. They turned to see a man with a plague mask and a jacket staring at them. Good, you found my daughter. None of them believed him, especially when Eri blew a raspberry at the man. Now that's mean, sweetie. Doing that to your own father, he said, his tone lacking emotion, raising a red flag for the three of them. So why was she in an alley? Izuku asked. Some idiot took her and left her here. The man continued, you both don't seem to look much like each other. She was given to me by her Biart mother who didn't want her anymore. So where's the guy that put her here? He must have left. Now if you don't mind, give me her. Izuku stepped in front, refusing. I'm sorry, sir, but this girl needs to go to a police station before anything. This didn't sit right with the man. He began to take off his glove and created spikes around them. Instinctively, Izuku used his quirk to throw Ochako and Momo, who was clutching Eri, out of the alley and levitated himself above the spikes. Not bad, but not good enough. The man sent spikes at them again, and Izuku, filled with rage, unleashed a powerful electric attack. Lightning manifested around his eyes, turning them pure white with fury. He extended both hands towards the villain, and lightning surged from his fingers, electrocuting him with immense power. The light that burst from the alley was blinding for Momo and Ochako. When it faded, Izuku stood in the alley, horrified at the charred remains of the man. Oh God, I just killed someone. Momo and Ochako rushed in, realizing what had happened. Momo recognized the plague mask. That was Kai Chisaki, a Yakuza leader. He was wanted for distributing illegal cork drags and had a reputation for violence. Izuku pulled out his phone. I'm calling Mom for advice. A few hours later, as they waited for Nana to arrive, the police showed up with her. They took their statements and ruled the incident as self-defense against a hostile villain. Izuku was not held accountable. When they returned home, Nana had them sit on the couch with Eri on Izuku's lap. So you killed a villain? To be honest, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. So you're not mad? Izuku asked. Izuku, as a hero, you may have to make tough choices. What you did today saved lives, including your own. It's a necessary evil in life or death situations. He was trying to kill you, and you defended yourself. I'm proud you made that choice. Just remember, electrocution is not a good way to cook things, she added with a smile. Izuku smiled as Eri tried to grab his face but ended up yanking his hair instead. So what are we going to do about this little hair puller? He asked. Well, we could take care of her. Nana looked at the little girl. So you want to adopt her? Izuku, Ochako, and Momo exchanged glances with Eri, who was smiling at them. I guess we could. None of you have a problem with it, right? Neither Momo nor Ochako objected, and Nana beamed. So I have a second grandkid? Sweet. She picked Eri up, smiling. Hello, little one, welcome to the Shimura family. Nana began to kiss Eri, who giggled in response. I'll get my old crib from storage with some unisex clothes until tomorrow. Okay, just don't make too many more babies. You already have one, and by the looks of it, she's a little younger than 3 months old. We need to take her to a doctor to check for allergies to formula, just in case, Izuku said. Fair point, and yes, that's her name, he added, bringing out a crib and some clothes. But it's late at night, we're not going to find a doctor at this hour. Then we go with plan B for now. All three of them looked at her for an answer. Which is? We find out if Ochako or Momo can be a wet nurse. Everyone fell silent at this. Izuku, don't give me that look. I know you've taken showers with them and have peeked in on your wives while they showered. You're as much a pervert as your father was before he died, and you're not even subtle about it. Izuku face-bombed, with Ochako and Momo doing the same. Eri watched this and tried to mimic them, but decided that gumming up her hand was a close second. The only thing on everyone's mind was how long this night might be for them. The night passed almost as if it were a normal evening. Eri managed to get some milk from Momo and Ochako but preferred to drink from Momo for the evening. After being given a fresh diaper and a newly washed onesie, she was placed in the small crib and almost instantly fell asleep. Eri stayed asleep for over 13 hours, from 9 that evening to 10:30 the next morning. Nana was shocked that she slept for so long without waking up to be burped or have her diaper changed. What she didn't expect was when she went to wake her son and his wives, she found them sitting on Izuku's bed still asleep, with Izuku holding Eri on his chest. Izuku figured at some point during the evening that her sleeping in a crib would be better for later. He assumed she'd been abandoned for several hours, if not an entire day, and decided that the infant needed attention to sleep as peacefully as she did. Eri wasn't much of a fussy baby, but if there was one thing that the 3-month-old was obsessed with, it was attention, especially from her father. During the following day, she refused to be held by anyone else aside from Izuku and even cried when she was put in a playpen to take a nap. Eventually, Izuku gave in and picked her up, lounging on the couch and letting her nap on his chest. Momo and Ochako had gone out together to purchase all the baby necessities she would need. When they returned to pick up Izuku and take him and Eri to her doctor's appointment, they found the two of them sound asleep on the couch, with the television acting as white noise in the background. Izuku had his left hand over the infant's back, acting as a blanket, and his other hand over his eyes, with his right leg draped off the side of the couch as he snored. Eri, similarly to Izuku, was in a similar position on his chest. Her left arm was under her head, her right was on his chest, and her leg fell slightly off his stomach, just like his was off the couch. Momo laughed to herself before taking a picture of the father-daughter duo and saving it as her background. 3 months had passed since the trio discovered Eri, and life had become somewhat normal for them, at least as normal as adopting a baby and turning a villain into a hero could be. During their appointment with the doctor, they found out that Eri was as healthy as any child her age, without any issues with formula. Though they had nothing to fear, it was good for them to know that Ochako and Momo could nurse if needed in a pinch. They also discovered that Eri's horn was related to her quirk, which was a very powerful ability that could rewind things to a pre-existing state and only worked on human beings. This would be concerning when she fully activated it, so they put in a request for a quirk-canceling wristband just in case she accidentally activated it. The band would beep if the quirk was about to activate, giving people a fair warning to manage against it. Eri had problems in the beginning, but she eventually got used to it and didn't mind it as much. That morning was a normal one for the trio, with Izuku up early making breakfast for everyone. Eri nuzzled soundly in a hijinks on his back. The toddler had not slept well the night before and didn't want to let go of Izuku that morning. To work around this, Izuku put on the hijinks to let her stay close while he handled some morning duties. Morning, Izuku. Nana walked in yawning while grabbing a cup of coffee. Morning, Mom. She walked over to tickle Eri's face, smiling at her little grandchild. She didn't want to let go? Nope. While they were talking, Momo and Ochako came out in Izuku's shirts, making it look like they were only wearing those. Morning, you two. Morning, Izuku. Both answered with yawns before Ochako took Eri out of the hijinks. Eri started to wake up, seeing her two mothers and smiling. And how is our little snowball today? Ochako said with a baby voice, causing Eri to giggle at the attention. So how's life going with you two? It's a transition, but we are taking it step by step, Momo said while warming a bottle of formula for Eri. She tests the temperature of the food on her skin, with Eri watching closely, before giving the now 6-month-old baby her morning breakfast. You two definitely took to motherhood quickly. You should be proud of yourselves. Thanks. Ochako and Momo sit down at the table as Izuku brings over a few plates of food for everyone to share. So, Izuku, when's the next one coming? M/Ms. Shimura. The three respond in unison, with Eri observing, unaware of the conversation's context. What? I know you three have already done it. Also, that lipstick on your butt doesn't help your situation, Izuku. We didn't get that kenwai last night. That's so you three agree you've done that before? Izuku puts his head on the table, while Ochako and Momo facepalm at their poor choice of words. Again, Izuku, just like your father. Let's change the subject, please. I don't want to talk about this in front of Eri. Burp. Everyone turns their attention to the giggling child who just finished her breakfast. They finally start eating, and Nana initiates a new topic. So, how far are you from being done with the beach cleanup? I actually finished it last night ahead of schedule. We're going to meet Toshi today so he can pass on OFA to me. That's good. Now I should warn you about something very important when you get the quirk. Nana's tone becomes serious. OFA is an energy stockpile quirk that can be passed down. The effects it has on your body alone are extraordinary. You've seen what someone like Toshi can do with it. But if it's given to someone with a quirk, the original quirk will receive a major boost. My float was powerful enough to lift large buildings effortlessly. And I'm getting it 2 generations later, which means it's going to be stronger. Nana snapped her fingers and pointed at Izuku. Exactly. To be honest, my quirk isn't as powerful as yours. So you need to be even more careful with it and how you combine the two if you ever do. Your quirk will be at least 9 times stronger than it already is. Do not take this lightly. I won't. I promise I will handle this the best I can, Mom. Nana smiled and ruffled her son's hair. She then turned to her daughters-in-law to add something they would need to learn. You two should also be very cautious if you choose to have children of your own. Izuku is a prime example that OFA does affect unborn children's quirks and appearances. I can't guarantee your kids will have significant changes like Izuku since it's him that carries the quirk, but be prepared for a very powerful child if you do have one. Yes, ma'am. Understood. Also, enough with this Mrs. Shimura and ma'am stuff. Just call me Mom. Saying Mrs. or ma'am makes me feel like an old lady. Yes, Mom. They smiled and noticed the time. We should probably finish eating. We promised Toshi that we'd meet him in half an hour. They agreed and finished their food, with Eri playing with her empty bottle. At the beach, as Tashanori drove, he noticed Izuku and Ochako running with Eri on Momo's chest in a hijinks. Momo was being levitated by Ochako and tugged along by Izuku. Nice to see you three again. Breathe, sorry we're late. We got tied up with breakfast a bit, Izuku said, winded. It's quite all right, I just arrived. The pro hero looked at the beach, marveling at Izuku's hard work. Nicely done, Izuku. You exceeded my expectations and did it in a time span that would make it almost impossible. Now for your reward. Tashanori bulked up to his muscular form and smiled at the three. This power is different from yours, Izuku. This is not something you can just have at BRCH. You have to earn it. With this, I'm proud to say you have earned it and I choose you to become my successor. Izuku smiled at this while Tashanori pulled a strand of hair from his head. Now eat this. The 3 teens stared at him, confused by the request. Both Izuku and little Eri tilted their heads, prompting All Might to explain. You have to consume my DNA to inherit my quirk. How did you think this worked? I thought it was a whole ritual with masks, magic, and fire, not hair eating on a beach. Besides, with all that hairspray you use, it's probably going to get me sick, Izuku replied before taking the hair from Tashanori. Bottoms up, I suppose. He dropped the hair into his mouth and swallowed it, sticking his tongue out in disgust. That's by far the grossest thing I've seen you do, Momo commented, earning bemused looks from both Shimura men. What was the grossest? They asked in unison. You stuck your hand in a sink that was backed up from the garbage disposal. The water looked more like mud than water, and I didn't let you touch me until you took 4 showers in a row to clean yourself off. In my defense, I boiled the water with my lightning by heating up the metal, so it's not like I could have gotten sick from it afterwards, he replied, trying to defend himself. That's still pretty gross, Ochako says as 3 of the 5 of them start to laugh. How will I know if the transfer worked? Will I feel any different? Izuku asks as they begin their trip home, stopping for food along the way. You will feel an all-over surge of power like something you've never even imagined, All Might responds, but he gets a deadpan look from the 3 teens and Eri. You do know he's a walking power plant and cyclone, right? He bleeds literal power. I doubt that would feel any different than normal, Momo says as she helps Eri drink from another bottle she had packed for the day. I didn't exactly think that analogy through, did I? Well, we will just have to wait and see, then have you test your quirk on something Mother doesn't need. She's recently broken a spatula when she accidentally burnt something to a pan and tried to pry it off, so maybe we can use that as a target, he responds as they pull into the parking lot in front of the apartment complex. They make their way back up to Nana's penthouse before letting themselves in. As they do, they are met with Nana standing there with an ear-to-ear grin on her face, looking at Izuku. So, Mr. Ninth Holder? Feel any different? She asks as Izuku looks his body over a couple of times before even checking inside his breathes, getting a laugh out of his mother. No, not really, though I am suddenly hungry. How can you be hungry? You just had lunch when we were driving back here. I don't know. Maybe it kicked in? Izuku says with a shrug. All of a sudden, Nana walks off, dragging a rocket-proof blast shield and steel beam before attaching a target to the end of it. Shock this, she says, hiding behind the blast shield. Before Izuku charges up, Ochako makes it clear to get herself, Eri, and Momo behind the shield, while All Might stands behind Izuku without shielding himself for what is to come. He takes a deep breath before raising a hand up to the target. As he extends his pointer finger, a sudden torrent of silver lightning arcs around his body, streaming towards his hand as he zaps the plate with what was supposed to be a very weak shock. The discharge is so sudden it blasts Izuku backward into All Might, sending both of them through a layer of drywall. When the dust settles, the end of the metal rod is clearly missing more than a meter of metal, and the circular target is now a perfect hole in the opposite wall, revealing daylight from outside. Whoa, is all anyone says, looking at the aftermath of the blast. How much force did you use behind that? Momo asks, peeking her head out from behind the shield. That was supposed to be one of the shocks you get from the laundry every once in a while, or the flirty kind I do on occasion, he replies. So you do that when you want to flirt with your wives? Nana says with a smirk, making Izuku, Momo, and Ochako go beet red. Anyway, you can tell what a single small shock can do with OFA mixed into your original quirk. If by any chance you decide to unleash a serious electric blast from your quirk, the damage done to the plate will pale in comparison to what will happen, Tashanori says, turning back into his shriveled form. Izuku stares at his hands before he notices his finger is burned, and he can hardly feel any numbness in his hand. You should also be aware that the drawback you have is significantly weakened when you use it as well. That is in trade for what the quirk will do to your body if not used properly. Izuku glances at Ochako, Momo, and Eri before clenching his fist. So long as I can protect my family with this, I'll find a way. Everyone smiles as Eri reaches for her father. To help her, Ochako uses her zero-gravity quirk to make her float over and be caught by Izuku. It's a tall order you're placing on yourself, Izuku. You sure you can handle it? Nana asks, leaning against a wall and smiling at her son and his family. If I want to become the next #1 pro, then that's what I'm going to have to do. Nana smiles at her son as she goes to relax on the couch, watching the trio go about their daily lives and training Izuku's quirks. The day goes as normally as it can, with Eri smiling as she watches her parents train and grow stronger. Tashanori decides it's time for him to go after a little while since he needs to get back home to watch his and Inko's infant daughter while Inko picks up a late-night shift at the hospital. He says his fond farewells and leaves the group with Izuku slowly learning how to manage getting 1 or 2 blasts without suffering from his quirk's backlash. When evening comes, Eri is sleeping soundly in her crib inside the trio's room, and they watch her with bliss. They soon follow her lead and relax in their bed, with Ochako and Momo grabbing an arm. The trio finds themselves falling into a deep sleep filled with happy memories of now and what is to come. Each dreams of a big and happy family, envisioning a life together with Izuku as a supportive husband and a doting father. Smiles that could rival All Might were seen on their faces as they slept with blissful dreams in their heads. The day of the entrance exams had finally come, with the trio arriving at the gate. They smiled, knowing that years of their hard work and dedication had led to this moment. Well, guess this is it, Izuku said, and the two nodded, with Eri playfully tugging at Momo's chin. Why so serious all of a sudden? Momo asked, trying to lighten the mood. Izuku felt a gentle nudge from his mother, who encouraged him. You and Ochako are going to do great, just relax. Izuku took a deep breath, and Ochako mirrored him. Their nerves were on edge about the exam. Momo attempted to calm them down, but it was tough to relax when the test had such a low success rate. The only reason Momo wasn't as anxious was that her family had secured her a recommendation. Nana and Toshi had offered Izuku a similar recommendation, but he insisted on earning his place. They respected his decision and offered the same to Ochako, who also declined, wanting to prove herself. Despite their nerves, they were well prepared. Izuku and Ochako had trained hard, studying and practicing combat skills to the point where a real villain would have to intervene if they were going to fail. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted their thoughts. Get out of my way, losers! Bakugo stormed in, and Momo rolled her eyes. Oh great, the angry garbage mouth is here too, she muttered, causing Bakugo to stop in his tracks. What was that, ponytailed brat? He shot back, igniting mini explosions in his hands. That's enough, kid. Get out of here before you scare my grandkid, Nana called out, gesturing to Eri. Bakugo sneered. Guess you finally got one of your, but he was cut off when Izuku sent a bolt of lightning near him, missing by mere millimeters and singeing Bakugo's hair. Call them that again and see what happens, Kachin, Izuku warned, his anger evident. Bakugo walked away without a word, and Eri, sensing the tension, blew a raspberry at him, making everyone laugh. Anyway, you two should hurry up, or you're going to miss your exam, Momo said. Gotcha, Izuku replied, leaning down to kiss Eri and Momo goodbye, while Ochako hugged Momo and kissed Eri as well. See you all when we're done. They dashed off, with Momo, Eri, and Nana heading to the observation room. In the pre-exam room, Izuku and Ochako took their seats and noticed Bakugo nearby. Stupid nerd. First, he gets 2 girls, and now I have to sit next to him, Bakugo grumbled. Not too thrilled about sitting next to you either, Bakugo. Honestly, I'd rather sit next to a dog with rabies. Then again, the only thing you're missing is foaming at the mouth, Izuku shot back, causing Bakugo to fume. Bakugo attempted to create a few small explosions, but Izuku glared at him, electricity crackling in his hands. Bakugo backed down, aware of Izuku's growing power. The tension between them made others around them shift uncomfortably, choosing to sit further away. All right, folks, welcome to your entrance exams. Can I get a yeah? Present Mick's voice boomed, silencing the room. Wow, tough crowd. Anyway, let's get this show on the road. He explained the grading system, detailing how they would face robots with point values between 1 to 3, and their final score would depend on how many they defeated. So it's like Mario? Izuku mused, nodding at Ochako's comment. He noticed something odd. There are 4 robots listed instead of 3. I doubt it's a mistake, maybe the 4th is an obstacle. A boy with blue hair jumped up. You say there are 3 robots, but on the paper, there are 4. If this is a mistake, it is unbecoming of a school like UA. He turned to Izuku. And you back there? Your muttering is irritating, and your use of your quirk earlier is unbecoming of a hero. Please stop. You're arguing with me, who was thinking the same thing you were. And my muttering is annoying from all the way down there? Is this what you'll say when things get serious in a real battle? Izuku replied, his voice steady. Because if this annoys you, that's going to make it impossible for you to do your job. Also, if you want to blame anyone for unjust use of quirks, it's the kid over here. Izuku pointed at Bakugo, who started shouting angrily at the electric quirk user, who sent him flying into the next set of seats with a lightning bolt, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Mike continued explaining that the robot was exactly as Izuku believed, more of an obstacle than a real opponent. Everyone was dismissed to their designated exam areas. As Izuku and Ochako boarded the bus, they noticed the boy who had called Izuku out and decided to avoid him. Ochako looked at Izuku, trying to ask a question. So, what are you going to do in this? A mix or just one of the two? I think I'll try using just my original quirk today since I want to gauge how effective it is in this match before adding you know what when we get into UA. Ochako understood Izuku's logic, having seen him overuse One for All and injure himself in the past. In a single moment, the quirk was powerful, but for something prolonged like this, Izuku needed to save it as a trump card for emergencies. Izuku noticed the doors opening and tapped Ochako to get her attention. Very few noticed this, and Ochako pulled Izuku a little closer to improve their chances. When they reached the front, Mike stood atop the gates to start the match. Go! Izuku and Ochako darted off into the city, leaving everyone confused. What? There's no ready set in a real fight. Follow those two. Everyone ran in, only to see the duo already gaining an advantage. Izuku used lightning bolts to incapacitate villains while Ochako lifted robots to crash down on others. Their goal was to work as a team and score as many points as possible. That's 46 for me. How many do you have? Ochako dropped a few robots to increase her count. 42. As they spoke, more two-pointers approached, with Izuku zapping 5 of them while Ochako floated 5 and made them fall and break. This is surprisingly easier than I thought it would be. Be careful, when things seem easier than expected, that's when you need to watch out for twists. 3 one-pointers on your left. Ochako noticed them and floated them up to smash, while Izuku took down 2 two-pointers. In the observation room, Momo, Nana, and Tashanori watched as Izuku and Ochako performed well, drawing interest from the teachers. The boy's good. He and the girl are very in tune with each other's skills. Who are they? A small rodent pulled up records to show their photos on a small screen. Izuku Shimura and Ochako Shimura. Married 10 months ago along with Momo Shimura. They have an adopted daughter named Eri. Izuku's quirk is powerful electricity and weather manipulation, while Ochako has a gravity-based quirk, and Momo has a creation quirk. Eri! Everyone turned to see a raven-haired girl with a small baby smiling at the pictures on the screen. Who invited the girl and baby? A man asked, and Nana raised her hand. Sorry, she came to cheer on my son and her husband. It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Shimura. How have you been? The small rodent asked with a pleasant smile. I've been well, Nizu. I see you all are fascinated by Izuku as well. So, is he your grandson or something? Nope. My son, and the proud father of this little snowball. Nana started tickling Eri's chin, making her giggle. Well, they seem to be doing well for themselves along with the others. I think it's about time we step it up a notch. Nizu pressed a large red button, causing the ground to shake. Excuse me, but what did he mean by stepping it up a notch? There's a reason we have Recovery Girl on staff here and why we advise examinations of how dangerous the hero courses can be. This is the reason. Momo looked at the screen, amazed by what she saw. What is that? She shouted, seeing a massive silhouette. Unbeknownst to the examinees, the button had been pressed, releasing a giant metal kaiju from its slumber. The entire false city shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Suddenly, a building collapsed, showering the road below in rubble as the massive robot broke through. It loomed over the examinees before standing straight up and starting to move toward them at a slow pace. The students began running away in panic, some screaming at the sight. Izuku stopped in fear, seeing the giant robot nearing 20 stories tall. He turned to flee, but a familiar voice screamed his name, causing him to stop. Izuku! Ochako shouted, prompting Izuku to turn and sprint toward the metal monstrosity. Electricity began to arc around his body as he lunged forward, taking to the air and flying toward Ochako at his maximum speed. Seeing that she was trapped under a piece of rubble in front of the robot, he faced a critical choice. Save Ochako and get out of there, risking more buildings collapsing during their escape, or destroy the robot that was causing the destruction. Izuku knew that Ochako could levitate the rubble off her legs, but due to her injury she wouldn't be able to move out of the way, and grabbing her would require speed. He had to destroy the metal beast. Increasing his altitude, he opened his right hand towards the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck his hand, seemingly caught. The purple electricity formed into a weapon, resembling a halberd with a spear point and axe blade. Getting to face height with the beast, he threw the weapon into the robot's faceplate and called out its name. Blitzableiter. The lightning halberd arced with electricity before releasing a massive explosion of plasma, striking the metal beast multiple times. The robot began to topple over, its head completely melted off, liquid metal pouring onto the ground. As this happened, Izuku barreled down to the ground, stopping inches above the ground before landing safely on his feet. However, he felt immense pain as his feet were injured from the impact. He tried to scream, but he had pushed himself too far and became mute. "Izuku, you okay?" Ochako called out, still in pain but managing to look at him. He nodded, though she looked confused. He explained with hand gestures that he had overexerted himself and couldn't move his legs or speak for the moment, along with having a few burns on his hands. Ochako understood and nodded in response. "All right, youngsters, who's hurt?" A short older woman approached them, leaning on a cane, looking at Izuku with surprise. "Heavens boy, you're a mess." She puckered her lips and kissed Izuku's forehead, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Miraculously, Izuku's legs healed, and the burns on his hands disappeared. Everyone was amazed before Izuku blacked out from exhaustion. Seems he still had quite a bit of energy left. "Good to see youngsters so lively," the old woman remarked, turning to heal Ochako, who was close to blacking out but still conscious. "Sorry for the late introduction, dear. My name is Recovery Girl. My quirk allows me to heal people at the cost of their stamina. The more injuries I heal, the more stamina I need to take, but don't worry, you're both young, and it should come back quickly." Recovery Girl walked away, leaving everyone in awe of what had just happened. Not long after, Nana and Momo arrived in the fake city to pick up Izuku and Ochako. Since Izuku needed to be carried, Nana helped him onto her back while Momo supported Ochako by her shoulder. Once outside, Ochako regained enough energy to walk, and the five of them headed home, reflecting on the day's events. "So, how do you think you two did?" Nana asked. "Yon, I think we have a shot, but fingers are still crossed," Ochako replied. Nana smiled at this, while Eri attempted to mimic Ochako, only to look at her hands and notice her fingers. As the family made their way home, Momo handed Eri to Nana, who then helped Izuku to Ochako, who placed him in their bed. As he rested, Momo and Ochako noticed Izuku smiling. "He's so easygoing." "He is, but it's a trait we both admire about him," Ochako said, smiling. They then heard Izuku mumble something in his sleep. "Ochako, I love you." They smiled at this and hugged their husband with satisfaction. "Let's make Eri little siblings," Ochako suggested, and they both turned red at the thought. They exchanged glances and agreed to think about it later. They walked out to find Eri, who had fallen asleep, and brought her back to lay her down in her crib before taking their usual spots beside Izuku. Within minutes, Ochako and Momo were fast asleep, the room filled with the pleasant sound of their snores. And that concludes this chapter. Yue has now seen what Izuku can do. Stay tuned to see how the trio manages their family in the future with Eri and any possible new additions. This story takes a step back in time to explore Izuku, Ochako, and Momo's honeymoon. 1 week after the wedding, honeymoons for newlywed couples are a magical experience filled with romance. Despite this being a time for the newlyweds, they decided to bring their families along. Momo's parents hadn't had a vacation since starting their company, and Ochako's parents couldn't afford to miss work. Nana, Tashanori, and the Yaoyorozus made this an all-expense-paid trip to Hawaii for everyone to enjoy. Ochako's parents were thrilled to find out they were going to Hawaii at no cost, leading to a humorous incident when her mother fainted and accidentally broke a glass coffee table. After coming to, she vanished, and before anyone could blink, everything they needed for their 2-week vacation was packed and ready for them to leave immediately. Aizawa Shoyuta, a family friend, had agreed to cat-sit their kittens, Mushu and Corinne, while they were away. Though they were a little saddened to wait until Friday to leave, as soon as that phone call came in that morning, they were already in their car and ready to go. The first flight from Mustafu to Tokyo was short, lasting about an hour, during which Momo and Ochako gushed over an LTRSND picture held by a PRGNT woman aboard the flight. Nana nudged Izuku's ribs after catching a glimpse of the picture, causing him to blush and her to laugh in response. The flight from Tokyo International to Hawaii was a lengthy 12 hours, most of which was spent in first class either sleeping or watching movies. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo made it a point to learn as much English and Hawaiian as they could during the journey. With the help of Tashanori, their English improved enough for them to understand some colloquialisms and Hawaiian words. Izuku and All Might were particularly amused by an article they read about King Kamehameha during the flight. Upon arriving at the airport, the locals in Hawaii greeted them with leis and the traditional aloha. After passing through customs and baggage claim, where All Might's joint citizenship in the US and Japan didn't speed up security, they were welcomed by a limousine that took them to their respective hotels on the island. To avoid any awkwardness, their parents would be staying at a different hotel along the shoreline, just a 5-minute walk away. After unloading their belongings from the limo, they were about to enter the hotel when All Might stopped them. He placed a box in Izuku's backpack and tapped it twice, giving Izuku a wink that prompted him to playfully hit his older brother with a rolled-up brochure. Finally, "We've been awake since yesterday. I want to sleep," Ochako said, slumping to the floor as they opened the door to their penthouse suite in the luxurious 10-star hotel. She looked up at Izuku, who was using his quirk to levitate their luggage, while Momo simply walked in with a small purse. "Ochako, I offered to take your bags. You can use your quirk here. The laws in America are a lot more relaxed than back home. We also crossed the date line, so technically, we've been awake for only 3 hours now," Izuku explained, levitating the contents of their bags into the drawers of the massive dresser in their room. "Your and Ochako's quirks are very handy for moving things. If we didn't have heroes but had quirks, you two would be amazing for any moving company or construction," Momo replied, setting her purse down on the quartz countertop of their kitchen. "My parents save a fortune on heavy machinery since both have gravity quirks, and most of our workers have strength-based ones. We only use a cement truck for heavy machinery." Ochako then levitated herself to the bed, slowly descending into it. Something about that looked very relaxing. "Let's skip the formalities and take a nap to adjust to the time difference. It's 8 p.m. here and I need sleep," Izuku said, stripping off his shirt. "Are we still sleeping in our pajamas?" Ochako asked, looking at Momo, who was already out of her top. Izuku chuckled to himself as he removed his breathes before climbing into bed with Ochako, with Momo joining soon after. Momo curled around him, getting comfortable, but then realized they hadn't turned off the lights. She groaned and stood up to establish them off, noticing Ochako sprawled out on Izuku and already asleep. As she did, she felt a slight static shock, causing her to yelp and turn around. Izuku was snickering to himself with a cheeky grin, having been the culprit. She gave him a squinty-eyed look and pouted slightly before turning off the light. Izuku created a small arc of light with his fingers, providing enough illumination for her to see. She climbed back into bed and got comfortable once more, kissing both Izuku and Ochako goodnight. The next morning, the three of them resisted the urge to smash their alarm clock, knowing they were in a hotel. Ochako laughed as she saw Izuku's fist hovering above it before he gently clicked it off. "Can't smash it while we're on vacation, can you? It's a shame because that's always entertaining to see," she teased. After a quick shower, where Momo playfully blindfolded Izuku to prevent any distractions, they finished their bathroom routine and got dressed. They headed downstairs after locking their door, where they were met by Nana and Tashanori. Nana noticed the girls walking up and seemed slightly saddened for a moment before teasing Izuku about the previous night. "I see you didn't break the bed last night. You all just went straight to sleep?" she asks with a smug smirk on her face. "Yeah, we were awake for about 3 hours yesterday and just unpacked before turning in for the evening," Izuku explains as they exit the hotel. "What do you have planned for us today, Nana?" Akito Yaoyorozu, Momo's mother, asks as they pile into the limousine destined for an unknown place. "I have a lot planned today. We're going to eat first, then go hiking on the volcano's south face, followed by the beach for sunbathing and scuba diving before having a late lunch and returning to the hotel. Momo, Ochako, and Izuku aren't old enough to drink yet, so while we go to a luau this evening, they will stay here and enjoy their time together," Nana replies as the driver looks at the GPS before driving away from the hotel. It wasn't a long drive from the hotel to the hiking lodge on the south part of the island, maybe a 20-minute drive at most. Along the way, Ochako and her family were mesmerized by the beauty of the island. From the native birds to the coconut palm trees lining the shore, every detail captivated them as they drove to the lodge. After arriving, the paparazzi swarmed Nana and Tashanori upon learning of their presence on the island. They did a quick photo op before politely explaining that they were there to celebrate Izuku's marriage to his 2 wives. A particularly nosy reporter asked a few more questions but soon moved on to bother another hero on the island. After gathering their equipment and guide, they set out on a hike along the volcano, collecting volcanic glass and other interesting rocks along the way. Izuku used some of his magnetism abilities to mold a flow of lava into a sculpture of himself as a hero, then created 2 more sculptures of Momo and Ochako before returning the lava to the small stream. As they walked along the side of the mountain, they witnessed a small eruption pour into the ocean, creating more landmass for the island. Nana showcased her quirk to the tour guide by floating a small sphere of lava from the flow and manipulating it into a miniature planetoid with a ring system before dropping it in the water. This action solidified the lava into an obsidian ball, which she gave to the tour guide, who was unfortunately quirkless. After leaving the hiking lodge, their next stop was the beach for some scuba diving to explore the coral reefs. A few beachgoers attempted to approach Momo and Ochako but quickly gave up upon seeing their wedding rings and their feigned lack of English. They took a small boat offshore to the reef and geared up to dive into the underwater world below. Before entering the water, Izuku asked if he could catch any lobsters they could eat, to which the captain encouraged him to gather some for the crew as well. For Momo, this part of the trip was especially enjoyable. The vibrant colors and wildlife were a stark contrast to her sheltered upbringing, despite her wealth. A particularly curious crab snipped off one of the straps of her bathing suit underwater, causing Izuku and Ochako to laugh through their masks as she fashioned a new top for herself. The next few minutes were spent swimming away from Momo as she playfully chased them with a pair of crab claws she had created. Their parents laughed hysterically at their antics before diving deeper to study the reef's wildlife. After the crab incident, Izuku began collecting lobsters, magnetizing them together in a ball of claws and pincers before levitating them onto the boat. The fishermen on the island were impressed by the catch and even offered to cook the lobsters for them for lunch. After enjoying a delicious lunch, the families of the married trio said their goodbyes and headed back to their hotels to relax before the evening's luau. They dropped Izuku, Momo, and Ochako off at their hotel, and as they left, Nana called out, "Remember, we want grandkids." This caused the trio to blush before making their way through the lobby and back to their room. Once there, they took a shower together to rinse off the salt from their bodies and hair before relaxing on their massive king-sized bed. Today was amazing, don't you think? We got to go hiking and diving, and I even made a fishy friend. Ochako exclaimed happily, draping herself on the bed and turning on the television. It's a good thing they changed the language on the TV to Japanese, and we get all the good channels from back home too, Momo added, taking a seat next to Ochako. A brief silence washed over them before Momo spoke again. "So, how are we going to start this? Do we kiss, then Izuku joins, or?" She began, clearly nervous about the subject. "Your guess is as good as mine. Though whenever we kiss each other, Izuku stops whatever he's doing to stare at us," Ochako responded, and the room fell quiet again. "That felt nice," Izuku said as he walked in with only a towel, catching the attention of the duo and sparking a playful idea. "Izuku." The two get his attention with them starting to make out with one another. Izuku watched as his wives started interlocking their tongues with Momo leaning over to stay atop Ochako. The two started to as Izuku just stared as this happened. They only stopped when they noticed something peeking up out of his towel to make them smile. "Maybe we should see about adding a certain someone in as well." Momo states this while looking down at Izuku's crotch and smirking. Izuku walked over to pull Ochako and Momo close to him before passionately putting the two in a make-out session with himself. He started to move down their lips to their necks to give small love bites on them and leaving marks. When he got to their towels, Izuku couldn't rip them off fast enough to stare at their voluptuous bodies. As he expected, Momo had a body that any woman would envy with an image that any man would lust for. Meanwhile, Ochako had a slightly smaller body proportion with a bit more meat on her than Momo. This was not as bad since it gave her a cute and desireful image. Izuku moved to Ochako first and latched his hands on her plum bursts to slide his tongue ever so slightly over her NPL. He gauged her attention and changed where he paid attention to as they went. While her breath began to grow heavy, he moved his right hand to Momo, who was watching with longing, and grabbed onto her ample but to make her yelp. Izuku ran his hand lower until he reached her pee-pee to insert a finger inside. He glanced up to see Momo holding in her M's before inserting his thumb into her butt. The act made her shriek as her lower body was nothing but Izuku's plaything. She started to as Ochako was beginning to play with herself as well. This had gone on for a few more minutes until both girls orgasmed at the same time to spray over Izuku's hand and leg. He pulled away from them and laid them on the bed gently. "Are you both okay?" Izuku whispered to them as they nodded. For during this act, Izuku's towel came off to make Momo and Ochako move a little closer to him. "Somebody wants some fun." Ochako smiled as she said this. Momo latched her BRs on Izuku's lower self while Ochako began to SCK his head. The duo made certain that Izuku was nicely lubricated before they were about to do what was next. Izuku grunted a bit and bucked his hips, feeling the soft sensation of both his wives before they both stopped. Izuku glanced at them confused until they began to spread their legs. "If you want to keep going, we're ready whenever you are." Momo smiled as she said what they wanted. Izuku stopped to remember one important thing though. I forgot condoms." Izuku held his head down before seeing a box in his bag he forgot to unpack before to see a box. When did Toshi? Izuku internally thanked his older brother before grabbing them and returning to Momo and Ochako. He placed the first condom on and looked at the girls with Momo motioning to Ochako first. They smiled as Izuku positioned his deep to her entrance. He entered in slowly with Ochako starting to cry a little. He stopped when he was halfway with her catching her breath. "You want to stop here?" "No. I want to keep going." Ochako held the sheets and her breath as Izuku prepared to put the rest in with one go. He moved in and shoved the last to the base with Ochako holding in a scream. She literally had a foot long in her and was breathing for air. As she calmed down, she let Izuku move, to which he started slowly. Izuku felt the warm folds inside rubbing against him, to which he could barely stand it. Minutes passed with Izuku moving faster and faster. Once 8 minutes went by, Izuku was slapping into Ochako to make her scream in excitement. She held onto Izuku with her chest pressed up against his to feel his warmth. As Izuku neared his end, he warned Ochako, who jumped off him. She pulled the condom off and put his D into her mouth. Izuku silently shouted as trails of semen erupted out of him to cover the inside of Ochako's mouth. She moved it to her tongue to show Izuku before slowly pulling it to the back of her throat to swallow in one gulp. This had aroused Izuku to a point he was up solid again. 7. Guess it's my turn now. Momo moved to have herself on all fours and shaking her butt at Izuku. He got the message and placed another condom on before moving into Momo. Ochako was like a soft smothering feeling to him, while Momo felt as if her body was pulling him in and keeping him from escaping a tight crevice. Izuku felt extremely sensitive after the first round and tried to keep his composure. As he went to the base, Momo was biting down on the sheets from pain, with Izuku holding back his urge to slam into her and make her butt jiggle as much as possible. When she was used to the feeling, Izuku started to move into Momo slowly and give her the feeling Ochako had before. As he did, Momo started to lose her mind and drool a little at this new sensation she felt. Minutes went by with Izuku only lasting 6 this round before slamming into Momo while lifting her up and watching her BRs jiggle and her large butt cushion her fall. Izuku warned her he was close with Momo, letting him keep going until the end. Izuku shouted as he released everything into the condom and had Momo scream in pleasure. As he pulled out, Momo took the condom to drink its contents with a bit of a disgusted look on her face. She wasn't a fan of the flavor, but she embraced Izuku's essence nonetheless. Izuku laid back as Ochako and Momo joined him, and they began to drift off to sleep. Before they fully succumbed to slumber, Izuku whispered, "I love you girls." "We love you too, Izuku." They fell into a blissful sleep, only to be stirred by a knock on the door. As they woke, Izuku quickly put on a pair of boxers and shorts before opening the door to find Toshi standing there. "Hey Toshi, what's up?" Tashanori noticed his brother seemed a bit flustered. "Nothing much. Did you just get out of the shower or something?" It took a moment for the pro to realize what had happened. "So, did you use my gift?" Tashanori smiled as Izuku turned red. I might have used one or two of them." "Well, come back to bed." "It's cold," Ochako whined, and Momo groaned in agreement. "I gotta go. I'll talk to you and Mom later." Izuku shut the door, leaving Tashanori smiling at his brother's antics. The joys of being young, he thought as he walked down the hall, considering Inko, who had stayed behind with Izuku, Momo, and Ochako. I should see her before she falls asleep. Maybe the stores around here have some nice mint ice cream. He accepted his PRGNT wife's cravings without question. The trip continued with Izuku, Momo, and Ochako regularly enjoying their time together, feeling satisfied with each other. When the trip ended, they were reluctant to leave but happy to return home after a restful getaway that recharged their spirits. As they departed, Ochako and Momo noticed Inko being helped to her seat by Tashanori, and they imagined being in a similar situation one day with Izuku. Ochako blushed deeply, while Momo had a small smile on her face. Nana pointed this out to Izuku, who also turned red and hid his face, a smile creeping onto his lips. A shared thought crossed their minds as the plane took off. What will happen when that time comes? A week passed since the entrance exams, with Ochako ensuring to show her gratitude to Izuku for saving her from the giant zero-pointer. During this time, the family of four relaxed and awaited news from UA about Izuku and Ochako's admissions. Today, the Shimura family took a stroll through Yavin Park near Mustafu. Eri and Tosaiki, close in age, were raised together and saw each other as sisters rather than cousins. Momo pushed the covered stroller while Izuku and Ochako walked beside her. Upon arriving at the park, they were greeted by Inko and Tashanori, who had set up a picnic in the open area. The lime green-haired, blue-eyed baby girl was lying on her belly on the blanket as the family arrived. Momo lifted Eri out of the stroller and placed her next to Tosaiki before Izuku collapsed the stroller to save space. "How's it going, Toshi?" Izuku asked. "Very well, Izuku. How are things with you?" Tashanori replied. "Can't complain. Honestly, I'm as happy as I can be with these three around." Izuku smiled at Ochako, Momo, and Eri, who beamed back at him. Eri quickly turned her attention to Tosaiki, who was playfully wrestling with her on the ground. The family settled in a shaded area to keep the infants cool and avoid sunburn. They shared amusing stories from their time apart. Momo recounted an embarrassing moment when Izuku and Ochako dressed up as bunnies for Eri, who laughed heartily at her parents' silliness. Inko chimed in with a story about Tashanori dressing up as a dog for Tosaiki, which made everyone chuckle, especially since the world's mightiest hero had donned such a costume for his little daughter. Their laughter was interrupted when a familiar voice called out, "Well, if it isn't Izuku. How are you?" Everyone turned to see Mitsuki Baku, Katsuki's mother, approaching. She greeted them warmly, and her attention immediately shifted to Eri. "Why hello, little one. What's your name?" Many might not expect this from Mitsuki, known for her fiery son, but she always found joy in babies. "This is Eri. You haven't met her yet, but she's our daughter," Izuku explained. Mitsuki looked at Ochako and Momo, searching for similarities in Eri. "She's not biologically ours if that's what you're trying to find," Izuku added with a smile as Mitsuki sat down to hear Eri's story. As she listened to how Izuku had saved Eri and his wives from danger, a newfound respect blossomed for the young hero. She also took note of how happy and healthy Eri looked, showing that they were really trying with her. As this happened, Eri started to cry, and Ochako, being the closest, quickly picked her up. "What's the matter, sweetie?" She realized Eri needed a diaper change. "Izuku, can you get me a diaper?" "On it," Izuku replied, grabbing a diaper and some wipes for Ochako, while Momo took the used diaper to the trash. "Seems you three have this down pat." "Thanks, we learned from Izuku's mom," Ochako said with a smile as they continued chatting. Before they knew it, an hour had passed, and everyone decided it was best to take the kids inside. "Mitsuki, said her goodbyes and headed home. Meanwhile, the trio decided to stop for lunch since everyone was a bit hungry. They stopped at a fast food restaurant, letting the babies relax in the cool air of the store. While in line, they placed their orders, with the girls going first. "I'll take a number 4, please." "Make that 2, Momo added. "I'll take a number 8 with less sauce, please." Izuku stepped up next. "Can I get a number 2, number 5, 2 number 7s, a number 4, 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, and 2 number 45s? And can I get that in an extra large?" Everyone looked at Izuku, even the cashier. "Ugh, are you for real?" Ochako glanced at Izuku as Nana stepped up. "Can I get the same with another order of fries but a diet soda with that?" "And I thought I ate a lot," Momo said, amazed at the amount of food being ordered. When they received their food, the family watched as they devoured it all without gaining a pound. "That was satisfying," Ochako said, a little annoyed. "They can eat whatever they want and not gain a pound, meanwhile I can't drop a pound no matter how hard I try." Izuku heard this and pulled Ochako close. "I never said I didn't like the meat on you. I find it attractive," he whispered in her ear, causing her to blush. "Who wants dessert?" Izuku asked. "Seriously, where do you put it?" Momo exclaimed, catching the cashier's attention, who looked a bit pale at the thought of the order. "Ochako, do you want to know what I have as your contact name?" "Your name in my phone is Thikako," Izuku said, turning his phone around to show her contact info, which featured a picture of her in shorts that accentuated her figure. She blushed at the sight. "Wait, if that's hers, then what do you have saved as mine?" Momo asked, curious. Izuku scrolled through his phone and grinned. "Princess Ape," he said, showing her a picture of her in a bikini from a flattering angle. Later that evening, Izuku, Ochako, and Momo were sitting in the living room watching TV while Eri played with some building blocks. Nana was sorting through the mail when 2 envelopes caught her eye. "Izuku, Ochako, your letters from UA are here." They got up from the couch and moved around Eri to grab the letters. Momo turned off the TV and joined them. Ochako opened hers first, revealing a holo player. When she activated it, Toshi appeared in his buff form. "I am here, on a hologram." Izuku listened closely as his brother continued, "Young Shimura Ochako, I'm sure you're wondering why I am on a hologram from you. Well, as of next spring, I shall be joining the staff." Ochako was surprised. "Okay, he never told me this." "Now, on to your exam results. On the written test, you scored an 89 out of 100, and on the physical exam, you scored 48 villain points and 22 hero points, making your total score 70. Congratulations and welcome to your Hero Academia." Ochako smiled at the news, and then it was Izuku's turn. "I am here, on a holo, you probably heard this from your wife by now, so let me get straight to the point, Izuku. On the written test, you scored a perfect 100, with a physical exam score of 61 villain points and 60 hero points, making your total score 121. Congratulations, Izuku, you not only passed, but you are also our first-year class rep. Welcome to your Hero Academia." As the message ended, Izuku could hardly believe what he heard. He not only passed but was also the first-year representative. He was beyond happy. "Congrats, Izuku." Ochako and Momo hugged him, with Eri mimicking them, though she decided to tug at Izuku's hair instead. As he gently removed her hands from his hair, he checked the student forms that came with the letters to confirm that the 3 of them were in the same class. "Awesome, we're all in Class A." The trio cheered, while Nana took Eri to prevent any more hair-pulling incidents. "We should celebrate this," Izuku said, heading to the cupboard to find something sweet. "Excuse me, Mother, but is there any chance you could take care of Eri tonight?" Momo asked, and Nana understood the situation. "Just don't break the bed. I'm not replacing it until you get into UA's dorms." The two nodded as Izuku was led to his room by Momo and Ochako. Fortunately for them, Nana had soundproofed their room while they were in Hawaii for their honeymoon. The entire night she didn't hear a thing, and neither did Eri. Time skipped to the first day. The first day at UA began with the trio, accompanied by Eri, heading down to find Class 1A. When they finally located it, they noticed an enormous door towering over them. Wow! You took the words out of my mouth, Ochako. Definitely. Eri looked just as amazed as everyone else at the door. Izuku reached for the handle, feeling a bit anxious. Just relax, Izuku. The chance of Bakugo being here is very low. As he opened the door, shouting echoed from inside. Get your feet off that desk this instant. Izuku fully opened the door to see Bakugo and the blue-haired boy from the entrance exams arguing. That is Yue's property, and you are tarnishing it with your feet. It is an insult to the upperclassmen who sat in it before and the people who made it. Did your old school put that stick up your back, or were you born with it? We're getting off on the wrong foot. My name is Tenya Ida, and I am from Sumai. So you're an elitist. I'm going to enjoy stomping on you. Bakugo grinned sadistically as the argument continued. Achoo! Eri sneezed, gaining everyone's attention, and Ida looked over to them. Hello. My name is Tenya Ida of Sumai. It is nice to meet you. Ida approached, karate chopping the air, which made Eri giggle. It's nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Shimura, and these are my wives, Ochako and Momo Shimura. Nice to meet you. Hey there. And this little one is our daughter, Eri. Eri giggled at Ida, who started to lose his composure again. Though I have no right to say anything against a married couple having a child, it is most unbecoming of a hero in training to. Will you stop rambling and just take a seat? Everyone turned to see the family of four smiling. Hello, Aizawa. How are you? Nice to see you as well, problem family, he replied before turning to face the rest of the class. Cutting the niceties here, this is Yue. Now get these on and meet me by the training field in 10 minutes. Aizawa walked over to Eri and picked her up from the baby hijinks on Izuku's chest. Go get changed, I'm going to take her with me to the field. Besides, I haven't gotten to hold her yet. Aizawa said before heading off, leaving the class to get dressed. After a quick trip to the locker room and changing into their white and blue gym uniforms, the class made their way down to the training field. Aizawa stood there with an applesauce packet dangling from his mouth, while Eri nibbled on another one. Great, he's getting her hooked on those applesauce packets. Izuku thought as Aizawa finished his and took the one Eri had. Yeah, good luck not having me spoil my goddaughter. Today we'll be doing Quirk apprehension tests. Aizawa took a ball out of his pocket and tossed it to Izuku. How far were you able to throw a ball in high school, Izuku? About 80 meters was my longest throw. Use your quirks this time. Izuku positioned himself in the center of the throwing area and took his throwing stance. Anything goes as long as you don't leave the circle. He held the ball tightly, adjusting its magnetic polarity to repel matter from it. To add some flair, he also used 5% of one for all to throw it with speed. As it left his hand, it was clear it would go a great distance. Expected farther, knowing who you're related to. Aizawa glanced at his phone, showing an infinity symbol. I stand corrected. Is that even possible? It just happened, didn't it? Care to explain how you managed that feat? Aizawa asked, looking at Izuku. My quirk is a hybrid of meteokinesis and electrokinesis, with a strength enhancer I inherited from my mother's side of the family. My electricity allows me to change a material's magnetic polarity to repel everything away from it. It also lets me fly, so I changed the poles of the ball so that Earth's gravity no longer affected it, then I just threw it. Izuku explained, and the others nodded in understanding. Aizawa commented, he made gravity not work on it, then threw it into space, Kaminari. Don't think too hard, I can see and smell the smoke from here. Well, you're on your own to do the rest of the exercises and then come back to me for your results. Aizawa said, manifesting another applesauce packet from nowhere and handing it to Eri. With that, the students began using the training robots for each exercise. 50-meter dash, long jump, high jump, sit-ups, push-ups, punching machine, grip strength, and a final endurance exercise. The 50-meter dash was a breeze for Izuku, who channeled one for all through his body and lunged forward, completing the distance in under 3 seconds, narrowly beating Ida's score. The long jump and high jump had the same score since Deku could fly. The rest of the apprehension test was somewhat dull for Deku, so Hollow won't bother to describe how it went, but since this is a fanfic, you can assume he won everything. Good job, nobody is getting expelled this year yet. Here are your results on the screen. Since most of today was supposed to be the orientation and meeting your professors, and I had you all skip that, you're free to go. The first day of actual classes is tomorrow, so for now, go check out your dorms. And for the love of God, don't burn them down. Aside from that, there are no alcohol rules or rules against having relationships, just be responsible. No murder, please, and for the rest of you, the cafeteria is on the second floor of the main building. Go eat lunch, then check out your new home for the next 3 years. Have a good day, and Shimura? The munchkin needs a new diaper. Aizawa said in a deadpan tone as he handed Eri back to Izuku and then shuffled off toward his office. As the class of 1A entered their dorms, everyone was taken aback by the size of the common space. Ochako looked around, wide-eyed at how enormous the dorms were. I live in a mansion now, she exclaimed, stepping backward for Izuku to catch her, with Eri giggling at her reaction. Does she normally do this? A redhead known as Kirishima asked, to which Izuku and Momo nodded. So you all are aware, the rooms are labeled with your names, and the first floor is the common space. Boys and girls are separated, with the only exception being the Shimura family for obvious reasons. A small boy known as Mineta looked at the family with envy. Why is he the lucky one that gets to stay with? He started, but was cut off by Izuku, electricity crackling around him. I dare you to keep shouting with a baby in the room. Because the second she gets upset, you're going to be in trouble. Mineta dropped to the ground, his clothes scorched from the electricity. Anyway, the only spots in this area that aren't shared are the restrooms and baths, which are split by gender. You are not allowed to leave the dorm hall after 10, and curfew is at 11, when this area will be off limits. I don't care where you sleep, but Eri better still be the only baby in this class at the end of the semester. With that, Mr. Aizawa left the dorms. The family of 4 noticed they had a larger room, likely due to having more people living in it and needing to accommodate a baby. Izuku got right to work on setting up Eri's things, while Ochako and Momo set up their own. Hours passed, and soon all the students finished. They gathered in the common space to relax, with Bakugo barking like a rabid dog. What did you say, idiot? He shouted. I just asked if you know anything about Shimura and his wives, someone replied. I could care less about the nerd and his family. Bakugo yelled just as the Shimura family walked down. Ochako quickly covered Eri's ears since she was holding her. Bakugo, must you shout? It's very annoying and rude. Also, please lower the cursing because of Eri, Momo said. Bakugo glared at her, anger bubbling up. I'll curse if I do well, please, he shouted back. It wasn't a request. Before Bakugo could respond, Izuku punched him out a window and into a tree headfirst. The class looked out to see only his lower half sticking out. Baby-abo. Eri tried to mimic the scene with a toy she had in her hands, tossing it out the window. The toy hit Bakugo and made a squeaking sound on impact, causing everyone to laugh, even at the baby's expense. Okay, jokes aside. Let's have a room competition. Bakugo will be taken off since he's occupied at the moment, a girl with pink skin named Ashido suggested, and everyone agreed. To be fair, that was him getting off easy. If Eri wasn't in the room, I was going to hit him in both legs with a javelin, Momo said with a playful smile. Did you do that when you tried to kick Izuku off the beach? Ochako asked. Yes, the best part was him screaming and alternating gestures to both legs, Momo replied, causing some of the class to swallow hard. He ruined our wedding, that was the least he deserved, Momo stated bluntly, making everyone mentally note not to anger Izuku or Momo, and possibly Ochako, depending on how things progressed. The group began on the boys' side, with most of the rooms reflecting their personalities. The only room nobody dared to look at was Mineta's, which had a disturbing aura emanating from it. It was clear that entering that room would likely confuse everyone, so they decided to leave without even glancing into the strange space. The most unusual room belonged to a boy named Todoroki, who had bicolored hair. His room, defying all logic, had tatami mats instead of wooden flooring. No matter how much he claimed to have worked hard, it seemed impossible for him to have done this in a day, something that Stillwell found baffling. As they reached the girls' side, they noticed that everyone else's rooms were similarly arranged, eventually arriving at the family room. Since theirs was the largest and had a child, it was located on the second floor. Izuku felt a bit uneasy about showing his family's space but relented, allowing everyone to see it. To their surprise, it appeared quite normal, adorned with a variety of All Might, 13, and Paragon merchandise. Ochako, Izuku, and Momo sheepishly admitted that it was all theirs. This revelation about Momo being a die-hard fan of Paragon since childhood had caught the trio off guard. Although Paragon had retired before Momo was born, her admiration for the hero, who had once been #1 and a mother, was profound. This intensity of her fandom made Nana a bit uncomfortable when she realized how much Momo had researched the retired pro. The inspection of the room took a turn when a couple of mischievous boys discovered some unusual items in a drawer. Izuku was mortified when they held up items he had bought as gifts. Enraged, he stomped over, determined to teach them a lesson. He quickly put the items back in the drawer and glared at everyone until they left. Afterward, he disposed of the boys in the trash can in the common space, hoping it would serve as a warning. Meanwhile, everyone was voting on which dorm they thought was the best, with a muscular guy named Satu emerging as the winner. Most of his votes came from the girls, charmed by a cake he had made. Once the voting concluded, Momo took Eri upstairs to change her into something comfortable for bed. Ochako headed to the kitchen to prepare tea while Izuku worked on a playpen for Eri to use in the common space. When Momo returned, she had a baby monitor in hand, and the three of them sat down to enjoy their tea. They seemed to be in sync, sipping and sighing in satisfaction at the same moment, which caught everyone's attention. "You guys do that often?" Kirishima asked, and they shrugged in unison. "Okay, that went from cool to kind of freaky," Jiraiya remarked just as Bakugo walked in, still partially stuck in a tree. "Hey Kachin, want some tea?" Izuku offered. "Go away," Bakugo grumbled. "Come on, Bakugo, Izuku was just being nice." "No need to get upset," Ochako chimed in. "That's kakin for yes," Izuku said, passing him a mug. Bakugo downed it while glaring at Ochako. "You try something like that again, and you're in trouble," he warned. Ochako shot him a deadpan look before getting an idea. She whispered to Momo, who created a small item for her. Sneaking over to Bakugo, she slipped it into his back pocket and returned to Izuku, pretending nothing had happened. Moments later, a loud noise and a flurry of expletives erupted from upstairs. Izuku turned to Ochako, who had placed the item in his pocket. "What was that?" "Stink bomb," she replied with a grin. Just then, the baby monitor picked up Eri crying. Izuku started to get up, but Ochako patted his shoulder. "She probably woke up because of Bakugo. I'll handle it." She went upstairs and soon returned, smiling after calming Eri back to sleep. "You three seem to have parenting down rather well," Ida remarked, and the trio exchanged nods. "I guess we do." The chapter concluded with Izuku, Ochako, and Momo waking to the sound of an alarm. Annoyed at being roused from a pleasant sleep, Izuku smashed the alarm before hearing Eri fussing. Reluctantly, he got up. "Come here, sweetie. Come to daddy." He picked up Eri, who immediately hugged him. "I see, you just wanted your daddy to hug you," he said, glancing at Momo and Ochako, who were both smiling. "I'm going to start breakfast. Can one of you bathe Eri and dress her for the day?" "Momo handled last night, so I'll change her today," Ochako said, taking Eri into her arms as the little girl began to play with her face. As Izuku went down to start cooking, Momo offered to help. They quickly prepared a meal, making a little extra for their classmates. "Something smells good." Kirishima and a few others came down, drawn by the aroma. They set everything on the table just as the rest of the class began to arrive. Ochako came down with Eri, who was wearing a cute yellow sundress that made everyone marvel at her adorableness. "She is just adorable," Hagakure exclaimed, with Ishido agreeing. "Is Eri's bottle ready?" Momo asked, passing it to Ochako, who happily gave it to the little girl, who eagerly drank. "All right, let's eat." Everyone began to enjoy the meal when suddenly, the dorm's Pomeranian dashed down the stairs. "Do you? Oh, for the love of 1 second. Izuku stood up, counting down from 3. When he reached 0, Bakugo came barreling down the stairs. Izuku quickly grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him down to the floor. "Remember last night, Kachin? If you keep this up, Principal Nizu will have us replant all the trees you destroy. I don't want to, and I'm sure you don't either. Now, calm down and eat. I don't want your anger issues to rub off on Eri." At that moment, Eri burped and giggled, making everyone laugh. Bakugo, admitting defeat, sat down. As they ate, questions arose about their families and how they all met. The girls were particularly interested in how Ochako and Izuku got together, with tales of Izuku coming to the aid of both girls. The boys respected his chivalry, though Mineta and Bakugo were more interested in teasing Izuku or hearing juicy details about his relationship. Once they finished, they cleaned up and headed to class. The afternoon was relatively normal, with standard university subjects like math and literature. However, when the afternoon classes began, UA's hero course kicked in. Class A was seated in their classroom, with Eri happily sitting on Momo's lap. Everyone adored the little girl, except for Bakugo and Mineta, who she scowled at whenever possible. As they waited, a familiar voice called from outside. "I am coming through the door like a hero." All Might entered, and everyone marveled at his Silver Age costume. Izuku noticed something different about it and chuckled to himself. He lost some bulk. Mom would kick your butt for getting soft, Toshi. Hero training is what helps small sprouts like you grow into the pros of tomorrow. For this exercise, I shall be teaching you. Today's lesson shall be. All Might held up a flashcard. Battle training. And what hero would be complete without their hero suit? He pressed a button, revealing 20 cases with numbers on them. Change into your costumes and meet me down on ground beta in 5. Everyone quickly changed. During this time, Mineta drew the class's attention to something he found. "Kaminari, check it out." A peephole to the girls' changing room. Ida was about to scold him, but Izuku intervened, curious to see if Mineta would actually peek. "I can see it now, Ashido's silhouette, Hagikure's floating items, and get another inch closer to that hole, and you're going to regret it," Izuku warned, electricity crackling around him. "The only one allowed to see them right now is me. You wouldn't just be committing a crime, you'd be crossing a line that could lead to serious consequences. I've dealt with villains before, don't think I won't protect my family." Mineta panicked, falling to the floor in fear. "Good. We're all in agreement then?" Everyone nodded, wary of what Izuku might do if provoked. "Thanks, sure. I owe you one," Ashido said, amused by Izuku's protective nature, while Momo and Ochako hummed happily, knowing Mineta had it coming. "Remind me to stay on his good side," Jiro said, feeling a chill after hearing Izuku's warning. Across the changing room, a single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Mental note, don't ever mess with the Shimuras. On ground beta, everyone lined up in their costumes. "Izuku, your costume looks so cool." Ochako cheered, with Momo agreeing. "Thanks. I like both your costumes too." Ochako blushed, feeling a bit self-conscious in her outfit. Izuku leaned in to whisper in her ear, loud enough for their little family to hear. "When I first saw you in that, I thought you were trying to stuck me." He sent a small jolt of electricity down her spine, causing her to shiver. He looked over to Momo and grabbed Eri from her before playfully startling her. "I thought the same thing when I saw you in this outfit." "Ahem, may we continue?" "Sorry. Please do." All Might began explaining the exercise, which involved a 2-on-2 scenario where heroes track down villains to stop a dangerous bomb. The heroes win if they find and touch the fake bomb or incapacitate both members of the opposing team. The villains win if time runs out or they incapacitate both. When lots were drawn, Izuku was paired with Ochako, while Momo was paired with the small pervert. The first match was Izuku and Ochako as the heroes against Ida and Bakugo, who were the villains. The villain team has 5 minutes to prepare before the hero team can head in. Make the most of it. Izuku and Ochako stayed outside, studying the floor plans. "How are we supposed to memorize all of this?" "Done." Izuku crumpled the paper and tossed it behind him, making Ochako look at him in disbelief. Just how smart are you? That isn't smarts, that's my photographic memory. Ochako was taken aback. Okay, Mr. Photographic Memory, what's your plan for today's lesson? Izuku glanced up at the building, a smile spreading across his face as he shared his idea with Ochako, who grinned widely. Bakugo is gonna be mad. Exactly. With the green light to enter, Izuku picked Ochako up bridal style. You certainly know how to sweep me and Momo off our feet, Izuku. You better believe it. Izuku approached the side of the building and began magnetizing his feet to the wall, making them both weightless. After securing his first foot, he magnetized the other and demagnetized the first, repeating the process until they reached the roof. Once there, Ochako restored their gravity. As they entered, they overheard a conversation between Ida and Bakugo, the latter stepping out of a room. They exchanged glances, realizing this might be easier than expected. When Bakugo was a distance away, Izuku kicked the door in and sent an electrical current at Ida, who was magnetized to the floor while Ochako rushed in to touch the bomb. Hero team wins. Yeah. Izuku and Ochako high-fived, while Ida looked up, embarrassed by his failure. It's okay, Ida. This is why we practice. Izuku demagnetized him and offered a hand to lift his spirits. They made their way to the control room, where Bakugo was already fuming. "Du." Bakugo stormed over, ready to fight. "Hey, Kachin Goodma. Shut up and fight me like a man. All Might, shouldn't you get involved?" Kirishima asked, a bit worried about a potential fight. "I've known these two for years. Fighting is just how they interact. If it gets out of hand, I'll step in." As All Might spoke, Ochako approached Momo, who was recording the fight, prepared for the chaos. "Dai!" Bakugo charged at Izuku, who countered with an uppercut, sending Bakugo crashing into the roof. "Something tells me this is going to be normal," Kaminari observed as Bakugo struggled. Meanwhile, Izuku turned to Eri, making her giggle with a silly face. This sudden shift from fierce fighter to playful father surprised many. Izuku then leaned in to kiss Momo, catching her off guard. "You perv. That doesn't sound like a complaint to me." Ochako, feeling a bit jealous, puffed her cheeks as Izuku walked over to her, wrapping his arms around her waist. He leaned in and whispered something that made her blush. "Jealousy doesn't suit you." He playfully teased her, and she giggled, while others looked on, slightly embarrassed by the scene. "UBSTRD. Why is it only you that gets these amazing ladies?" Izuku interrupted Mineta by grabbing his head firmly. "Let me keep this simple for you. If you try anything with my wife, I will make sure you regret it. Understand?" Mineta nodded, trembling. "That I may have you do that even if he doesn't." Momo added calmly, her expression firm. "Why? I've seen how you look at me and Ochako. It's better to keep bad influences away from our daughter." Izuku flashed an ominous smile, channeling a small amount of electricity to make his eyes glow briefly. Mineta, now in tears, pleaded with Momo. "Please forgive me. He's going to kill me if you don't tell him not to." At that moment, Eri decided to kick Mineta in the face, and Ochako rushed over to wipe the spit off her. "No, like this, sweetie. Like this." Izuku sent Mineta flying through the roof and out of the building into the one across the street in the fake city. Momo was not proud of Izuku's actions in front of Eri and made her feelings known. "Izuku, don't teach our daughter these things. Are you sure doing this was a bad thing?" Ochako chimed in, prompting Momo to reflect on the fact that Mineta had been giving them both inappropriate looks since day one. Fair point. As the day came to a close, Izuku, Ochako, and Momo started walking back to the dorms, where Nana was waiting for them with a cat carrier. "Hey, you got Mushu and Korin in there? Also, here's the allowance form for them that Nizu agreed to. Keep it somewhere safe." Izuku took the paper and tucked it into his pocket before hugging his mom in gratitude. Momo and Ochako joined in as they headed inside. "What's with the carrier?" their classmate Siro asked as Izuku opened it near the couches. When the contents emerged, two cats rolled out, one pure white and the other black. "Hey, you two. The twin cats looked up and ran to their owners, eager to cuddle. "What's with the cats?" Jiro inquired while Momo took the lead in explaining. "These two are our pets. Mushu is the black one, and Korin is the white one. We adopted them as kittens. They were the runts of the litter. They love to play with each other and are not afraid to cuddle." "Korin? Isn't that the name of the character from Dragon Ball Z who grows senzu beans?" Kirishima asked as Ochako set Eri down, and the two cats began liking her, earning an awe from everyone. "Yeah, my older brother was a huge fan of that show when I was little, and as a result, so am I. I thought it fitting to name one of our cats that. I wanted to name Mushu after Beerus, but Momo didn't let me since he's not a hairless cat," Izuku replied. The rest of the evening went smoothly, with everyone working on school assignments and hanging out. When it was time to turn in, Mushu and Korin curled up in Eri's crib, snuggled next to her to ensure she was comfy. Her parents took as many pictures as they could before heading to bed themselves. The next morning, Izuku and the girls woke up to the familiar sensation of their pets playing with them. Izuku had one cat nibbling on his face, while Ochako and Momo felt one alternating between their feet. "This was a feeling I did not miss yesterday with you troublemakers." Izuku sat up to see Mushu on his face and Korin playing at the foot of the bed, thinking their feet were toys. "Who's at the foot of the bed?" Ochako asked, and Izuku passed Mushu to her. "I'll give you a hint, it's not this one." As they slowly got up, they saw Korin looking at them with Momo's big toe in his mouth. Momo turned to see it was 7 in the morning, with Eri giggling at them. "They work better than an alarm clock, if anything. I'd rather not wake up to the feeling of my toes being chewed on by a small cat." Momo picked up Eri, realizing she needed a change. Izuku took care of that while the girls went down to the common area for breakfast. "Come in, Snowball, time to get you into a clean diaper." Eri smiled as Izuku changed her. When he finished, he joined Ochako and Momo, who were making breakfast with Korin and Mushu relaxing on the counter. "Really, you two? You couldn't do that in our bed." Eri reached for them as the cat duo walked over to lick her head. "Ah." Izuku noticed Ishido and Hagakure watching. "That's adorable. Do they always do that?" "Enough that it's normal. I think Eri sees them as siblings," Ochako replied, smiling as Eri petted the cats. Just then, Mineta walked in and caught sight of Ochako and Momo in shorts, leading him to dream. "Keep your thoughts to yourself, pervert, and don't make them with me in the room." Mineta glanced at Izuku, who was still tired and didn't fully threaten him. "I still don't understand how someone like you got 2 amazing girls." Zap! A lightning bolt barely missed Mineta, making his face tingle. He looked over to see Izuku, now angered. "Wanna try that again?" The perv ran away as Izuku blew smoke off his finger. "Nice shooting, Texas." Izuku turned to see his wives smiling as they prepared breakfast for everyone. "Now it's time to rustle up some victuals, cowboy," Ochako said in a playful Western accent, while Momo fashioned a ranch hat, making everyone laugh. They enjoyed breakfast as more classmates joined in, adjusting to dorm life and chatting with their new friends. Things took a turn when Bakugo stormed in, demanding a rematch with Izuku and becoming aggressive when denied. However, he quieted down when he saw Momo holding a baseball bat and Ochako wielding an oversized mallet, emphasizing the need for him to back off. Some hours passed when Izuku heard a knock on the door. He opened it to see a familiar green-haired girl with a smile. "Inko, nice to see you again." He glanced down to see his niece in his sister-in-law's arms. "Hello to you too, Toshiki. How is my favorite niece doing today?" Izuku picked up Toshiki, who was happy to be held by her uncle. "So how's Toshi handling being a teacher, Inko?" he asked. "He's managing. Teaching is new to him, so it's something he's trying to work with." "The flashcards were a dead giveaway," Ochako said with a laugh while Eri, in her arms, reached for Toshiki. The two placed the infants in a playpen where they began playing with some stuffed animals. "Yo, Shimura, who's the fox?" Jiraiya asked, but Kaminari received a smack upside the head from her before Izuku could answer. "This is Inko Shimura, my sister-in-law and All Might's wife. If you hit on her again, you might just get a Texas smash to the face from a very protective husband." "Be it." Tosiki threw a stuffed bear at Kaminari, who immediately got on his hands and knees to apologize. Izuku thought to himself, mention my family once in this group and everyone panics. Anyway, are you sure you can handle watching the two, Inko? I don't want to place too much of a burden on you. It's fine, Izuku. These two tend to be much more entertaining together than I could be. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo walked over to the pen to give Eri goodbye kisses. Your mommies and daddy will be back later, okay? Will you be a good girl for Auntie Inko? Eri smiled at her parents before being put back in the pen. If you need anything, please call us. Momo, it's all right. I'm certain these two will not be a handful. Okay then. We appreciate this, Inko, so we'll find something nice for you as a way to make it up. Thank you for the thought. Enjoy your date. The three left, and Mushu and Korin found their way into the playpen to play with the infants. Seems you two made yourselves at home, Inko said, opening a book while most of Class A went about their daily lives. In the city, the trio began walking around, taking in their surroundings. It's been a while since we were out just the three of us, hasn't it? I must agree, Ochako. I enjoy our time alone, but it feels strange without Eri, Momo added. When they passed a small bookstore, Momo asked if they could go in, and both agreed. They browsed the selection, with Momo finding an encyclopedia on advanced items she wanted to try. Ochako discovered a new manga in a series she liked, while Izuku picked up a book titled 101 Bedtime Stories for Kids. After paying, they felt as if they were being watched. Momo created a small mirror and saw their classmates Ashido, Kirishima, Hagakure, Jairu, and Kaminari tailing them. What do you want to do about this, Aizu? Izuku thought for a moment before getting a playful idea. Let's mess with them a little. Both girls nodded, giggling. They found a store with adult items, and the five followed them in. Kirishima and Jairu turned a little red at the sight of some of the items. Things escalated when Momo began looking at some revealing lingerie, causing Jairu's mind to short-circuit. As this went on, Ochako showed Momo a few items and they both laughed. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku approached, holding a movie and saying something that made the others blush with curiosity. They made their purchase and left the store, heading into a local pharmacy. Jairu was unable to move, so Kaminari agreed to carry her on his back. Inside, they found Ochako and Momo in front of some items. Upon closer inspection, they realized the two were looking at P-arginin CY tests. Are they thinking they might be P-arginin T or something? Ashido whispered, and everyone tried to figure it out. Izuku walked over with a smile, holding up a bottle. The five leaned in to hear bits of their conversation. Are you both sure about this? Indeed. I would adore to have your children, Izuku. Same here. Let's have a big happy family. Then I'll make sure to keep you both satisfied tonight. The guys dropped their mouths at this comment, while Ashido and Hagakure blushed. They're trying to have babies? No way. Conflicted by this information, they didn't notice the trio walking away. In an attempt to not lose them, they ran after them, seeing them walking down the street with a few bags. The three stopped at a building and turned to head inside. Jairu finally regained consciousness and realized where they were. Why are we in front of a motel? Her shout made all five of them aware of the situation. The three were planning to use their time to conceive a child with what they had bought, FRTLTY drags to ensure success, items for the occasion, and the motel to avoid disturbing their daughter if they succeeded. The five rushed in, only to be halted by Izuku, who made their feet stick to the ground. Care to explain why the five of you were tailing us all day? Izuku asked, looking at them with a hint of agitation. Ochako and Momo stood beside him, sharing the same expression. Sorry, we wanted to see what you three do on dates, and we stumbled upon you preparing for another baby or two, Ashido admitted, her head down as the three began to laugh at them. They motioned for the group to follow outside to clarify a few things. To be fair, we've known you were following us since the beginning, Ochako said, watching the five look at her in confusion. Honestly, we were just messing with you to show you why you shouldn't do this. But what about the pharmacy stuff? The P-arginin CY tests and the FRTLTY drags, one of them asked. Iron vitamins and thermometers, Izuku replied, pulling them out to show. I need quite a bit of iron in my diet, as my doctor said my quirk can cause issues with my levels when I make myself weightless. Okay, but what about the talk in the store? Just acting to mess with you, Izuku said flatly. Jiraiya chimed in. But what about the adult store? You three bought some items there, and I doubt there's much misinterpretation. Oh that? I figured I would do something nice for Mineta since I usually threaten him. I want to be his friend, but he needs to stop being inappropriate with my wives first. Honestly, I'd rather Izuku not since he looks at us with those eyes, Momo said, passing the bag to show only a video inside. So this entire trip, you've been messing with us? One of the five exclaimed. That's right, Kaminari said, holding his head down as the trio laughed. You should have seen your faces when you thought we were actually thinking about having more kids. Priceless. Izuku laughed loudly and Hagakure asked, So you don't plan on having kids? Izuku was about to respond but was interrupted by Momo and Ochako in unison. Oh, we are, and it will be sooner rather than later since we found out that she's PRNT, they said, pointing at each other. Not 12 seconds later, Izuku passed out. Both girls laughed at their husband as Ashido asked, Wait, you're both PRNT? No, that was a joke, Mina, Ochako clarified, with Momo explaining, We like to mess with Izuku a bit, so we figured this would be the perfect time to joke about being PRNT before it actually happens. They looked over to see Izuku still unconscious, a big smile on his face. To be fair, I think you both made him really happy with that thought, Kirishima noted, glancing at Izuku on the ground. At least we know he would like that idea. Ochako nodded at Momo before making Izuku weightless to carry him home. Before they left, they stopped at a cake shop to get a green tea cake for Inko, as she enjoyed the flavor. The eight walked through the door to find Inko sitting on the couch with Tosiki and Eri on her lap, watching a show. Izuku regained consciousness just before returning and lifted Eri into his arms, making her smile. How was today for you three? He asked. It was nice, Ochako replied. Mainly because of these five, but it was still really good to relax and be our age. She brought the cake over to Inko, who thanked them while Tosiki tried to grab it with her tiny hands. Inko took the cake and the infant into the kitchen to open the box and cut a small slice for Tosiki to try. The baby seemed to enjoy it and smiled at Inko before hugging her. So how was Eri for you? I know she can sometimes be a handful, Inko asked. She was content. She and Tosiki played most of the time with little to no problems, Izuku replied. That's good. He brought Eri over to her mother's, who she practically jumped to. After a bit more small talk, Inko had to leave for an early shift at the hospital. She said her goodbyes and offered to babysit again if the couple needed someone to watch Eri. They thanked her before she left. As they turned around, Mineta walked in and panicked upon seeing Izuku. Perv, catch, Izuku said, tossing a DVD to him. What's the catch? Mineta asked, confused. No catch. I just wanted to give it to you to show I'm not a bad guy. You treat us nicely and respect that these two are my wives, we can be friends. You don't, and you know what happens, Izuku warned, pointing to the still broken window from when Bakugo had tried to pick a fight with him. Thanks, Mineta said, walking away, shaking as he read the back of the case. I'm gonna pretend I don't know what's running through his brain right now. Izuku shivered as he remembered what the back of the DVD said before feeling Eri needed a change. The weekend came and went in a blink of an eye for everyone, and they began settling in. The members of Class A had started their school day waiting for their homeroom teacher. Where's Eri? Izuku decided to play a little peekaboo with Eri, as she seemed to enjoy it quite a bit. There she is. The act made the little girl giggle, and everyone enjoyed the sound of her laughter. Even Mineta was a little happy to see this, knowing he liked the lighting user much better in a content mood than one where she seemed upset. They stopped when Aizawa came into the classroom, not wanting to distract from anything he had to say. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Ba we ba ada. Aizawa looked at Eri and smirked a little. I'll take that as you saying good morning, little Shimura. He returned to his normal, serious demeanor before starting. I went over your battle work yesterday, and for the most part, I am content. Two that I want to point out, however, are Bakugu and Izuku. He turned to Bakugu first. Your ego needs to be fixed. Being the best means more than having talent and strength. He turned to Izuku next. Nicely done on your part, but you've still got a long way to go. Don't let the fact you're ahead of everyone at the moment go to your head. Izuku nodded as the drowsy teacher moved on to his next order of business. Everyone gasped, thinking it was another test with someone possibly being expelled if they didn't score high enough. You need to pick a class rep and vice rep. Thank goodness, it's just normal school stuff. People began to go into a frenzy trying to get themselves elected as class rep. We need someone really manly to be our class rep. I want to be it. Pick me. As class rep, all girls' school skirts will be. Mineta. Izuku stated his name to stop him. The small great perv sat quietly as Izuku kept his attention on Eri. Good little perv. This surprised everyone as they saw Izuku control their classmate with just a few words. Enough of all this, we need to place it to a vote. Ida shouted from his seat with his hand raised. Wouldn't we all just vote for ourselves, though? Ashido stated, and Ida didn't argue, knowing it was likely to happen. However, some would vote for someone they believed capable. Izuku agreed with this, along with others, to at least give it a try. They started writing down who they deemed worthy before every vote was counted. When they were, Izuku was the class rep by 3 votes, with Momo being the vice rep by 2. All right, which one of you voted for him? Thank you for making a point why we didn't vote for you, Kachin, Izuku stated with a deadpan expression. To be honest, I'm not even going to take the mantle. You wanted it, right, Ida? But why don't you want it? Izuku sat down with Eri in his arms. Family reasons. Everyone started to understand, seeing Eri play with Izuku's face for a few moments. Alright then, class rep is Ida with Shimura Momo being vice rep. Time for first PRD. Time skipped to lunch. The Shimura family began eating, with Eri sitting on Ochako's lap and playing with a bottle she had for her formula. Out of the blue, Ida decided to ask Izuku something he was curious about. Shimura, why did you give up the role of class rep and give it to me? All 3 lifted their heads to hear Izuku's answer. If I did, Eri's time with 2 of her parents would be limited. Though we can't always have all 3 of us giving her attention, we at least try to make it so she has the 2 of us around her so she doesn't feel like she's missing out. Eri began hitting the bottle on the table, trying to speak. You're an honorable man, Shimura. I'll do my best with the opportunity you gave me. That's all I needed to hear. Izuku began eating when a blonde guy elbowed the back of his head. Hey buddy, you mind being a little careful? Izuku stated, noticing the guy laughing. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe that big head of yours is just in the way. The guy laughed before noticing Eri gumming her bottle. I see you Class A are so caught up in your own egos that one of you got in trouble and became a... The guy was silenced by Izuku punching him with the back of his fist. Hey, do you have kids? Of course not. Izuku held electricity in his hand to make his point clear. You won't get to have any if you don't back off. The blonde still didn't get the message, and Eri took it upon herself to chuck her bottle at him, understanding that he was just being mean. As it hit, the bottle landed right between his eyes, causing a moment of silence before. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. Dang Eri, you can target, one of them exclaimed. She is your daughter, Izuku, another added. Just as the laughter continued, a redhead approached and playfully karate chopped the back of the blonde's neck. Sorry about him. Monoma wanted to pick a fight even after I warned him it was a bad idea. No worries. You tried to warn him and stopped before he got into a worse situation. The redhead smiled as she introduced herself. My name is Itsuka Kendo, and you've already met Class B's Nito Monoma. I'm Izuku Shimura. These are my wives, Ochako and Momo, our daughter Eri, and our classmates Tenya Ida and Tsuyu Azui. Everyone exchanged greetings before going their separate ways to finish lunch. She seems like a nice person, Momo remarked, with Ochako agreeing while Eri tried to grab some of Ochako's food. She does. Maybe we could be friends. After lunch, the class of 1A gathered in their classroom as Mr. Aizawa entered to explain the day's activities. Today, we will be taking a field trip off campus to a facility for your next hero class. This will be rescue training with myself, All Might, and a third person to assist. As he spoke, Aizawa pressed a button to reveal everyone's hero costumes. You can choose to wear your costumes or P uniforms today. I don't care which one you wear, just meet me outside in 5. With that, Aizawa left, and everyone opted for their hero costumes as they headed to the changing room. After changing and waiting for the bus, Ida attempted to organize everyone by seating order but quickly realized it was futile, as it resembled a commuter bus. Eri found herself sitting with her mothers while Izuku sat at the front between Azui and Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, can I ask you about your family? Azui inquired. Sure. What is it about? Call me Tsu. Izuku sighed and corrected himself. Oh, Tsu, what's on your mind? Well, you and All Might seem like brothers from how you talk about him, but you don't look alike. Why is that? Because he's adopted. I don't think much about my older brother not being my biological sibling, but it can be annoying when people say things like that. His biological parents couldn't care for him, and he was given to my mother as a toddler. Almost 20 years later, I was born. I see him as my brother, and he's fatherly to me since my actual dad died before my mother even knew she was P-Arginine with me. So, it's just something I don't dwell on. Sounds like he's a great role model for you, Kirishima commented, prompting Tsu to ask another question. What's your mom like? To raise you and the #1 pro hero, she must be amazing. You have no idea, Izuku, Momo, and Ochako replied in unison, with Izuku elaborating. My mother was the former pro hero paragon, who retired shortly after having me. Wait, you mean that hero on the posters in your bedroom? Kaminari asked while Momo blushed. Yeah, and she's still strong enough to take on anyone here. She even puts our #1 pro in his place when he gets a little too confident, Ochako added, giggling as Momo recalled moments when Nana would knock the wind out of Tashanori. So do you 3 manage well with your unique marriage? Tsu asked. For the most part. We have small disagreements like most couples, but nothing that affects our care for one another. I'd do anything to keep them happy, and they feel the same way about me. Isn't that what love is about? The guys were surprised, while the girls were excited for the two who had a husband that loved them so much. We're here, get off, Aizawa announced as the bus came to a stop. Exiting, they were greeted by a massive building and a familiar pro hero. Hello Yue. It's nice to meet you all, the Space Hero 13 said, prompting Ochako to cheer. Ooh, 13's one of my all-time favorite heroes. Her family laughed at her enthusiasm. I don't want to hear it from you, Momo. You practically fangirled when you realized Izuku's mother is Paragon. Maybe, but I didn't do it in front of our new classmates, Ochako replied, as Izuku handed her a 13 plushie he had asked to be signed. Here you go, Ochako. I took the liberty to ask if he'd sign it for you. A smile spread across her face as they stood together, content, while 13 explained what they would be doing that day. The space hero detailed how the facility was designed to help pros learn to handle natural disasters better, known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. As they entered, the area appeared enormous, filled with setups for various natural disasters. Suddenly, the lights began to flicker, and a strange portal opened in the center of the plaza. When the doors opened, a large number of people emerged, with Kirishima thinking it was part of the training. Cool, they even have fake villains here. Those aren't fakes, they're real villains. We are the League of Villains, and we have come to kill All Might. Aizawa jumped down immediately, with 13 guarding the students. Izuku looked over to Ida, who was watching in horror. Ida, go get help. The engine Quirk user nodded but was stopped by a man made of black mist blocking their way. Hello, we are the League of Villains. We've come here to kill All Might, but it appears he is not here. Has there been a change in the schedule? Izuku attempted to use his quirk on the Mist Man, but Kirishima and Kaminari blocked his line of fire. Quite a nuisance you all are. Now, disperse. The Mist Man began to separate everyone, and Izuku found himself hovering above a giant pool of water. Like I'm falling into a trap. He used his electromagnetism to float above the water and saw shadows of people beneath the surface. He made his way to a boat where his classmates Tsu and Mineta were. They regrouped, trying to figure out what had happened. Where are we? Best guess, still in the USJ. I can't see them teleporting us so far away. Izuku looked around, recalling what his mom taught him about analyzing situations. You're in an area meant to simulate a flood zone for a natural disaster, with multiple enemies around and 2 classmates with you. Tsu, can you jump over this zone? Not fully, but I think I can make it to the shoreline. More importantly, can you jump to a point not touching the water? They sent me to the worst zone possible. For them. Izuku grinned wildly. Mineta and Tsu exchanged uneasy glances as a ball of electricity formed in Izuku's hand. I wouldn't get wet if I were you. He floated off the side of the boat and fired the energy ball into the water below. The ball of lightning illuminated the water as it sank, and when it crashed into the ground, the water instantly boiled, arcs of lightning dancing across the surface. The villains in the water were electrocuted, floating to the surface unconscious and smelling of cooked fish. Izuku turned to Mineta and Tsu with a grin. They have no idea what our quirks are and sent one of the 2 people in our class with electricity quirks to a saltwater lake. Saltwater is highly conductive, add lightning to the mix, and well, you see what happened. The 2 held onto Izuku as he manipulated their magnetic polarity to float over the water and back to shore, avoiding any lingering electric waves. Once on the shore, they watched their teacher being overwhelmed by a giant muscle-bound villain. What is that thing? Looks like a monster gone wrong. Izuku exclaimed, witnessing Aizawa's arms snap. Arfk! Izuku felt electricity crackling in his hair. These freaks are going down. Was about to intervene when Tsu grabbed him. Don't. It won't end well. Just then, the mist man approached. My apologies, Shigaraki, but one has escaped. Shigaraki scratched his neck in frustration. Kurogyari, I'd kill you if you weren't our ticket out of here. I guess we'll just have to leave then. Tsu and Mineta sighed in relief until Shigaraki glanced at the 3. In an instant he was almost within reach of Tsu. Fearing for her safety, Izuku unleashed his lightning at full voltage. The giant muscle beast defended itself, but was thrown toward Shigaraki, landing with a thud. As it fell, its fingers touched the ground, causing the floor to disintegrate. That could have been me if I hadn't acted. Tsu was internally shaken by the near miss. You want a fight? Then come get one. Izuku's challenge angered Shigaraki. Nomu, kill the boy. The monstrous Nomu charged at Izuku, who channeled electricity and 5% of one for all into his hands. He threw a punch, which the beast caught, nearly burning its arm. You like it? I can hold large amounts of electrical volts at once. Think of me as your walking generator. Izuku charged at the Nomu, dodging its attack and countering with a powerful punch to its stomach. The loud sound of what was believed to be thunder echoed in the facility, signaling the members of Class A to reconnect at the center. They watched as Izuku faced off against the monstrous creature accompanying Shigaraki. As they fought, Izuku realized the beast could regenerate easily, prompting a smirk from him. So you can take what I dish out, huh? Let's see what you can really do then. Izuku charged at the Nomu, delivering quick jabs to its stomach before dodging and dislocating one of its arms, only for the creature to attempt to grab him with its remaining arm, which Izuku swiftly tore off. He then kicked the creature's legs out from under it and slammed his fist into its chest, crushing its ribcage and causing it to drop. The Nomu attempted to regenerate again, but Izuku knew he had to act decisively. Now's as good a time as any to attempt this. Izuku formed what looked like a bow with one hand and pulled back an arrow of pure energy with the other. Ultimate move. He released the arrow, which shot directly at the Nomu's brain, creating a blinding light. Tudya Krisi, Zeus's judgment. As the light faded, everyone saw that the Nomu remained unharmed, and Shigaraki laughed mockingly. How sad that move didn't work. Nomu, kill the boy. The Nomu lunged at Izuku, who caught its punch, startling everyone. Tudya Krisi is a technique I created to sever the link in the brain that allows one to use their quirk. In short, I can make someone permanently quirkless with it. Izuku punched the Nomu again, demonstrating that it was now as powerless as an ordinary person. Shigaraki, hearing this, began scratching his neck in frustration. You cheated! You cheater! He charged at Izuku, who prepared to dodge, but suddenly felt his legs go numb. Damn it! I went too far. Just as Shigaraki reached for Izuku's face, a piece of pipe flew at him, followed by a cannonball. Step off our husband, hand man! Ochako and Momo shouted, with Eri making a fierce face from her hijinks on Momo's chest. The four found themselves in a standoff just as the entrance doors burst open. Have no fear, for I am here. All Might entered, his usual smile replaced by a serious expression. The Warp Gate villain Kurogiri appeared beside Shigaraki, ready to open a portal for their escape. This isn't over, little brat. I'll get you and your little friends too. With that, Shigaraki vanished, leaving Izuku on one knee, relieved. Izuku! Ochako and Momo rushed to his side, and he smiled at them. You three are okay, that's a relief. All Might approached and lifted Izuku onto his shoulder. Nicely done, Izuku. You saved everyone and possibly even my own bacon. Babe Eri! Eri shouted, reaching for her father. Let's head somewhere I can lay down, Eri, then I'll hold you. The five of them made their way to the infirmary, where Izuku could rest with Eri lying on his stomach as they recounted what had happened to the principal. Once everything settled, the family returned to the dorms to enjoy a quiet evening indoors, having had enough excitement for one day. The day had started out normally for Shiromo, the CEO. However, he and his wife planned to visit UA to check on Momo and her family after the recent invasion attempt. As a housewarming gift, Akito had arranged for the chefs to prepare a small box of the trio's favorite foods and something special for Eri, who couldn't chew yet. They were about to leave when an unexpected visitor arrived. Sir. Yes, Henry? We have Endeavor outside and he wishes to speak with you. Shiromo was curious about the visit and instructed the guard to let the number 2 pro in. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. Endeavor greeted them with a bow, which they returned. I'd offer you a seat, but I'm afraid you might set something on fire. It's all right, this should not take long. Akito went to the kitchen to ensure lunch was ready while the two men spoke. I'll cut to the chase since I'm not a fan of small talk. I would like your daughter to marry my youngest son. Shiromo was about to respond when Endeavor continued with a pitch similar to the one he had given Izuku. Think of the strength their child could have, combining your daughter's creation quirk and my son's thermokinesis. They would be unstoppable, not even All Might could defeat them. Shiromo thought to himself, is this what I sounded like when I pitched the idea to Izuku the first time? I understand the potential, sir, but it's impossible for your son to marry my daughter. What? She's already married to a nice young gentleman. Endeavor struggled to contain his frustration at having come all this way for nothing and carefully asked his next question. Who has the pleasure? Izuku Shimura. Paragon's child and All Might's little brother. A very nice boy who cares for her happiness and is undoubtedly very strong. I, for one, am glad he cherishes my daughter the way he does. Shiromo started to laugh happily before noticing the flames on Endeavor growing larger. I shall take my leave then. He exited, but not before singeing the doorframe, which Shiromo did not appreciate. Honey, do you remember if our insurance covers fire damage to the doorframe? I believe it does. Why? Let's just say Endeavor was not too pleased to know Momo's married. Meanwhile, with the young Shimuras, the family of 4 sat in a detective's office waiting for a familiar face to appear for Izuku. Nice to see you're doing well, Izuku. It truly has been a while, Tsukachi. He shut the door and pulled the camera wires to ensure their conversation remained private. All right, now we can speak without someone overhearing us. Ochako and Momo looked at Izuku for an explanation as he began to share what was going on. This is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, an old friend of Toshi's who can help us on the police force. He also knows about OFA and its backstory, so don't be afraid to share with him. That helps a lot. Indeed. Bah! Eri shouted, trying to mimic her parents. All right, let's get down to business. I need you all to tell me everything you found out about these two. Tsukachi passed 2 photos showing Shigaraki and the Nomu. Izuku started to explain what he knew about the creature known as Nomu, noting that it had more than one quirk. Given that such perfect hybrids were extremely rare, it was safe to say this was not a normal case. He also mentioned how the creature seemed unable to fight or think for itself, adding to the mystery. As he explained Shigaraki, he noted how childish he seemed, as if everything was just a game to him, throwing a tantrum when things didn't go his way. He also mentioned a mist man named Kurogiri, who appeared to be their potential escape route, adding uncertainty to the situation. Thank you for all this. We also did some DNA testing on the individual you identified as Nomu and found he was a D-class thug who went missing some time ago. We discovered that whatever happened to him caused his DNA to mesh with 3 others, making things even stranger. The thought of someone altering another's genetic structure so severely sickened both Ochako and Momo, while Izuku could only think of one twisted mind capable of such an act. I know that look, Izuku, and I agree with you. Only one man we know could do something like this. I just can't believe he's alive. That hit by Toshi should have killed him. Wait, you mean that man? Momo asked, recognizing the danger of the individual she was thinking of, prompting both to nod. If we're dealing with a 100-year-old monster, I'm not surprised he's alive, honestly. Ochako said, the temperature in the room dropping as Izuku clarified. The man who put a hole in my brother's stomach killed my father, along with all the predecessors of OFA before my mother. A man whose name was lost to the ages, known only as All for One. The mention of his name sent shivers down the spines of the 4 adults, causing Eri to stop what she was doing and look at her parents silently. The day after the incident at the USJ, Nizu called an immediate meeting to discuss what had happened at the facility. So you're telling us that Shimura has the ability to permanently erase quirks? Not erase, per se, Midnight. What he does is a bit more complex. All Might began to explain how, at a young age, their mother believed it would be possible for him to do this by practicing on people on death row with authorization. You see, the brain has a specific nerve that connects to the part of the brain that produces the quirk factor. The issue is that this is located near a major artery in the brain that handles basic functions in the body. This technique took years of trial and error for him to master, allowing him to aim precisely to leave the target alive while disabling their quirk. So, in short, it's a more advanced version of my quirk since it temporarily blocks the connection to some degree. Correct. Mike raised his hand, concerned about the implications of the technique. How many people did he have to practice on before he could target that spot with confidence? The pro remained silent, emphasizing that it was quite a few, making most people in the room go pale. This is why he practiced on death row inmates. He was also shown exactly where in the brain he needed to target by specialists, so he had a clear image of where to hit. Aizawa spoke again, addressing the current issue. You do realize that whoever this League of Villains is, they will target your brother now, right? I know, which is why we need to be very cautious about how we proceed against this group. The meeting continued with discussions about the upcoming sports festival and how they should increase security. Back with the Shimuras. After finishing up at the police station, the family was finally able to head home and enjoy the rest of the day as they wished. Eri began to get a little fussy from a soiled diaper, prompting the group to take a small detour to a restroom in a nearby park. Since it wouldn't take long, Ochako offered to handle changing Eri while Izuku and Momo waited on a nearby park bench. While they waited, they were unexpectedly approached by Endeavor in civilian clothes, trying to blow off some steam. If it isn't All Might's kin, he said, his expression filled with anger. Can I help you, Mr. Todoroki? Izuku asked, looking up at him. Endeavor's gaze hardened. I don't care what your relationship with the Yaoyorozu girl is, but end it. Why would I do that? Flames flickered on Endeavor's shoulders as Momo stepped in to mediate. We're at a park, you two. Please don't turn this into a war zone. Ochako walked over with Eri, who started giggling and reaching for her father. Hello, Eri. Do you feel better? The sight of Eri in Izuku's arms, along with the 2 girls wearing rings, ignited another wave of anger in Endeavor. I'm going to say this nicely once more. End this marriage with Yaoyorozu so Shoto can marry her. You listen nicely, and this doesn't have to get ugly. Izuku glanced at Momo before asking, Momo, do you have any reason to longing what he's implying? Nope. I'm happy where we are right now. Endeavor's flames flared as he glared at Izuku. Do not test me, boy. You cross me and you're going to get burned. You think your threats scare me? Did this even go by Shoto before you suggested this? If having someone for your son is so important, find a woman who isn't already in a happy marriage to swindle into this, because we aren't letting you do as you please. Lightning crackled around Izuku, and Eri, sensing her father's anger, showed a hint of fear. If you do anything to harm my family, I will end you regardless of you being the number 2 hero or my classmate's father. The two glared at each other until a new voice interrupted. Whatever you're doing to anger the Shimuras, stop right now. They turned to see Todoroki, visibly upset. Shoto, I'd like you to meet your new wife. I never agreed to this and am already happily married. Now leave before you upset our daughter more than you already are. Momo had seen enough of the confrontation and stepped in to protect her family. Endeavor backed off for the moment, allowing Izuku to cool down. Once he did, he noticed Eri starting to cry. It's okay, Eri. Daddy isn't mad at you. No need to cry. He held her close, trying to calm his racing heart. He had been threatened in front of their child, who had nothing to do with this. You all okay? Izuku asked Todoroki, irritation evident on his face. What's it to you? Todoroki replied. Look, I didn't even know he was doing this until he said what he did just now. I have no longing to comply with him or hurt your family, so please understand I'm against what he attempted to do. Izuku calmed down enough to respond. I believe you. You haven't given me a reason not to. Thank you. The group of 5 began heading home, trying to process what had just happened. Todoroki explained that his father had done some terrible things in the past, including manipulating his mother and subjecting him to harsh training to surpass all might. After sharing this, he apologized again to Izuku and Momo for his father's actions. They reassured him not to worry as they continued on their way back to UA. Upon arrival, Momo was greeted by her parents waiting for approval from the school to be let in. Mother, father, what are you doing here? Momo, sweetie, how are you doing? Her mother hugged her, while Shuromo approached Izuku. How are things, Izuku? Fine, sir. I overheard about the incident at the USJ the other day. Did any of you get hurt? For the most part, we're fine. Just a few scrapes and bruises that are easy to heal, but I made sure we were safe. While giving us a scare. Ochako chimed in, prompting a light laugh from the group. All right, Yaoyorozu, you and your wife can enter, Toshi said, arriving at the entrance. Seems I don't have to hunt you 3 down to tell you they're here. As they walked inside, Akito handed Izuku a large amount of food as a thank you for their time. Shuromo then spoke about his earlier conversation with Endeavor. Izuku, you are still on good terms with my daughter, correct? We have small quarrels, but nothing too bad. Shuromo hesitated before continuing. Endeavor visited our estate before we left for here. He wanted to propose a Quirk marriage between you and his son. I told him it was not possible, but I may have rubbed him the wrong way. Izuku felt anger rise within him, knowing Endeavor had not only confronted him and Momo directly but had also involved her parents. I'm sorry if my father did anything to upset you and your wife, Mr. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki said, smiling at Shuromo. It's okay, son. You don't have to worry about it. He seemed to get the picture before he left. The students all shared a silent thought, recalling the fight that had broken out at the park earlier. Ochako opened the door for everyone as Izuku placed the food on the counter and began passing out plates. Would you like to eat with us, sir? You came all this way, we should at least give you a nice visit to leave on. I'd love to, Izuku, but I only have a few minutes before I need to head back to the office. The main reason for my visit was to make sure you all are alright. I hope to hear from you all soon, however. Shuromo hugged Momo, and Akito did the same before giving Eri a kiss. Safe travels, sir. If you want to get rid of Endeavor, I might know a slightly more legal way to do so. Remember, Shu and I want another grandkid, Akito said with a wink before walking off to join her husband. The three went red at this, and Momo recalled what they had said about Endeavor. Izuku, I'm so sorry you had to deal with him. It's not your fault, Momo. The man was difficult the first day I met him. To be honest, this doesn't surprise me, but it doesn't make me happy either. The tension in the room was thick, and Ochako tried to lighten the mood. Why don't we go out tomorrow? You know, a nice day on the town, a good lunch. It'll take our minds off what happened. Izuku and Momo considered this when Aizawa entered. I'm pretty sure your mother wouldn't mind watching Eri, Shimura. Izuku looked over at his teacher. Why do you think that? Because I'm standing behind him. Nana entered with a smirk, picking up her grandchild. The Yaoyorozus aren't the only ones that want another grandkid. I love Eri to death, but that doesn't mean I'm content with just spoiling her rotten. Aizawa passed an applesauce packet to Eri, and the trio shouted in unison, "Stop getting her addicted to those things. Maybe an outing will help us with this. What do you say, Izuku? If it's fine with all of you, then okay." Yes. Eri's getting a new brother or sister. Nobody said we were ending with that. Why do I deal with you all? Aizawa left with an applesauce packet in his mouth, pretending he hadn't heard anything, knowing he might have to deal with more family dynamics in the future. After the idea settled in Ochako and Momo's minds, they began to imagine having an actual family life with Izuku caring for them, envisioning him hugging their growing bellies. Both blushed deeply, and steam seemed to rise from their heads. I think I broke your wives, Izuku. CRP. Todoroki, can you make some ice for Ochako and Momo? My mom just put an image in their heads. I should charge you for this, but whatever. Todoroki complied, and the two began to return to their normal color. And maybe that isn't a bad idea, they thought as Eri giggled at their embarrassment. The day after the talk with Endeavor, the Shimura family went about their daily routine, yesterday's conversations still fresh in their minds. Hey, Izuku? Momo asked as he brought tea for everyone. What's up? Well, would it actually be something bad if, you know, Eri had another sibling? As in one made by us? Izuku was taken aback. His wife was suggesting they could have a baby, and the idea slowly sank in. He imagined Momo with their child, envisioning a baby with black hair and silver eyes, a mix of both their features. It wouldn't just be me. Ochako would also join in this. It wouldn't be fair if she wasn't. With that, Izuku imagined a similar scenario with Ochako, picturing a child with her chocolate-colored hair and her signature blush. The images overwhelmed him, causing a nosebleed, which Ochako noticed as she entered. Are you both almost ready to go? Izuku's mom is almost here. Why yeah, let's go greet mom at the gate. Izuku jumped up, with Momo following closely behind. As they walked, Ochako held Eri, contemplating the possibility of having a child of her own. She loved Eri but couldn't help but wonder about having one herself. You three must be willing to get into the baby-making thing if you're meeting me here, Nana said with a smirk, causing them all to blush. Actually, we thought of meeting you at the gate since you're taking time to do this for us. It is very nice of you to do this, mother-in-law. Momo bowed, trying to correct herself as the retired pro picked up Eri. It's all right. I at least get to hang out with one of my granddaughters. Are we going to have fun today, little snowball? Nana spoke to Eri in a playful manner, making her giggle. They continued back to the dorms for her to stand in front of them. I've got it from here, just go and have a nice time out. Also, make sure to finish up inside Izuku. Nana laughed at her son's expense as the girls held a prominent blush of red knowing what she meant. The three said their goodbyes before leaving into town trying to think of something to do. So what do you two want to do today? Ochako looked over to see Izuku and Momo a little off. Izuku? Momo? Huh. They came out of their daze to notice Ochako looking at them. You two okay? Yeah. Let's go in this place, it looks nice. They walked into the shop to notice it was a baby clothing store. Oh, look at all these cute little outfits. Eri would look so cute in these. Ochako dragged Momo in with her to leave Izuku to look around. In a clearance section, he noticed a baby onesie of his mother's hero costume to bring a smile to his face. I bet Momo would flip if she saw this. Izuku immediately remembered his argument with the flame hero yesterday and how he tried to get him to divorce Momo. If we did have a baby, that would settle this with there being no room for Endeavor to fight. In that moment, the lightning user immediately freaked over what he had said. What am I thinking? Momo has to be content with this before we even do this. May I help you find something, sir? Sorry. I was just browsing. Izuku turned to see a woman in her 30s with an 8-month P-Arginine stomach. A Paragon fan are we? Something like that. Someone I know is actually a bigger fan. The woman looked at Izuku's hand to notice the ring on his finger. Your wife? Well, yeah. Izuku looked in the clearance section to try and find some other things before he decided to ask the clerk a question. I'm sorry to ask this, miss, but do you have concerns about being a future mother? The few. But my husband loves me and our child, so it's just a matter of how you look at it. If it isn't something you two feel as if you're forced to do and think you're ready, I don't see why it would be a problem. What's on your mind? Izuku took a deep breath before explaining it in the easiest way he can. Well, me and my wife were talking about having a baby and I'm for it, don't get me wrong. But something feels as if I need to hold off. If I don't, I'm afraid we may make a mistake from it. Having children is not easy, sir. Anyone can make a baby, but not everyone can be a parent. If you truly think it isn't time yet to have one, talk to your wife about it and say you need a little time. Rushing into things isn't going to make that unease go away. The woman started to rub her stomach a bit to state proof. This baby was thought long and hard for 3 years. Just give it time and let the thought sink in. It's better to be patient than rush things. Thank you. Also, I hope your child grows up happy. You're welcome and I have faith it will. Izuku walked deeper into the store to find Ochako and Momo looking at a second crib. They noticed him to see Izuku walk up to both and kiss them before showing the Paragon onesie he found. Momo was ecstatic that he could find it with them explaining what they could about infant cribs they had in the store. In the end, they decided at the moment just to go with the onesie Izuku found for Eri and checked out. While walking, Izuku looked at his wives before asking a serious question. Hey Ochako, Momo, do you both think it's really the right time to make kids? To be honest, I'm not 100% after everything that happened the other day. I think it would be just cruel to do to a child. Making them just to stop someone from messing with our marriage, it just feels wrong. Izuku let out a sigh knowing Momo wasn't completely willing to go for this. I'm kinda with Momo too. It does feel kinda wrong and I do wanna wait a little. Sigh, that's a relief. I thought I was the only one having second thoughts. The three laughed while looking where they were. Why did we have to stop in front of this? Your guess is as good as ours. Ochako states this while all three look up to notice they're in front of a love motel. Well, your mother does expect us to have SEC today. But we never promised we would make a baby or two today. Momo smirks while saying this as her and Ochako pull Izuku into the building with his feet being dragged on the ground. Guess we're doing this then. Lemon warning lemon 15. As the trio entered the room they rented, Momo wasted no time tossing Izuku to the bed. A little eager, aren't we? Trust me when I say you have no idea. Momo began taking off her shirt and bra to reveal her bare chest. No fair, Momo. Taking the lead like that. Ochako pulled her shorts down along with her underwear while walking over to kiss Izuku's lips. The electric user began sliding his hand between Ochako's thighs to rub her bare pee-pee while using the other to fondle one of Momo's BRTs. The raven-haired beauty started sliding her hands up Izuku's shirt to reveal his stomach while gliding her hand back down towards his shorts. She began to JRK them a little for Izuku to get the picture to take them off. As he did, Momo yanked his boxers off along with to reveal his throbbing member. Seems someone is a little excited. Momo leaned her head down while taking Izuku's D in her mouth. As she did, she ran her tongue around to add a little more pleasure before feeling a bit of a shock on her butt. She glanced over to see Izuku's hand sliding up her skirt and into her panties to grope her enormous butt. Meanwhile, Ochako started to pull her shirt up to STMLT herself with her nipples. She watched in envy as Momo was taking Izuku down her throat before feeling Izuku finger her butt. She shrieked to signal Izuku that it was a rather sensitive area to make him attack farther. He made certain to lubricate his fingers with the brunette's own juices before moving them to her, but to avoid any uncomfort for his lover. Not long after the first, Ochako had 3 of Izuku's fingers in, forcing her to drool a bit from the amount of excitement. The two quickly started to come near release when Momo stopped making Izuku stop everything to look at her. So long as we don't finish inside, we can still practice doing the real thing without a condom. 9 Momo pulled her underwear down and held her body over Izuku's D, with her entrance kissing Izuku's head. She went slowly in feeling the actual raw feeling of her husband entering inside her without any form of protection. When she got to the base, Momo shuddered in enjoyment before seeing Izuku smirking at her. Didn't know you enjoyed being the DMNT one in this? Shut up. Fair enough. Ochako, I think I need to give you a little something. Izuku picked up Ochako to lay her with her crotch directly above Izuku's face. He immediately started to lick her pee-pee to make the girl clench his head where it was. Meanwhile, Momo began hopping on Izuku's D, with her butt and melons jiggling up and down from it. On instinct, Ochako began bucking her hips as well, rubbing her privates over her lover's face, marking him with her essence. Minutes go by with Izuku picking the pace up a bit in his liking, along with starting to buck his hips up to make Momo fall on Ochako as support. The two begin a make-out session while Momo feels Izuku bulge a bit in her. Thinking Izuku was near his end, she jumped off right before Izuku's sperm shot out on her chest, coating them with his semen. She grabbed a little off with her finger to taste it before making a pop sound with them. Now that I've gotten used to this taste, not bad. Ochako immediately got off Izuku's face while holding her butt up on all fours. Go right ahead, Izuku. Use me like a little slut. She states this with a little lust for Izuku to get on his knees and position himself in front of her hole. In one go, he shoves everything inside her, making the brunette a little. Izuku immediately starts going with no warning to make Ochako's body shake with excitement while having her insides pounded by her husband's D-dash. Her mouth was open with her tongue out, feeling the extent of what was happening to her. Without warning, Momo went over to Ochako's face to stick it in her crotch. Maybe we should see if your tongue is as skilled as our husband's. The brunette started skiing on Momo's tender slit to make her a bit. Izuku bent over to his raven-haired wife to kiss her lips while bucking his hips into Ochako. As this continued, the trio started to feel their end come near, with Izuku squeaking a bit, moving faster in Ochako. She began to breathe with her end near. To make sure she was satisfied, Izuku held his thumb near her back entrance. He moved it inside to make Ochako scream in pleasure to clench around him before clunksing. In the hopes to not get her PRGNT, Izuku pulled out to release on Ochako's large butt. The view of his seed coating her but sent a shiver down the electric user's spine in excitement. She started swirling it around to coat her entire butt before taking a bit to taste. Feeling a little worn, Izuku, Ochako, and Momo laid on the bed with Momo and Izuku on their backs, and Ochako on her stomach. Lemon and Lemon 1, you two feel a little better now? Ochako asks the two, who were looking at the ceiling with rather content faces. For the most part. I do feel quite relieved after this. Izuku began to think on where his life with Momo and Ochako would go, with wanting to make one thing clear to both of them. I'm happy with our lives at the moment. Both girls looked at him while he explained. No matter what happens in the future, I'm happy I can lay here with you too. Snort, that's so corny, Izuku. Ochako began laughing, with Momo following suit. How's it funny? I'm genuinely happy to have our relationship the way it is right now. That is what makes it funny, Izuku. Snicker, you are just so honest that it's just too hilarious. That I'm taking abuse like this from a woman whose buns I glazed and another whose melons I did the same too. Nobody said we don't like that fact. Both girls leaned over to give Izuku a kiss on the lips while smiling. It's actually a reason we both like you. The young lighting user smiled at this while hugging his wives close. I'm glad you both are happy with me. Few hours later, Izuku, Ochako, and Momo found their way back to UA to open the door to the dorms. They were met by Eri on the ground crawling over to them in excitement for Momo to pick her up. "Why hello there, my carpet crawler. Did you have fun with Grandma Shimura?" Eri giggled at Momo while reaching for her face. "How did she manage with you?" Izuku asked his mother, who came over with a smile. "She was a little fussy before I put her on the carpet, but she calmed down when she got free range. Mushu and Korin kept her attention on them so she wouldn't go for other things." Izuku smiled at this while Nana nudged his stomach. "So, have you put a bun in the oven yet?" The three of them blushed slightly as Izuku answered, "It might take some time for that, but now isn't a good time." "Well, I'm not going to push it. I understand this wasn't your idea of how you wanted to have kids, so don't rush things. Going at your own pace is fine as well." Nana started to leave after saying goodbye to her son, daughters-in-law, and granddaughter. When she left, Eri started to yawn, prompting the trio to decide to put her down for a nap. Within minutes, she was peacefully asleep in her crib. Before they continued with their tasks, they reflected on their lives with satisfaction, knowing it wouldn't just be the three of them, but all four, with the possibility of more to come. The day after the Shimura's date, Yue officially started classes again, returning to a normal routine. While waiting for their teacher, Eri sat happily on her father's lap, dozing off. "She seems kinda tired," Siro commented, to which Izuku explained, "She got up kinda early today. She'll probably be asleep here in a few minutes." As if on cue, Eri began to snore while holding onto Izuku's blazer. Anyone who wakes her is in trouble. Nobody argued, as most were curious about who would teach them since Aizawa was still recovering from the attack a few days prior. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo knew he would probably show up, as he wouldn't let anything stop him from coming to class. As the door opened, a bandaged Aizawa appeared, causing many to gasp in surprise. The shock woke Eri, and she started to cry. "What did I say about waking my snowball?" Lightning crackled around Izuku as those who had yelled began to fear for their safety. "Relax, Izuku. It was an accident. None of them wanted to feel your wrath." Izuku calmed down a bit, and Eri started to nod off again. "All right, first off, we need to discuss the sports festival, which will happen in 2 weeks." Many students were uncertain, given the recent events. "Sir, we just got attacked by villains. Shouldn't we wait or cancel the event?" Mineta asked. "Haven't you ever seen the turnout for the sports festival? It's bigger than the Olympics. The fact we're not canceling it is because it's too significant to call off, and we need to show that we have the situation under control. We will, however, increase security significantly. This is also a major opportunity for all of you, as it helps you get noticed by hero agencies. You have 3 chances to shine, 1 being every year. Because of this, you have the next 2 weeks of heroics classes off. Do not waste the time." Classes began immediately, and everyone was excited for the event. As lunch approached, a strange energy surrounded Ochako. "I'm gonna do my best." She jumped up with her fist in the air, prompting half the class to raise their fists in a half-hearted and slightly confused cheer. She turned to those who didn't participate. "I said I'm gonna do my best." They followed suit, and Sue walked over to Momo and Izuku, curious about the commotion. "What's up with Ochako?" Ashido joined them, equally intrigued. She wants to become a hero to support her parents. They work hard to make ends meet, and it's her dream to make them happy and provide a better life for them. Financial gain is her goal, but it's not for herself. "I see, so she wishes to gain money to help her family. Very admirable," Ida remarked as Ochako snapped out of her determined state to see Eri reaching for her. "Hey, what's going on here?" Kirishima opened the door to find a crowd blocking their way. "What are they all doing?" "They're scouting the competition, can't you tell?" Bakugu said irritably as he joined the group. "Out of the way, extras." Izuku stepped forward, addressing the crowd. "Hi, sorry about our friend. He's not exactly a people person. Can we help you all with anything?" "Seems the members of Class A aren't as snobbish as we thought," a boy with purple hair and bags under his eyes said as he approached. "Hey Hitoshi, how have you been?" Izuku smiled at him. "I should have figured you'd be the peacemaker in all this," Hitoshi replied. Once Ochako heard Izuku mention Hitoshi, She rushed over to greet her friend. Aizawa. It's been too long. I see you haven't changed your. Sorry, Shimura. Many of the students were confused as Hitoshi approached Momo, who was holding Eri. This must be my little niece. Hello, Eri, I'm your uncle Hitoshi. He smiled at the little girl, who began giggling. Can someone tell me who this guy is? Guess Dad never talked about me. My name is Hitoshi Aizawa, and I'm your homeroom teacher's son. What? Many in Class A were shocked, with common questions like, Aizawa is married and has a kid, prompting Izuku and Ochako to roll their eyes. Did you all seriously not notice the wedding band on his left ring finger? Ashido, I'm surprised at you since you're usually quick to pick up on things like that. Now that you mention it, he does have a ring on his finger. My bad. Eri reached for Hitoshi, wanting him to pick her up. To make a long story short, my dad and Izuku's brother are good friends. We've known each other since we were 7, playing together with the brunette Shimura. Speaking of her, do you mind if I call you Ochako now? It's hard to think of something else. Fair enough. But I'm calling you Hitoshi since we've got your dad here. Hitoshi nodded as Kaminari asked a question. So who's your mom? Ms. Joke. Everyone paused, imagining how that dynamic worked. No, Dad wasn't drunk. Hitoshi received several stares as he continued. This isn't the first time someone questioned my family. Mom wasn't taking no for an answer until Dad finally said fine and went out with her. 5 months later, Mom was expecting me and well, you get the picture. Shocked was probably the best word to describe everyone in the room who didn't know this. Even the crowd was surprised. So you're that Momo girl I heard about. We didn't meet personally at your wedding, but it's nice to officially meet you. Hitoshi smiled while Eri tried to reach for his face, giggling at the sensation of his stubble. It's nice to meet you, Aizawa. Hitoshi's just fine. Wanna join us for lunch? Why not? The 5 left the room, the crowd parting to figure out what had just happened. What was that about? For once, I think I agree with you, Bakugo. Ida shivered at the thought of agreeing with Bakugo after their long-standing rivalry. As the Shimuras and Hitoshi grabbed lunch, they began discussing the sports festival and their training plans. So what kind of training do you have planned, Hitoshi? I was thinking of requesting to use a binding cloth like Dad's and doing some physical training on my own. What about you 3? I want to work on my control over my lightning by constantly blasting it until I start to feel numb, along with some hand-to-hand combat with Ochako. Gravity training and combat with me. I plan to review some equations and increase my training with my quirk. Interesting. At that moment, Izuku had a great idea. Why don't you train with us? If you do, you could really show your skills in the sports festival and get into the hero course like you wanted. You know what, I might. Wouldn't hurt to train with my binding cloth on actual people. Then it's settled, you're training with us. Eri threw her arms in the air in excitement. As the 2 weeks progressed, the 4 trained hard to maintain their strength and improve their quirk usage. They prepared for any scenario, knowing from past events that at least one would involve a one-on-one battle, though they didn't know when it would occur. 2 weeks later, as everyone sat in the waiting room, preparing to make their entrance, Nana took Eri with her to say goodbye. We'll see you later, sweetie. You be good for Grandma, okay? Eri responded, trying to answer before Nana took her to the stands. As they turned around, Todoroki stood in front of them, looking at Izuku. Shimura, you're the strongest in this school. I will beat you today and prove I'm stronger. This is my declaration of war. Todoroki walked away, leaving Ochako and Momo curious. Did Todoroki just say he's going to beat you? I guess he did. Izuku wasn't overly worried, but he couldn't shake the memories of his father's struggles and the training he endured. We're on, let's go. Ida called them as it was time to enter. As they walked in, Present Mike announced Class 1A's entrance to a roaring packed stadium. The first few classes to be announced were the Hero, General, Support, and finally Business. Most glared down at Class A, thinking they were the targets until Midnight took the stands as their referee. Should someone tell Ms. Midnight about her outfit? One student remarked. There's children here. Momo pinched the bridge of her nose as Mineta gave a thumbs up to the choice. And now, the sportsman oath given by the first year's representative. Izuku Shimura, please step up. Izuku walked up, hearing many of the general studies students making comments about how the only reason he was chosen was because he was at the top of the hero course. As he got to the mic, Izuku took a deep breath before speaking. Thank you all for coming here today. I wish you the best experience possible. As a member of this school, I'm sure everyone appreciates that you took time out of your schedule to watch us perform. So, as a way to honor your time, we swear as students of this school to participate in these events to the best of our ability and uphold this school's pride and honor. Thank you. Izuku stepped down to applause. Some students in the other classes were surprised he wasn't snobby while speaking and made it a point to emphasize everyone as a whole, not just the hero course. Quite a few people gained respect for Izuku because of his choice of words. And now, time for the first event. Midnight announced, as a giant screen displayed a spinning slot machine that eventually stopped on an event. The first event will be an obstacle course race. Contestants will run around the stadium, avoiding obstacles, and the first 42 to return will advance to the next round. Everyone took their positions, with Izuku pulling Ochako and Momo back for a moment. What's wrong? They asked. If we don't get as close to the front as we can, we'll need to catch up to everyone. He pointed toward the exit. We need to find a way over everyone. Leave that to me, just stay close and hold on. The starter began ticking down before giving everyone the green light to start. Just as they expected, the front gate became a battlefield. Ready! Momo and Ochako held one of Izuku's arms while he created a bolt of lightning to shoot above the crowd. Now, flash blink. The three teleported almost instantaneously to where the lightning bolt struck, joining the leading group, who were momentarily frozen in place by Todoroki. That was amazing, Izuku! Ochako exclaimed. Yeah, but we have a small problem, he replied. What is it? We're 30 feet in the air. The three began to plummet, but Izuku adjusted their magnetic pole to keep them from falling. They hovered just above the ground, inches from a face-first landing. Next time we do that, I'm making a parachute for safety measures, Momo said. And I'm packing a helmet, Ochako added. Sorry, work in progress, Izuku replied. Unbelievable, folks. The Shimura trio came out in front for the first event. Welcome to Robo Inferno. Todoroki began freezing the robots as they approached, while Izuku took the lead, crafting his electric bow with a unique arrow. Blitzpfeil. He shot it at the nearest robot, creating a loud boom that echoed like thunder. The only ones unaffected were Ochako, Momo, and Izuku, who had earplugs in as a precaution. What just happened? One student asked as the light dimmed and the massive robot vanished. The Shimuras sprinted to the next event. And with an unprecedented event, the Shimuras take first, second, and third going into the next obstacle. As they reached the next challenge, they decided to rely on their base strength to conserve their quirks. Unfortunately, they lost first and second place to Bakugo and Todoroki before entering the final obstacle. Izuku took a deep breath. Hold on and make me and Momo weightless, Ochako. The girls complied, and Izuku got into a sprinting position. I know what you're doing, Izuku, and don't you dare. Just hold on. Lightning arced off Izuku as he merged OFA with his quirk, creating a sonic boom that knocked Bakugo and Todoroki onto a few mines, causing them to explode. The trio dashed into the entrance, claiming first, second, and third place in a single moment. The crowd cheered as all three raised their fists in victory before heading to the side. As the final contestant crossed the finish line, Midnight began announcing the next part of the event. Alright, it's time to spin the wheel to see what our second event of the day will be. As it spun, everyone anxiously awaited the outcome. When it finally stopped, Midnight shouted the announcement, building excitement for what was to come. The next event shall be a cavalry battle. Players will form groups of 2 to 4 people to collect headbands that hold point values. Depending on your placement in the last event, you will be assigned a specific point value. The screen displayed a list of 42 participants along with their point values. It appeared that the last place contestant received 5 points, with each subsequent place increasing by 5 points. So, if you were last in the previous event, you could still score high by teaming up with the right people. Seems straightforward, Ochako remarked, prompting Midnight to encourage her to share this insight. However, the first place mantle will be worth significantly more, 10 million points. Everyone turned to Izuku, realizing that targeting him could provide an easy path to victory. The match will last 10 minutes, with the top 16 contestants advancing to the final event. Now, go and form your teams. Ochako and Momo each grabbed one of Izuku's arms. Are you sure you want to stick with me? Everyone will be after us. Sorry, Izuku, but you're not getting rid of us that easily. Ochako's right. A family that stays together, wins together, Momo added. Izuku shrugged, scanning the area for a fourth teammate. Now, we need a fourth person. He spotted Tokoyami. Hey, Tokoyami, do you have a team yet? Not at the moment. Want to join ours? Izuku gestured to Momo and Ochako. Dark Shadow emerged and nodded in agreement. This could be fun. As the time for team formation ended, Izuku positioned himself above the group. With some strategic planning, they decided to avoid combat and let the clock run out while keeping the headband. Momo, do you have that blanket ready? Izuku asked, and she handed a thick blanket to Tokoyami for Dark Shadow. That should help with my quirk. Just warn me if it becomes too much for him. Understood. I'm ready to go. The countdown began, and the event commenced. As expected, everyone targeted the four of them, but Izuku charged up some electricity to create a magnetic barrier. That should keep them away. They floated about 10 feet in the air, thanks to Tokoyami's quirk. Deku! Bakugu shouted as he charged at them. Everyone shield your ears. Momo instructed, and the others complied as she tossed a strange container to Bakugu. A supersonic sound wave erupted from it, leaving him slightly disoriented. What is this thing? It's a supersonic emitter. It releases high-frequency sounds for 5 minutes. You won't be able to do much against us, Momo explained. Bakugu fell back, his team catching him as he searched for another target. Meanwhile, Izuku maintained their elevation with his magnetic powers, while Ochako made everyone but herself weightless to focus the effect. Several other groups attempted to bring them down, but Tokoyami and Dark Shadow swiftly thwarted those efforts. Time's up. The announcement echoed as Izuku and his group descended, celebrating their victory once again. All right, folks, we'll take a short break for lunch before announcing the final event with our 16 finalists. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo quickly went to retrieve Eri from Nana, who was sitting in a shaded area of the stands. How was Eri? Ochako smiled at Eri, who laughed and reached for her mother. She's all right. Getting a little fussy, but I think it's close to lunchtime. She does get cranky around mealtime, Izuku noted, watching Eri babble as if expressing her hunger. All right, Eri, let's get you something to eat. Thanks for watching her, Mom. She's no trouble at all. The trio headed to the cafeteria for food. As they entered, they spotted Hitoshi and Todoroki waving them over. Got you 3 lunch. That's so kind of you, Hitoshi. They enjoyed their meal with light conversation until a group of girls approached Momo. Is it true that we have to wear cheerleader outfits? Ashido asked, causing everyone at the table to look at her in disbelief. What are you talking about? Kaminari and Mineta said we had to because Mr. Aizawa told them so. Izuku glanced over at the 2 boys, who looked pale as they noticed Izuku generating sparks of electricity, giving them a warning look. I'm gonna point this out to you all right now. I've watched the sports festival almost every year growing up and never once seen any class that had to do this. This is a lie on their part, Izuku stated while returning to his food. If it was important, Dad would have told you all this in person and not had those 2 be the carriers. Hitoshi added this, prompting every girl to glare at the duo before 4 of the 6 charged them. Didn't know you had such pervs in your class, man. Dad really has his work cut out for him. Hitoshi! The insomniac young man nearly spat his lunch when he heard a familiar voice. Congratulations on getting to the top 16. Mama's so proud of you. Hitoshi was immediately wrapped in a hug by his mother, Emi Aizawa, more commonly known as the joke hero Ms. Joke. Huh, if it isn't Izuku. How long's it been? Hi Ms. Joke. It's been a while. The joking hero gave a sour look before answering, why don't you call me auntie? It sounds cuter. I take it you're Mr. Aizawa's wife and Hitoshi's mother? Momo asked and Ms. Joke turned to her. Why yes I am. And what a lovely little baby you have. You must be Eri, hello. Eri began giggling, and the green-haired woman followed suit. So I heard you got yourself 2 lucky ladies, Izuku. I know Ochako, but who's this black-haired beauty? My name is Momo Shimura, Mrs. Aizawa. A pleasure. The group continued eating while chatting until it was time to announce the 3rd event. All right ladies and gents. Up top is the lineup for the final matches. As the set was shown, some were not proud of who they were facing, with 3 people in particular not thrilled. Izuku Shimura vs. Hitoshi Aizawa. Shoto Todoroki vs. Hantashiro. Denki Kaminari vs. Ibara Shiozaki. Tenya Ida vs. Mei Hatsum. Mina Ishido vs. Yuga Oyama. Momo Shimura vs. Fumikage Tokoyami. Eijiro Kirishima vs. Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugu vs. Ochako Shimura. So we gotta face each other? It appears so. Izuku and Hitoshi weren't thrilled about facing each other, but one person was even less happy about her matchup. Guess this is gonna be an easy win for me. All I gotta do is beat one of Deku's friends, and the rest is easy going forward. Ochako was scared but determined to win. Don't take me lightly, Bakugu. So you know how to stand your ground, that'll make this even more fun. Everyone left for the stands, waiting for the matches to begin. When they did, Izuku gave one final kiss to Eri, Momo, and Ochako before heading down to the arena. Alright folks, it's time for our first match of the 3rd event. On my left, we have the Emperor of Electricity itself, Class 1 Izuku Shimura. The crowd went wild as Izuku walked to the ring. And on my right, we have the Emperor of Brainwashing, Class 1 Hitoshi Aizawa. Hitoshi, whatever happens, Mommy loves you. Why did Mom have to come here? Snort seems you've got your own peanut gallery. Shut up, you've got 2 wives, a baby, and your mother here to cheer for you. Fair point. Begin. Izuku charged at Hitoshi while he came at Izuku as well. The purple-haired man threw a punch that Izuku dodged, grabbing his arm. In an attempt to flip him, Izuku threw him over his shoulder, but Hitoshi grabbed the arm and tried to throw Izuku back. Unbelievable, folks. These two are duking it out like real men. Hitoshi has a quirk that allows him to brainwash people he speaks to. Shimura knows this and is fighting him on a level playing field without his quirk. In a way, these two are trying to settle this through their base skills. The 2 fighters continued to brawl, landing solid punches. Hitoshi seemed to gain the upper hand when he tripped Izuku, but this left him open for a knee to the stomach, sending him out of bounds. Aizawa is out of bounds, Shimura is the victor. Midnight announced, and the crowd cheered. Izuku walked over to help his friend up, smiling. Guess this is as far as I go. Be proud of yourself, Hitoshi. Not everyone got this far. Besides, you seem to attract quite a few pros. Izuku pointed at a group of professionals. Discussing Hitoshi, making him smile. They walked out of the arena, both content with how things played out. On his way back to the stands, Izuku paused near a TV showing the next match. Shiro had given a good attempt, but Todoroki had frozen half the stadium in ice along with the tape user. Poor Shiro. That's a painful way to lose. One thing caught Izuku's eye during the fight. When Todoroki went to thaw Shiro out, he looked almost saddened by using his fire half. Todoroki needs help. There's no way around it. The final event of the sports festival had begun, with Izuku having a significant goal in mind to help his bicolored classmate. See how he does this and how Ochako and Momo fare in their matches next time. Izuku wasn't exactly surprised. The thickness of the vines could have caused a problem. He thought about how to counter it, especially since they could attack from underground. If I can affect the electromagnetic waves of the water inside the vines, I could pinpoint a weak spot to target Shiozaki if I ever have to face her. But if that doesn't work, maybe I should try. Bah! Eri smacked him on the tip of his nose with a toy. Oh, sorry, Eri. Was that bothering you? The little girl nodded, and they heard an arrogant voice from Class B. Ha! I guess this ended quickly like that class of scum thought it would. Monoma laughed, prompting Izuku to respond. You have no room to argue. Most of Class B didn't even make it to the last event, and you got beaten by someone from General Studies and a girl from the support course. I'd be more worried they'd kick you or one of your classmates out of the hero course, especially since Hitoshi wants to be in the hero course and has proven he's strong even without his quirk. Monoma fell silent, and Eri threw a small stuffed bear at him. Pfft, I think you're really not Eri's favorite. Before he could retort, Kendo knocked Monoma out while laughing at how accurate Eri's throw was. As the matches continued, Momo and Ochako grew nervous about their upcoming bouts. When it was Momo's turn, she kissed Eri goodbye, and Izuku gave her a kiss for luck. Momo entered the arena just as Ishido won her match against a French classmate. Alright folks, time for the sixth match of the first round. In one corner, we have the woman who can create anything. Give it up for Class A's Momo Shimura. The crowd erupted in cheers as Momo began to create a metal shield and staff. And her opponent, the man of darkness himself, also from Class Fumikage Tokoyami. Dark Shadow emerged from Tokoyami as they prepared to fight. Begin! Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow at Momo, hitting her shield. The impact nearly knocked her down, but she was ready. Before Dark Shadow could attack again, Momo launched a small container to create a flash. What the heck? I can't see a thing. Momo kept her head down, creating a visor to shield her eyes. She used the opportunity to strike Tokoyami in the stomach, pushing him out of the ring. When the crowd regained their sight, they saw Momo standing victorious. Tokoyami is out of bounds, Momo Shimura wins. The audience cheered as Momo helped Tokoyami up. Sorry if that hurt. No worries. It was a smart plan on your end. Nice job. Dark Shadow gave her a thumbs up, making Momo blush. They left the arena as the next match between Kirishima and Tetsu began. As the match that worried the Shimuras approached, Ochako felt anxious about facing the one person she'd rather not. Izuku and Eri followed her to meet Momo midway. Hey Ochako, are you alright? Momo asked, noticing her brave facade. Why, couldn't be better. I'm absolutely ecstatic right now. Yup, all smiles on my end. But both Izuku and Momo could see through her nervousness. It's Kacchin, isn't it? Izuku stated bluntly, causing her smile to falter. Why, I'm facing probably the worst person I could, and well. Izuku hugged his worried wife, with Eri mimicking the gesture. You're gonna do great. Just keep calm and focused. No matter what happens, me, Momo, and Eri are in your corner till the end. Ochako blushed and smiled at his words. Thanks, Izuku. You always know how to make me feel better. She kissed Eri on the forehead before heading to the waiting room, while Izuku and Momo went to the stands to watch the match. They arrived just in time to see Kirishima and Tetsu knock each other out, resulting in a draw until they could decide a tiebreaker. Alright folks, time for the final matchup of the first round. On my left, we've got the walking bomb in both metaphorical and literal terms, Katsuki Bakugu. And on my right, we've got the girl that can make your problems and yourself float away, Ochako Shimura. The crowd cheered as Bakugu glanced at Ochako with an arrogant look. I'm only saying this once, round face, drop out now, and I won't have to make you look weak in front of your husband. Ochako felt nervous but was determined to prove herself. I'm not backing down to the likes of you. Begin. Ochako charged at Bakugu, staying low to the ground. She anticipated his right hook, dodging just in time. However, Bakugu retaliated with an explosion that hit her directly, sending her flying back while he wore an arrogant smirk. Is that really the best you've got? Where was that confidence you had before? Ochako jumped up to continue charging at Bakugu. She tried to touch him with her quirk, hoping to get him to blast her again. Before she could be thrown back, he grabbed onto her P uniform and delivered a punch to her stomach. Not so tough are you now that Deku and that oversized beach aren't around to back you up, are you? He landed another hit to her face, sending Ochako sliding while still standing. The previous hit had left a noticeable mark, showing a second-degree burn on her cheek. Angered but determined, Ochako remembered some training she had done with Nana years ago. When you're faced with someone stronger than you, hit them where it hurts. Bakugo always wanted to be the best, so his pride is where he's vulnerable. You think your weak attacks could stand up to Izuku? He hit harder the other day. This comment infuriated Bakugo, and he unleashed a barrage of attacks at Ochako. The scene was tense, with everyone in the stands fearing for her safety. He's not gonna kill her, right? Izuku was on edge, with Jiru glancing over to see lightning arching off him, burning the seat beneath him. You better hope Ochako doesn't have any scars, or I'm coming for you. The intensity in Izuku's voice sent a chill through the crowd as he floated in the air, the remnants of his chair smoldering below him. As Bakugo finished his barrage, Ochako was on the ground, shaking and struggling to get up. Bakugo thought this was it. Even after all that, you're still barely holding on. This'll end it. He charged for a straight punch, and the crowd held its breath. When I'm done here, Deku's gonna have a new hole in you. Ochako saw the punch coming and, in a swift motion, grabbed and flipped Bakugo over her shoulder. With his gravity released, he flew into the wall, hitting it with a thud. Release. Ochako put her fingertips together, and Bakugo made a dent in the wall upon impact. She fell to her knees, while Bakugo groaned in pain. Bakugo is out of bounds, Ochako Shimura wins. The crowd erupted in cheers as Ochako stood slowly, raising her right fist in the air like her brother-in-law. I did it, Izuku. I beat him. I'm just... you. Exhausted, she passed out, and a medical team rushed to take both her and Bakugo to Recovery Girl's office. Seeing the match end, Izuku charged to the healing room with Momo following closely. When they arrived, Ochako was being treated, and Bakugo sat beside her, grumbling in frustration over his loss. Ochako, are you okay? Izuku rushed to her side, hugging her tightly. Ochako smiled, reassuring him, I'm okay, Izuku. It takes more than that to beat me. She held her fist up, patting her biceps. I'm tough like you. Izuku turned to Bakugo, you're lucky I don't punch you in the face right now for what you said and did. Bakugo looked away and Ochako spoke up, I'm sorry if I hurt you, don't apologize. That makes me look weak. The outburst drew everyone's attention. I lost. That's all that happened. I lost because I didn't think you were strong enough to beat me. Better not expect me to think little of you next time. Shimura. His unexpected acknowledgement surprised everyone in the room. Bakugo had called Ochako by her name, a sign of respect. Thank you, Bakugo. That was nice of you. Don't get used to it. I'm still gonna beat you next time. Izuku smiled before being called to his waiting room. He gave Ochako, Momo, and Eri a kiss, then playfully flipped Bakugo off before leaving. I guess Kacchan can be nice. Never thought Kacchan and nice would be in the same sentence without can't being in between them. Izuku thought about his next match with Todoroki, determined to make him accept his left side. On the field, the announcer's voice boomed, all right, ladies and gents, it's time for the first match of the second round of our final event. The crowd cheered as Izuku and Todoroki entered the arena. On my left, we've got the son and younger brother of the former and current #1 pro heroes. Classic is Izuku Shimura. And on my right, the son of the #2 pro hero Endeavor. Also from Class 1, Shoto Todoroki. Izuku prepared himself, and Todoroki did the same. Begin. As the match started, Todoroki sent a barrage of ice at Izuku, who countered with a lightning bolt that shattered the ice and sent Todoroki sliding back. I'm only going to say this once, Todoroki. You're not going to beat me with half your strength. Todoroki launched another attack, only to have it met with the same result. Do you honestly think that's gonna work if it didn't the first time? Izuku's frustration grew, not just because Todoroki refused to fight him seriously, but because he believed he could become #1 with only half his strength. Trying to change his strategy, Todoroki sent a bit of ice to the side, attempting to catch Izuku off guard. Izuku shot a blast of electricity, less powerful than before, to shatter the ice and give his opponent a jolt. Come on. Show me your full power. The fact you even think you can win is idiotic. Angered, Todoroki unleashed wave after wave of ice, each one more powerful than the last, while Izuku continued to destroy the ice, remaining in the same spot. Everyone here is giving it their all. What makes you so different? To all of us that fought and lost, this is an insult to what we worked for. Memories of his past flooded Todoroki's mind, images of his mother's breakdown and the harsh training from his father echoing painfully. He wanted the memories to stop but felt trapped. Izuku blasted through another barrage of ice, feeling his fingers go numb as he noticed Todoroki becoming rigid with frost. Come on. You think it's right to not give it your all? Villains won't care and will take advantage of your weakness. Show me what the power of Shoto Todoroki is. Todoroki charged at Izuku, but instead of lightning he was met with a punch to the face and Izuku gripping his collar. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Why did you become a hero if you won't give it your all? If you can't use everything you have, then what hero are you? Izuku's words resonated with Todoroki, reminding him of his mother's encouragement. Shoto, you aren't a SLV to your lineage. You can be whatever you wish to be. A single tear fell from Todoroki's eye, evaporating as flames erupted around him. The crowd gasped as Endeavor shouted from the stands, "Yes, Shoto. Have you finally accepted your purpose?" Ignoring his father, Todoroki saw Izuku smirk. Nicely done. Now the fight can really begin. Shimura, thank you, he replied before unleashing a blast of ice and fire at Izuku. Izuku charged one for all in his body, readying the strongest electric bolt he could muster. The two attacks collided, creating a massive shockwave that rocked the stadium. This is crazy! Ochako and Momo shouted, while Eri clung to Momo, frightened by the explosion. Once the dust settled, Midnight announced, Todoroki is out of bounds, Shimura wins. The crowd erupted in cheers as Todoroki was taken away on a stretcher. Izuku felt his body shake, his vision blurring from the exertion. He stumbled toward the exit, where a shadow approached him. It appears I owe you a compliment, son of Paragon, for getting Shoto out of his rebellious phase. Izuku felt anger rise within him. What you call a rebellious phase is your son worrying he'll become what you are. He just wanted to be a hero. As Izuku made his way to the stands, he could sense Endeavor's fury. He had helped Todoroki confront his inner struggles, while Ochako and Momo prepared for their next round, and Bakugo seemed slightly less abrasive. Izuku found his way back to the stands, still struggling to see. Ochako and Momo quickly helped him sit down. You okay, Izuku? Ochako asked. Your eyes look a little strange. I just overused my quirk and my vision's a bit off. It should clear up soon. Eri crawled onto Izuku's lap, playing with his face. I can tell this is Eri though. Bah. Yup, definitely Eri. Izuku gently moved her to sit on his knee, bouncing her lightly. So next should be Ida and Shiozaki, right? Yeah, but they're taking an intermission to fix the stadium. Apparently, you and Todoroki did a number on it. Izuku laughed, while Ochako and Momo rolled their eyes at the sheer force he had displayed. As time passed, Izuku regained enough sight to watch the next match, which ended quickly with Ida pushing Shiozaki out of the ring with ease. Izuku noted that he would face Ida in the next round. That ability to increase his speed is going to be tricky. If I don't act quickly, I won't win. Momo got up for her match, giving Eri a kiss before heading to the arena, while Izuku focused on the upcoming battle. Sorry, Yamamoto, but I'm not going to lose here. Momo charged directly at Ishido, using her specially designed gloves to grab and flip the pink-skinned girl out of the ring. Ishido is out of bounds. Momo Shimura wins. The crowd erupted in cheers as Ishido picked herself up from the ground. Are you all right? Momo asked, extending her hand to her classmate, who grunted in frustration. No fair. How did you do that anyway? I figured I might need to face someone like you sooner or later, so I devised a way to grab you. Thus, we have acid-proof gloves. Momo smiled, showing off the gloves, while Ashido puffed her cheeks in annoyance at being outsmarted. The fourth and final match of the second round featured Ochako and Kirishima. This match ended quickly, as all Ochako had to do was levitate and flip Kirishima out of the ring. Unlike her previous opponent, Kirishima had to stay within Ochako's reach to fight, which ultimately led to his defeat. Alright folks, we have our 4 semifinalists. Let's make some noise. Izuku handed Eri to Momo and kissed both of them before heading down to wait for his match. On his way, he passed Ochako, giving her a congratulatory kiss and wishing her luck for the finals. As he sat in the waiting room, Izuku reflected on the fact that he and Ito were about to face each other, preparing to give it their all. I guess it's going to come down to whoever wants it more, Haida. Alright boys and girls, time for the first half of the UA semifinals. On one side, we've got the boy with greatness in his legacy. Class A's Izuku Shimura. The crowd cheered as the electric user prepared for the challenge ahead. And on the other side, he's the younger brother of Ingenium. Class A's Tenya Ida. Ida, I do not plan to hold back. Good, neither am I. Begin. Izuku charged at Ida, who activated his quirk. Recipro burst. Ida lunged at Izuku, attempting a kick that missed. I need to catch him off guard. Ida swept at Izuku's legs, but Izuku jumped, countering with a knee to Ida's gut. Oh snap. These two are just starting, and Ida has already gotten the upper hand. Keep going, you only have 30 seconds before you burn out. Ida tried to grab Izuku's shirt to throw him out, but when he reached for the electric user, he was met with a surge of electricity that sent him flying to the other end of the ring. How? I was charging electricity around me in a spot you'd never see, directly under my skin. To make things simple, you can't touch me without something to deflect the electricity. With Ida unable to move, Izuku said, I'm sorry, but I can't lose here. As a token of moderation, I'll send you out with a solid punch, proving you didn't lose because you gambled just to save face a little. He pulled his fist back and delivered a punch to Ida's face, sending him into the wall. I took no pride in that. Just to be clear. Izuku stated as Ida held his head in shame, realizing he had failed. I'm sorry, Tenya. Meanwhile, in Hosu, Ingenium lay motionless on the ground, bleeding from an injury. Ingenium, sir, we're on our way. A man who had done this left with a determined look on his face. This world is full of fakes. None of them are true heroes. They must be purged to create a better society. On the roof, a man clad in blades from head to toe emerged. Many knew him as Kaizome Akaguro, the hero killer Stain, infamous for targeting heroes in dark alleys. Back at UA, the next match was about to begin. Izuku sat at the top of the stands, conflicted about the upcoming fight. This has to be hard for you, man. Both your wives fighting each other, Kirishima commented. I agree with him, this must be tough, Tokoyami added. You got that right, Izuku replied, holding Eri calmly on his knee as they watched Ochako and Momo prepare to fight. Alright folks, time for the second half of the semifinals. The crowd roared as both girls entered the arena. On my left, we've got the woman who controls gravity. Class A's, Ochako Shimura. And on my right, the woman who can create anything. Class A's, Momo Shimura. Momo began crafting a metal pipe in one hand and a shield in the other. No holding back, Ochako. Didn't plan to either. As the match began, Ochako charged at Momo, keeping low to the ground. Momo tried to fend her off with her weapon, but Ochako dodged, nearly floating away. Momo quickly used a smoke screen to obscure Ochako's vision. I can't see a thing, Ochako exclaimed, but Momo had created infrared goggles for herself, allowing her to track the gravity user. She attacked just as Ochako turned to grab her, dodging at the last moment and using a metal plate to deflect the grab. The smoke cleared, revealing the floating plate and shield. Oh man! Both girls are still going at it. Izuku watched carefully as his wives fought each other. Ochako pushed Momo back, both nearing their limits. Breathe, breathe, I'm reaching my limit. I gotta finish this somehow. They both knew it was all or nothing now, attempting one final attack. Ochako charged at Momo, who countered and connected, hitting her shoulder. Pain shot through Ochako as she made her staff weightless and reached out to Momo. In the confusion, Momo grabbed Ochako and threw her out of the ring. As Ochako hit the ground, she realized Momo had weights on her feet to keep her grounded. Ochako Shimura is out of bounds, Momo Shimura wins. The crowd cheered as Ochako released her gravity, allowing both to relax a little. Guess that failed. Don't be upset, you did your best. The girls approached Izuku, and Ochako gave Eri a quick kiss goodbye. Alright folks. Time for the final match of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd erupted as Momo and Izuku entered the ring. On one side, we've got the man of lightning himself, Class A's Izuku Shimura. Izuku smirked at his wife across from him. And his opponent, the woman of creation, Class A's Momo Shimura. This is gonna be a massive fight. Kirishima exclaimed, excitement buzzing in the air. Begin. Momo and Izuku approached each other, fists ready. Rock. Paper. Scissors. Izuku threw rock while Momo threw scissors. She fell to the side dramatically, shouting, I am vanquished. Silence fell over the stadium as both looked to midnight for an answer. I am unable to continue, so the winner is Izuku. The crowd erupted in cheers as Izuku raised his fist in victory. Momo Shimura has admitted defeat. The winner of the UA Sports Festival is Izuku Shimura. Bakugo shouted in disbelief, clearly unhappy with the outcome. An hour later, the sports festival concluded with medals being handed out. Ida could not accept his medal for third place due to a family emergency. Now to give these first years their medals, we have a special guest. Tashanori appeared in his hero form, medals in hand. I am here with medals. The three tried to suppress their laughter at his announcement. Young Ochako, congratulations on third place. You truly have worked hard, and you should be proud. He placed the medal around Ochako's neck and patted her head. I expect many great things from you. I have faith you can become a great hero. Thanks, All Might. Tashanori then approached Momo, holding the second-place medal. Young Momo, nicely done. Congratulations. He patted her head as well. That last part surprised us all, but you have definitely earned this medal. Momo blushed at the praise and bowed. Thank you, All Might. I promise I'll keep working hard. Finally, Tashanori came to Izuku. Young Izuku, nicely done on achieving first. But I must ask, why did you and young Momo do what you did in the last match? To make it simple, I wanted to avoid hurting either of my wives. I didn't want to hurt anyone I didn't have to. Tashanori ruffled Izuku's hair, smiling. Not a fan of hurting the women important to you, your mother would be proud. Turning to the stadium, Tashanori addressed everyone. Let this be a lesson to you all, each of you has the chance to be one of these standing here. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The crowd shouted as the event came to a close. Afterward, the students were given 2 days off to rest and recover from their training. Class 1A decided to celebrate with a small party, a chance to unwind after the sports festival. Izuku invited Hitoshi, who had worked hard and achieved a good placement. Everything was going well until Mineta and Kaminari spiked the drinks, hoping for some fun. This backfired, leading to several students getting quite drunk, including the 3 Shimuras, who had a little too much after putting Eri to bed. The heck is in this? Momo shouted, her anger evident as the 2 culprits feared for their safety. They glanced at the family to see Izuku relatively calm, Momo ready to confront someone, and Ochako playfully leaning against Izuku. You know something, I think I'm gonna go to bed, Izuku said, feeling a bit tipsy as he headed to his room, only to be picked up by Momo. I'm getting sausage tonight. And Izuku's getting tuna, Ochako added with a smirk as the 3 went to their room. The next morning, the alarm rang, piercing Izuku's brain. He groaned and turned it off, earning a giggle from Eri. What happened last night? Izuku wondered, noticing he was naked, with Momo and Ochako beside him in a similar state. Please don't let this be a hangover scenario. He glanced over and saw something that made him chuckle. Hee hee, you may be an older sister now, Eri. The little girl tilted her head, not understanding, while Izuku sighed, realizing he had a complicated explanation ahead about how the trio's situation had changed. Izuku got out of bed to make breakfast and change Eri, trying to keep his thoughts to himself. Once downstairs, he was met by Jairu and Todoroki, who looked like they had hangovers. Morning, you two. Morning, Jairu mumbled, resting her head on the table, while Todoroki looked half asleep. So, does anyone remember what happened? All I recall is we had a party and don't remember much after putting Eri to bed. Sorry. I can't help you, Izuku replied, making coffee and passing some to his classmates. Chances are, someone spiked the drinks we had. Who was on drinks yesterday? I think it was Mineta and Kaminari. Izuku walked into the kitchen and spotted an empty vodka bottle in the recyclables. They got us drunk. How do you know that? Because I see an empty bottle of vodka, and I don't know anyone else in the dorms who drinks that. Izuku returned to find Eri reaching for Todoroki. Seems she wants your attention. He passed the little girl to Todoroki, who stared blankly at her. Hello. Jeeth. Eri grabbed Todoroki's nose, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Does she always do this? Occasionally. Not long after, they heard screams from upstairs that sounded like Ochako and Momo. What was that? Sounded like the other Shimuras. Sigh, I need more coffee before they freak out about how they woke up. Wait, how did they wake up? Todoroki asked as Eri began tugging at his hair. Let's just say, Eri may get siblings this year. Exactly. Izuku slammed his head on the table just as Ochako and Momo appeared, looking disheveled. Hey Izuku, what happened last night? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. The idiot duo got us all drunk. The only thing I know is I woke up between the two of you in a similar situation. Both girls looked annoyed and held their heads down. It's too early in the morning for this. Izuku passed them cups of coffee, with cream and sugar in Ochako's and just cream in Momo's. They sat quietly as their classmates slowly woke up. The Shimura family shot a death glare at the perverted duo when they came down, making it clear they were aware of the previous night's antics. So what happened last night? Kirishima asked, shirtless and sporting hickeys. Let's just say, someone thought it was a good idea to get us all drunk. Two somebodies, to be precise, Jaira added, causing everyone to turn to Mineta and Kaminari. What? Tell them the truth, or I'm sending you into orbit, pervs, Ochako warned, grabbing Eri from Todoroki. I didn't do anything. Me neither. Both backed up, bumping into a clearly irritated Bakugu, who had overheard everything. What did you losers do? They turned pale at his presence. We WWE. It was Mineta's idea. You got me the vodka. Bakugu grabbed both of them and dragged them outside. The sounds of their screams and a massive explosion echoed back, shaking the dorms. When Bakugu returned, he wore a satisfied smirk and headed to the kitchen for coffee. I don't feel bad for them. Me neither. They brought this on themselves, the Shimura trio stated in unison while sipping their coffee. A few hours later, after everyone had recovered enough to avoid headaches, Izuku, Ochako, and Momo decided to go out for lunch, contemplating the previous night. They entered a small diner, where a blonde waitress recognized them as the top 3 students from UA and began fangirling, prompting others to congratulate them. To say this was awkward for the family was clearly an understatement, but they dealt with it the best they could. Right now, they had even larger issues to deal with than a sudden gaining of a fan club. Each ordered what they wanted along with a bit of mashed potatoes for Eri so she could eat as well. The silence between the three was almost as if they were complete strangers sitting at a table. Okay, I'm going to say it. We may have kids because of last night, Ochako said bluntly, causing Izuku and Momo to hold their heads in disbelief. To be honest, I'd rather have prepared a little more considering this situation, Momo added, glancing at Eri as she reached for her father's hair. I'm sorry, Izuku said, pulling his face up. If I had found this out sooner, I would have found a way to prevent all this from happening. Unfortunately, we can't change the past. We can only work with where we stand right now. Their food arrived shortly after, and they began to eat. Before we jump to any conclusions, we'll have to be certain of this, Momo said. Ochako and Izuku agreed, and Momo felt Eri's food to ensure it wasn't too hot for her. As they continued, Izuku wore an uneasy expression, as if he had done something terrible to the two girls. Eventually, they finished and paid for their meal before stepping outside to look around. So, what do you girls want to do? Izuku asked, but silence lingered between them. He noticed a mochi shop and led both girls inside. Spotting a fresh batch of green tea mochi, he placed an order. "Excuse me, sir, but can I get a dozen green tea, a dozen red bean paste, and a dozen Earl Grey?" "Sure thing," the man replied, preparing the order. "That'll be 1,705 yen. Izuku paid and noticed the man had given an extra of each, making a baker's dozen. "Enjoy." "Thanks." Izuku walked over to his wives, passing them the Earl Grey and green tea mochi. "I think maybe a little comfort food is going to go a long way with us." "Thanks." "Thank you." They found a place to sit down and enjoy their snack in the shade for Eri. As they sat, Izuku began to reflect on their situation. They were all confused, but Ochako and Momo seemed the most scared. "I'm still going to stick by you too," he said, looking at them earnestly. "I made a vow to stand by you through thick and thin. That hasn't changed. Whether we become parents to more kids than just Eri sooner than we'd like, it won't make a difference. I'm still here for you too." They smiled, reassured by Izuku's commitment. "I'd be lying if I said I'm not scared. But you two are probably going to have it worse than me, so I can't let that fear cloud my love for you. I love you both and I won't walk away just because of this. You have my word." Ochako and Momo hugged Izuku, their faces reflecting their contentment. Izuku smiled, feeling Eri reach for Momo's mochi. "Are you trying to take Mommy Momo's mochi? You little stinker." Laughter erupted as Eri kept grabbing at the treat before attempting to say something. "Mama. Ah, that's cute. She said mama." Izuku stopped as Momo and Ochako realized what had just happened. Ochako quickly scooped Eri up, and Izuku collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with happiness. "And he's down. Looks like you made your daddy happy, Eri." "Mama." Ochako's heart swelled with joy at being called Eri's mother. "Easy there, we've got one person unconscious, we don't need a second." "It's just so adorable." Ochako cuddled Eri, who smiled back, not fully understanding the excitement. "Well, I guess we should call it here. If you turn Izuku weightless, I'll carry him." "Gotcha." Ochako tapped Izuku's back, and he floated into the air. "And there we go." Momo tethered the electricity user with a rope she made. As they walked back, the family attracted several curious stares from onlookers, noticing Izuku floating unconscious while the two girls carried a small baby. Back at UA, the family returned to the dorms, where a few people were in the common space. Todoroki was the first to notice them and questioned, "Why is he floating and unconscious?" "Mama." Both girls pointed at Eri before explaining, "That's why." Jairu and Ashido burst into laughter, finding it hilarious that villains who were ready to confront the symbol of peace couldn't handle the first word of the Shimura family's daughter. "Ugh, what happened?" Izuku began to regain consciousness, noticing his surroundings. "When did we get back to the dorms? Also, why am I floating?" "Because you're too heavy to lug on either of our backs unconscious," Ochako pointed out. Izuku looked down and noticed Eri. "Hey Eri, do you think your daddy's silly like this?" Izuku chuckled at himself, but as Eri spoke again, "Mama," the tone echoed in his head, and he passed out again, adding to the humor for the two girls. "Ha! He passed out after hearing Mama. That's freaking rich. Wait till he hears Dada." They both laughed until they had to hold their sides. The scene was amusing to them. "Okay, can you two please stop?" "I agree, it isn't as funny as you think it is." "Be." The three said this, even Eri was telling them to stop cracking up. "Sai, I'm going to put Izuku down on the bed. Might as well let Eri take her nap as well, she's looking a little drowsy right now." The two walked upstairs to their room where Ochako released her quirk's effects on Izuku and placed Eri in the crib. Momo began untying Izuku before walking over to give Eri a kiss and placing the baby monitor beside her. "We'll see you in a little bit, Eri. Also, try not to make your father faint again." "Mama." "I'll take that as you don't promise anything." They both laughed a little before watching Eri slowly fall asleep. They walked out, silently shutting the door and smiling at the scene. When they were alone in the hall, both girls placed a hand on their stomachs. "I wonder if this will happen when we actually have kids?" Chances are Izuku will cry knowing he's a father most of the time in the beginning. He may also faint when we finally find out. They chuckled at how much of a goofball Izuku could be, even though he was dependable. "We should probably take a PRGNCY test within about a week. That way, we'll be certain and decide what to do afterwards." "Yeah. That'll be a fun story to explain to our parents." "Speaking of fun stories, I think I may end Kaminari and Mineta's. Can I help?" Momo passed a mallet she created to the gravity quirk user as they smiled mischievously. "Mineta, Kaminari, can we have a word with the two of you?" Though they were joking, the fact that the two almost believed they were in trouble made for good humor for everyone. The break after the sports festival came and went quickly as classes started back up again. During this time, Izuku found out about Ida's brother Ingenium and worried for his well-being. While sitting in class, Eri started playing with a toy she had before noticing Bakugu's hair. Being the small child she was, she reached for it when Izuku wasn't paying much attention, only to hear Bakugu shout, "Ow!" Everyone looked over to see Eri grabbing a fistful of ash-blonde hair before letting go. Bakugu turned around in anger, and Izuku activated his lightning. "She does that to a lot of people, don't take it the wrong way, and remember Eri's a baby." Bakugu growled with explosions coming off his palms while Izuku had lightning surrounding him and Eri. The scene looked chaotic before Bakugu eventually backed down, and Izuku lowered his lightning until it was gone, smiling as Eri pulled his hair. "What are you doing?" "That's Daddy's hair." Everyone thought about how Izuku could shift from calm to angry to doting father so easily. "Good morning, class." Their teacher entered without any bandages, causing everyone to relax. "It's nice to see you all right, Mr. Aizawa," Sue pointed out, before their teacher drew attention to a scar below his eye. "The old lady patched me up double time during the break. I was kinda out of commission for that time." Izuku thought, hope Aunt Emmy wasn't too upset. Aizawa looked at him. Emmy was not too bent out of shape about this. For some reason, she enjoyed having me home to sleep in our bed more. Izuku felt relieved. Anyway, on to business. Today's heroics lecture is going to be very important. Everyone held their breath, wondering what it might be. Some feared it might be a surprise quiz. You all need to think of hero names. Excitement spread through the class as Aizawa activated his quirk to quiet them down. This is for the work studies you will be doing within a week to help you learn in the field. Thanks to the sports festival, most of you have already attracted some attention. Up above are the students who have received interest from agencies. If you haven't received any offers, there are still 2 years to get an agency interested in you. Aizawa pulled up a screen with a set of numbers on it. Izuku smiled a bit, seeing himself at the top of the ranks along with Momo and Ochako. Damn it! Bakugu, on the other hand, was furious. Not only had he been beaten by Ochako, but this might have also contributed to him being below her in the draft picks. These numbers represent the amount of attention each of you has received. Agencies can keep or remove their offers at any time. None of this is set in stone. Those who received no votes will pick from a list of 40 agencies with good records from past work studies. Those who have them will pick from their draft offers. Now to the hero names. You all will be needing them for this out-of-class study. The door opened for Midnight to walk in. Hero names can sometimes be permanent, so it is best to choose something appropriate, or there will be consequences later. She began passing around whiteboards and markers for everyone to start writing down ideas. When thinking of names, it can be helpful to consider names that relate to your quirk. Just keep in mind that you may or may not be able to change them later, so a bit of thought is advised. Everyone began writing down names, and after about 5 minutes, Midnight asked, "All right, who would like to show their name first?" Aoyama stepped up first to reveal his name. "I cannot stop twinkling," Midnight raised an eyebrow. That's quite a sentence. Izuku thought to himself, not the strangest name I've heard. Seems none of them have heard of the hero Puripuri. Midnight walked over to Oyama. If you take out the I and turn the cannot into can't, it's acceptable. Next, Ashido went up, but her name was rejected since it would cause issues with the producers of a popular franchise, and nobody would likely want to be saved by someone nicknamed Alien Queen. Soon after, unique names began to emerge, with some honoring their idols, like Kirishima's. It finally came down to 5 people: Izuku, Ida, Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo, who was told to change his name from King Explosion Murder to something less violent. Ochako went up first to show her name. The gravity hero Uravity. Kaminari asked, I get the Ravity reference, but where does the U come from? Ochako explained, my maiden name's Uraraka, and my family is a big part of why I want to become a hero. Midnight smiled, clearly pleased, while Eri cheered. Next was Momo, who presented her name with pride. The everything hero, Creati. Very creative, Midnight remarked. Ida followed, holding his name with unease. He had chosen to use his first name along with Todoroki's. Izuku sensed Ida's internal struggle as he stepped up to the podium. When I was little, I wasn't sure if I should be like my mom or my brother when choosing my hero name. I'm known for my connections to 2 of the greatest heroes of all time and expected to follow in their footsteps. But I just want to be the hero that helps others with a smile, just like my mom and brother do, in my own way. So, I thought of something that reflects who I am. Izuku smiled before revealing his name. The electromagnetic hero, Silverstrom. Aizawa commented, I think Paragon and your brother would be happy you're choosing to go your own route. The hero name presentations wrapped up shortly after, leaving Bakugo to use his own name for lack of alternatives. During lunch, everyone began reviewing the offers they had received and what they could gain or enhance by choosing them. Ochako and Momo had several offers together and decided to work on one of their weaker points collaboratively. Meanwhile, Izuku felt conflicted. He had honed his close quarters and long-range techniques throughout his life, achieving first-rate skill in both his original quirk and combat. However, he needed help with his mastery of One for All. He hesitated to ask Toshi for assistance, knowing he had his own family and commitments. Izuku's mother had recently started to come out of retirement to do some hero work, but he felt uncomfortable asking her to take time out of her schedule to help him at UA. He wanted to rely on Nana instead. Izuku! Momo and Ochako stood in front of him, pulling him from his thoughts. Let's go get lunch. Sure, he replied as they began walking. So, did you 2 decide on a work-study? Both nodded. We'll go with the agency that the pro-hero Gunhead runs, Ochako said, surprising Izuku. Isn't he one that specializes in combat? Yes, but we thought that learning about different parts of the industry would help us grow stronger as pros in the future, Ochako explained. Besides, Momo and I want to improve in that area, she added. Izuku smiled, appreciating their initiative. Having talent is great, but combining that talent with knowledge from other parts of the agency makes you an even better pro. Your mother knows that well, he chuckled, recalling how Momo admired Paragon. Good to see you all again. Toshi approached them, looking a bit flustered. And a hello to you too, Eri. Might I have a moment with you? The 3 friends exchanged curious glances as Toshi continued. They walked over to a corner where no one was around and began to talk. So what did you want to discuss, bro? The strong hero offered Izuku a chance for a work study with an old family friend. You remember Grand Torino, right? Izuku paused, recalling the name. Uncle Torino. Yeah. Good, because he would like you to do a work study with him. Toshi's legs began to shake, surprising the girls who witnessed the strongest pro in this state. Are you all right? Momo asked. Somewhat, young Momo. Izuku accepted the offer before his brother hurried away. What was that about? Momo inquired as Ochako tried to remember the name Torino. That old guy. Ochako exclaimed. When Izuku and I were little, this old guy named Torino would visit sometimes. Ochako finally pieced it together with Izuku filling in the blanks. Uncle Torino is an old friend of my mom's. He knows the secret of our quirk and helped train Toshi when he was younger. But that doesn't explain why your brother is acting this way. Yeah, I don't get it either. Whenever Toshi was around him, he'd shake like a little kid. Izuku chuckled as he explained. Uncle Torino kind of scares him. When Toshi first started using his quirk, Uncle Torino would push him hard. He also taught at UA during Toshi's final year. That's probably where this fear of the jet-propelled super geezer comes from. Ouch. You said it, Momo. Izuku considered the offer, realizing it was what he needed, someone who understood one for all and could help him overcome his plateau. Maybe I should choose Uncle Torino. It seems like the best way to get stronger. 1 week later, the day of the work-study arrived, and everyone was eager. As Mr. Aizawa delivered his speech about behavior, the Shimura family said their goodbyes to Eri. Sorry we can't bring you along, sweetie, but I promise your mommies and daddy will spend a big day with you when we get back, Izuku said as Eri was held in Ochako's parents' arms. She babbled, trying to get all three to kiss her forehead. Thank you for helping us, Ochako said to her parents, who smiled. It's no trouble, sweetheart. We hardly get to spend time with our grandchild, so this is a nice change of pace. Besides, Nana said she and the Yaoyorozus would come over to help from time to time. Tosa reassured her daughter as they exchanged best wishes. As they left, the trio waved to Eri, who tried to mimic them until they were out of sight. Guess this is where we part too. Ochako felt a bit sad since she and Momo wouldn't see Izuku for a whole week. He understood and pulled both girls in for a kiss, drawing attention from those nearby. Comments ranged from quite bold to how daring before Izuku broke the kiss. Even though we're going to be apart for a little while, I still love you both. They smiled and blushed at this before responding, we love you too, Izuku. They headed to their train, waving at their husband. As his train was called, Izuku rushed to his loading area. On the way, he passed Ida, who looked determined. A memory of Hosu crossed Izuku's mind, bringing a bit of fear for his engine-quirked friend. Whatever you do, Ida, don't go after Stain. Seeking revenge never ends well. Toshi can tell you that. He boarded his train, recalling the battle against AFO that had nearly cost Toshi his life. Revenge never makes things right, it only causes more pain for everyone involved. Izuku stood outside a dilapidated building after reading the directions. Toshi did give me accurate directions, right? He looked at the building, surprised it was still standing. I'm kind of scared this place is going to cave in on me the moment I step inside. He sighed deeply before walking toward the door. Nothing's going to happen as long as I'm just standing around. I can worry all I want, but that won't change anything. He opened the door to darkness inside. Why do I feel like someone gave me directions here just to pull my leg? Hello? Is anyone here? My name is Izuku Shimura, and I'm looking for Grand Torino. Is he here? As he walked in, he felt something slick underfoot. Looking down, he saw an older man face down in a red liquid. He's dead. Actually, I'm alive. He's alive. Wait, how is that scary? The elderly man stood up, brushing dirt off himself. Sorry about the trouble. I was making a snack of sausage and ketchup before tripping. Anyway, my name is Izuku Shimura from UA. My hero name is Silverstrom. The man walked over to the couch and plopped down. Nice to meet you, Silverstrom. You remind me of someone. Probably either my brother or mom. What? I said, probably my brother or my mom. What? I said, gee, Sonny, there's no need to shout. You senile old coot. Izuku muttered to himself, but was smacked on the head by the older man's wooden cane. I heard that, you whippersnapper, he scolded. Then why couldn't you hear me talking about or Toshi? What's your point? Izuku face-bombed, realizing he was being played by a man half his size and easily 3 times his age. Anyway, I saw that little fiasco at the sports festival. Mind showing me your version of OFA? Finally, we get to the reason I'm here. You can change in the other room. Izuku went back to change into his costume while preparing himself mentally. When he returned, Gran Torino surprised him with a hit to the torso, as if he had been struck by a jet-propelled pistol. "You're not that quick off the prowl, are you, kid?" Izuku regained his composure and sent a punch towards the elderly man, who pulled back to reveal a stopwatch. 3 minutes. If you can land a hit on me in that time, you win. If not, you pay for dinner. The electric user smirked, activating OFA within his body. "Oh, you are an old-timer." Izuku charged directly at Gran Torino, who jumped up to avoid the punch. He leaped from wall to wall before slamming Izuku in the back. Trying to counter, Izuku approached Gran Torino again, but he dodged yet again. "I'm not going to get anywhere if he keeps dodging like that. I need to think about how he's doing it." Izuku paid close attention to the elderly man's movements, noticing they seemed limited for some reason. He waits a few moments. So there has to be some form of limitation. Right before Gran Torino struck him again, Izuku delivered a 5% OFA smash, causing the elderly pro to pull back. Suddenly, Izuku felt a gust of wind, as if someone had blown in his face. "Now I get it. Sorry, kid, but you're not going to win this trial that easily." Gran Torino came at Izuku's back, prompting him to dodge and send a roundhouse kick to his head. Gran Torino dodged, falling into a trap Izuku had set. "Now's my chance." Izuku charged at Gran Torino, delivering an OFA punch to the gut and knocking the elderly pro into a wall. The stopwatch began buzzing, and Izuku stopped it. "Guess I win." "Cough cough, not bad, kid. You remind me of your mother when she just got OFA. Wait, if you knew my why were you playing the senile ACT before? 'Cause it's kinda funny." Izuku was about to protest but stopped midway, realizing he would have laughed if it had happened to someone else. "Anyway, you seem to have decent control over OFA to some degree. Guess this week will be used to increase your natural skill with it." "Yes, sir. I look forward to working under you." Gran Torino pulled his cane from the side and walked towards Izuku. "Starting today, I'll make it so you're like a born natural with the quirk. But be prepared, because you're going to work like you've never worked before." With Ochako and Momo, the two girls found themselves patrolling with the pro hero gunhead, who explained how pro heroes do their work. Basically, pro heroes get their pay from the government. They consider the case we handled, the time it took, the difficulty, and several other factors like property damage or injury. It's a lot to take in, but I'm sure you too will get the gist of it. From what both Ochako and Momo learned about the pro hero, they never expected him to be so nice. He's strangely nice. I honestly thought he would be more rough around the edges, like Bakugo from what I've heard. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover. During the patrol, they encountered a robber holding up a convenience store. Hands in the air. Immediately, Gunhead sprang into action to subdue the man and save the people inside. "Hey, scumbag!" The robber turned just in time to receive a punch to the face. Here's a tip for the future, girls. When you're facing someone with a knife, keep a very close eye on them. The robber began slashing at Gunhead, who dodged every attack. When you find an opening, exploit it. Gunhead grabbed the robber's wrist and twisted it. Force the enemy to drop their weapon, toss it away for safety, grab the back of their head, and finally, Gunhead executed each step, using his foot to knock the robber off balance and slam his head into the floor. Take the villain down. Gunhead produced a pair of cuffs to restrain the robber while he called the police. We'll go over this a little more in the future as practice, but consider this a learning experience going forward. Though people have quirks now that make knives and guns almost obsolete, they can still be very dangerous. Ochako and Momo were amazed at how calm and collected the pro they were training under remained during the serious situation. "Sir, what would be your best suggestion if we faced a similar scenario?" The best suggestion for what just happened, Creati, would be to keep a calm and cool head. The person who loses their cool in a fight first tends to be the one that loses. Just remain calm and focus on what's happening around you. The worst thing you could do is panic, as that leads to mistakes and could result in serious harm. "The same thing happened regardless," the robber shouted, gesturing for Gunhead to look at the villain on the ground. "Says the man who was swinging a knife around like a madman." The police soon arrived to apprehend the robber, allowing Gunhead, Ochako, and Momo to continue their patrol. So, out of curiosity, why do you both share the same last name? You don't look alike, though being stepsisters or one of you being adopted isn't out of the question. Actually, we're both married to Izuku Shimura, sir. Momo's reply surprised the pro, considering their youth. Oh wow. You don't see two young women married to the same man every day. I hope he treats you both right. Very much so, sir. Agreed. Both girls smiled, which made Gunhead happy. That's good. Nothing in a relationship is more important than ensuring you are treated with respect and treating your significant other with respect. They continued walking and conversing. So, have you three considered having children yet? Actually, we have an adopted little girl. Really? Can I see a picture? Ochako pulled out her phone to show a picture of Izuku sleeping with Eri on his chest. Ah, she's so adorable. Her name is Eri, and she's about a year old. We unfortunately had to leave her with Ochako's parents for the week, but she'll get our undivided attention when we return. That's nice. This little sweetie is so cute from what I can tell. After a bit more of Gunhead's baby talk about the picture of Eri, the three called it a day and returned to the agency. A few days later, Izuku had been training rigorously with Gran Torino in hopes of achieving greater control over One for All. He was now able to manage a larger percentage of power in his body before feeling some pain from the backlash. Nice work, kid. You're really going the extra mile. The two were outside between buildings in an alley, hoping to see just how far Izuku had come. Now try and get to the rooftop in one jump. Izuku bent down and jumped upwards. The shockwave sent strong winds that blew garbage in the alley onto the sidewalk. In the air, Izuku misjudged and found himself several feet above the buildings. Whoa, that was a higher jump than I planned. Gravity took hold, and he fell onto the roof of Gran Torino's building. Unfortunately, the structure wasn't sound enough to withstand his fall, and he crashed through the roof down to the ground floor. Hey kid, you okay? Izuku sat up with a groggy look on his face. Define okay. He was jabbed with a cane to the cheek to get his attention. Get up, we're going on a trip, kid. Where? Shibuya. Time for phase 2. Your mother and older brother already taught you about hand-to-hand combat, and the fight at the USJ taught you how to fight villains with restraint. We'll be going there to train your style and counter other crook styles. The goal is for you not to get accustomed to a single style like Tashanori. He's got a point. Toshi's lack of adjustment does seem to put him in predicaments he could have avoided. Anyway, we'll be taking a bullet train to Shibuya, crossing a couple of cities along the way. At that moment, Izuku remembered that Ida's internship was in Hosu and that the straight route to Shibuya would pass through the city. He pulled out his phone to text the engine Quirk user, hoping to find out how he was doing. I'm not sure if Ida's on patrol or doing his work study right now, but I hope it's going well for him. In a random location, 3 figures were seen in a rundown bar. 2 were the villains that attacked the USJ, while the third was the infamous hero killer, Stain. The villains seemed to have a dispute, with Shigaraki holding a knife dangerously close to his neck. Kurogiri, warp this fool away now. I cannot. This must be the hero killer's quirk. Kurogiri struggled to remain standing, a cut on his arm visible. You all are no different than the fake heroes. In this society, those without drive or conviction to do what is needed are weak. The heroes who act for self-gain and the villains who shove their weight around are one and the same. They all must be purged. Shigaraki grabbed the knife near his neck, causing it to crumble into nothing. Conviction? I have none. What drives me is all might. I want to destroy this society and everything it stands for. Stain stepped back, seeing the wickedness in the decaying villain's smile. After standing up, Stain came to a conclusion. I guess I'll help you out. Though our goals are different, we can only achieve them by destroying the current status quo. Stain pointed his blade at Kurogiri, who was regaining his ability to move. Send me back to Hosu. There are fakes there that must still be handled. A portal opened for Stain to walk through. Such an egotistical man. Believe what you may, Tamura, but that man has merit in what he does, a voice from a monitor noted, indicating an understanding of Stain's impact. Upon remembering the villain's words, Shigaraki glanced at the TV. "Mr. How many Nomu are ready?" "3 are prepared to fight, but they are nowhere near as strong as the one from the USJ. Use them as you see fit." Shigaraki smiled, pleased to have the privilege to use 3 monstrosities that resembled the one from their former attack. "Let's see what's better, hero killer. Your conviction or my drive?" A portal opened for Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and the 3 Nomu, transporting them to Hosu City. Stain had gone ahead, seeking out the false heroes to purge them. "What are your plans, Shigaraki?" "The status quo has to change, but that doesn't mean my way and his way of doing it have to be the same." He looked at the Nomu before giving his orders. "Go wild and destroy everyone and anything in your path. Make this night one that Hosu City and this society never forgets." Izuku didn't understand what his mother saw in the old man who was supposedly a close friend of hers. He had never known of him his entire life. Despite this, if his mother was friends with him, he couldn't be that bad, could he? However, the fact that he snored loudly, his dentures seemed to float when he did, and he had a tendency to smack people with his cane was starting to annoy Izuku. As the bullet train sped through the countryside, Izuku sneaked away from Gran Torino to finally get some alone time to text Ochako and Momo. He quickly slid the bathroom door shut and latched it, breathing a sigh of relief at escaping the old man for the moment. Gran Torino is so gross. He spits when he talks, only eats soft food, and won't let me text you too. Izuku Thikako, that sounds horrible. Our poor Izuku missing us. How about when we get home from work studies? We spend lots of time together to make up for the days we lost here. 3 Princess Apei, I was beginning to think your internship was helpful, but it seems like you're just hanging out with one of your mom's friends. 3 I miss you too so much. It's been hard to sleep at night without you in my arms. Izuku Thikako, don't worry, Izuku, we'll see you again soon. Gunhead is bringing us to Hosu for a patrol later today, and we have to leave now or we'll miss the train. Princess Apei, we'll say hi to Ida for you while we're there. How did you know I was gonna say hi to Ida for me? Izuku, for me to know and you not to find out. Love you, Izuku. Have fun you do. Izuku exited the bathroom and walked back toward Gran Torino. As he sat down, he received a smack to the head from the pro hero. What was that for? For using your phone in the bathroom, you brat. Is it wrong that I just want to talk to my wives for 5 minutes without hearing a lecture about my generation being glued to my phone? Izuku received another smack for this question. You've got 130 years before you can talk back to me, you little brat. In my day, the younger respected their elders. Izuku listened to Gran Torino rant while checking his text history. He noticed he hadn't received a reply from Ida. He usually texts back within minutes. Before he could think more about it, the train suddenly came to a stop, sending passengers out of their seats. Izuku would have gone into the seat in front of him if he hadn't used his quirk to act as a repelling magnet. We apologize for the sudden halt. We will continue shortly after obtaining authorization to proceed. Thank you for your patience. That would have hurt. I'll say, Gran Torino replied calmly, not moving an inch. How are you still in your seat when everyone else went a mile? Before anyone could fully recover, a giant hole appeared in the section of the train where Izuku and Gran Torino were seated. A pro hero lay on the ground in pain. He must have been why we stopped. Izuku intended to check on him when a green monstrosity with its brain exposed entered the train. What is that thing? A passenger shouted, triggering a bad memory for Izuku. Nomu. Izuku prepared to attack, but Gran Torino jumped into action to confront the beast. Fry them like fish sticks. Use your quirk. I'm giving you authorization now. Make sure the people are okay. The elderly pro knocked the Nomu out of the train to keep everyone safe. Izuku glanced at the remaining passengers. Please move to the next 2 carts immediately and follow your conductor's orders. This is a hero-related matter that requires your cooperation to avoid injuries. We appreciate your understanding. The crowd began to move towards the other carts, making it easier for Izuku. To save time, the lightning user activated one for all and his electricity, propelling himself into the city at incredible speeds. Once inside, Izuku realized they were in Hosu, where chaos reigned. What is happening? He wondered, narrowly avoiding a Nomu creature that lunged at him. Guess we're playing this game, huh? He activated his lightning, his hands crackling with energy, and punched the Nomu, sending millions of volts coursing through it. The monster collapsed, steam rising from its body. These things aren't harmless, but they're different from the one at the USJ. Feeling a surge of confidence, Izuku spotted the pro-hero manual. Ida, where are you? Hearing his classmate's name made Izuku realize the severity of the situation. Acting on instinct, he dashed through the city, hoping to find Ida before he made a regrettable decision. Escaping the chaos, Izuku encountered Gunhead, Ochako, and Momo, who were rushing into the fray to help those in need. Aware of his lightning, the girls stopped him as he prepared to sprint past them. Izuku! They called out. He halted, fear evident in his eyes. What's happening? League of Villains. Hero killer. Ida. Find. Izuku managed to explain before trying to push past them. Gunhead looked at the girls. He'll need authorization. You two go with him, and if things go south, you have my permission to use your quirks. The girls nodded, and Izuku lifted them onto his shoulders. I'm sorry to grab and run, but do you mind if I take Ochako and Momo for a bit? Go ahead, Gunhead replied. Izuku turned down a side street, moving like a bolt of lightning, thunder echoing behind him. Wow, that kid has speed. Guess Uravity and Creati weren't kidding when they said their husband was living lightning. Gunhead headed toward the Nomu and the burning town. First this, then we find the hero killer. As Izuku raced through the alleys, he feared for Ida's safety. Izuku, what's with the speed all of a sudden? Ochako asked, trying to keep up. I'm going to be sick if you don't slow down. Momo added. Ida isn't anywhere to be found, and these creatures that look just like the Nomo from the USJ are attacking the city. Plus, the hero killer is likely involved with the League of Villains, and this attack might be a distraction. They quickly pieced together the gravity of the situation. We need to move. Ochako urged. Why do you think I'm running at Mach 10? Izuku replied. They turned into an alley and saw Stain poised to attack Ida. Without hesitation, Izuku jumped into action, kicking the hero killer away. Ida, you okay? The engine quirk user looked at Izuku, surprised. What are you doing here, Shimura? I came to save you. Izuku set Ochako and Momo down, allowing them to catch their breath. Interesting. You've come here to ensure everyone's safety, Stain said with a smirk. Nicely done, boy. Now let's see if you can back that up. He drew his katana, pointing it at Izuku. I'm telling you now, hero killer. Stand down and turn yourself in. I didn't come here to fight you, but if you refuse, I can't guarantee your safety. Words are cheap, boy. Your actions must speak as loud as your words. But these are words of wisdom. Never bring a sword to a lightning fight. Izuku declared, clapping his hands together to create a massive arc of lightning that surged around him. Electricity crackled off his shoulders and arms, his eyes glowing with energy. Oh, no, Stain muttered, fear creeping into his voice. Well, I'm in trouble, aren't I? Izuku snapped his fingers, trapping both himself and the hero killer in a cage of electricity as the girls helped the pro-hero native and Ida out of the alley. I'm giving you one chance to stand down, disarm yourself, and cast your weapons aside. If not, you'll face 1.7 billion volts, and you likely won't survive. I don't want to take another villain's life, but I will if necessary. Guess you really have me cornered then. I respect your tenacity, but what villain did you kill, if I might ask? Stain said, tightening his grip on his serrated katana. Overhaul. He was trying to abduct a defenseless infant and attacked two innocents. I did what I had to in order to ensure the child's safety and protect those people, Izuku replied, as a bolt of electricity arced into a nearby window-mounted AC unit, causing a thunderous crack to reverberate through the alley. This is why I do this. None of these heroes are like you or All Might. You both risk your lives to protect those in need. Others just seek fame. They don't care about the people, only about filling their pockets. You have conviction, the conviction to do the right thing at all costs. My conviction is to rid the world of corrupt heroes who only seek personal gain rather than the greater good. Stain threw his sword aside and grabbed a glass dagger from his bandolier, attempting to throw it at Ida through the electric barrier. A lightning bolt struck the dagger, shattering it into microscopic pieces. That won't work. This lightning doesn't behave like normal electricity. I control whether or not you become an unfortunate victim caught in a bug zapper, regardless of what you're wearing. The RBB boots and grips of your blades won't save you from the electricity I command. I'm saying this one last time, drop your weapons. I really don't want to have to kill you. The smell of burnt flesh from electricity is unforgettable. Stain weighed his options. He knew there wouldn't be a happy ending to this encounter, but he had prepared himself for a dark fate long before meeting Izuku. Unfortunately, I cannot accept that. For the sake of a world free from the filth of this society, I must purge those who are unworthy. Stain pulled a few knives from his holsters and charged at Izuku. The OFA user held out his hand, sending a massive blast of electricity toward the villain. The light blinded everyone in the area before it faded. When the cage enclosing them fell, Izuku stood over a severely burned man on the ground. Despite the electricity coursing through him, the hero killer was still alive. I can't die. Gasp, not yet. Izuku knelt beside Stain's head. You willingly entered a thunderstorm holding a lightning rod, knowing you'd likely die when you had the option to at least live. Though your methods were wrong, that conviction is what truly scares me. You have my respect, hero killer Stain, but why waste your time killing heroes when you could target villains instead? Stain's eyes widened at this. Though I don't like the heroes who are only in it for fame, a thought of Mount Lady crossed their minds, or for the fans, Midnight came to mind for both of them, or for riches out of greed, they're still heroes. They risk their lives for others, even if their motives are selfish. At least they're doing the right thing. By killing them for their desires, you become no better than the corruption that plagues our society. If you were to kill villains, though it would still be murder, it could be justified as a means to peace. Izuku took a deep breath. The road to peace and change is long, stained with blood, tears, and sorrow. You take a life because you want to send a message that we need to change, to force us to alter our ways. You should never take a life based on a want, but a need. I needed to protect a near newborn from a villain who would have done unspeakable things to her. I needed to protect the two women with me, and I needed to protect myself. But I didn't need to kill you, which is why I didn't. It hurt, but there were no amps in the electricity I created. It only takes 0.7 to kill a man, and for you, there was 0. Hopefully, you can redeem yourself for your crimes, change your ways, and fight on the side of the heroes against the villains. But until then, you're still a murderer. Izuku placed the tip of his index finger between Stain's eyes, sending a small discharge of electricity that short-circuited the villain's brain and knocked him unconscious. As he left the alley, Izuku reflected on Stain's convictions and how far he was willing to go. In his life, he had seen several heroes the world could do without, and he sometimes thought these types of heroes sullied the name they were given. Stain might have been wrong in his approach, but where he hit definitely changed for the better. Izuku reached the exit to find the girls patching up Ida and Native. Where's the hero killer? Unconscious in the alley. He won't be getting up anytime soon. That shock should keep him out for at least a week. Izuku sat down, letting out a deep sigh. Shimura. Thank you. We're friends, Ida. We help each other when we need it and don't try to take everything on ourselves. Friends have your back, and that's all this was today. The engine Quirk user felt a wave of guilt. He had forced his friend into his problems. I know how much the fact of your brother being unable to walk again must have hurt you, but that doesn't make what you did right. How do you think he'd feel if you died because you wanted to take revenge for what happened? That fire in your heart for revenge will leave you cold in your grave. Never let your emotions cloud your judgment when it comes to doing what's right. Tears ran down Ida's face as he nodded. Yes. I'm sorry that I troubled you all. It's fine, man. It's not your fault. In the end, we're all human. We have flaws and things we'd rather not do, but we do them because we deem them right. Besides, the nurses might not be able to fix the nerves, but I might be able to. Your body works on electricity, and guess who just so happens to be a MSTR of it? Kaminari. No, not Kaminari. He fries his own brain when he adds 2 plus me. I can control the electricity I put out to match the same as the nerves, causing them to fire again. Though it will take some trial and error, I'm sure we can get your brother up and walking again. A smile crept onto Ida's face, realizing that his older brother may not have to live the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Thank you. You have no idea how much that means to me. It's fine. Just don't expect it to be immediate. I haven't had significant practice in that line of control. Not that I can't, but let's just say that when I was learning to fry the part of the brain that allows for quirk usage, I may have left a few dozen villains brain dead. Scary. Yeah, not my crowning achievement. Once the police came to apprehend the hero killer, written statements were taken from the Shimuras, Ida, Native, and their work-study pros. It was concluded that Izuku had authorization to use his quirk to defeat Stain, avoiding any issues there. Since Ochako and Momo didn't actually do anything other than offer support for both Native and Ida, there was nothing linking them to any need for further investigation, especially since all evidence proved they didn't use their quirks in that situation. Ida, on the other hand, was put into a dangerous situation due to his actions. Not only did he fight the hero killer without a license or authorization, but he nearly died because of it. If things had been even slightly different, where more people knew what happened, the engine quirk user would be in jail for breaking quirk laws. Fortunately, the police were able to cover this up, as it would be deemed wrong in the public's eyes if this were to get out and be seen as favoritism since Izuku wasn't charged. He got away with just a slap on the wrist, but Ida took what happened to heart, understanding he should never act on his emotions like he did that night. The morning after started rather normally for both Ochako and Momo, who were getting ready for morning exercises with Gunhead and his students. Momo was. Ochako was holding onto the toilet, feeling unwell. Ochako, you okay in there? My stomach hurts. Momo walked in just as Ochako was sick again. She held Ochako's hair until she finished. Once she got up, Ochako walked to her bag to grab a small container of antacid. If you want, I can tell Gunhead you're running a little late because you're feeling under the weather. I'll just be a minute. She dropped the tablet in a bottle of water for it to bubble up before drinking the whole thing. Just try not to overdo it, okay? Izuku isn't the only one who worries about you. I'll try to limit myself a bit. The two walked out of their room to begin training with Gunhead. Upon asking why they were a little late, they explained that Ochako wasn't feeling well that morning. Are you alright, Uravity? Do you want to take the day off to feel better? I'll be fine. It wouldn't be fair if I sat on the sidelines while you all worked hard to improve. Okay, but don't push yourself. If it's a stomach bug, then trying not to fight through it is probably the best option. Ochako gave a thumbs up and a smile. I'll manage. I came here to get stronger, and a little stomach bug won't stop me. Always great to hear. Now let's begin. The two trained with Gunhead as best they could that day, with Ochako needing to stop a few times due to nausea, but she recovered to continue and gained respect from the other members of the dojo. The next few days of their internship were rather normal. Ochako was able to avoid throwing up as often as she did that one day, but still couldn't shake the bug she was feeling. On the last day before they would return to UA, however, Momo started to feel more sluggish than usual, which Gunhead noticed. Kriati, are you all right? Why yes, sir. Just a tad tired is all, Momo replied, trying to catch her breath as she trained. Did you have difficulty sleeping or something? I don't think so, sir. It shouldn't be anything, so let's please continue so I don't waste your time. They continued for a little longer before the pro called a break for everyone. As they sat down to rest, Ochako and Momo grabbed some water bottles to rehydrate. You two seem a little off recently. This isn't normal, is it? They exchanged glances and shook their heads. To be honest, we're not exactly sure why we're like this either. I don't feel sick, just more nauseous than usual, Ochako admitted. Momo added, I feel fatigued. If I overuse my quirk, I notice it, but this fatigue feels different. That is strange. Maybe you should see a doctor, just to be safe, suggested their friend. Both girls nodded in agreement. The next day, Momo and Ochako were set to return to UA. They had arranged to meet Izuku at Ochako's parents' house to pick up Eri quickly. While waiting at the station, they heard a familiar voice. "Hey, you two!" They turned to see Izuku approaching with a smile. "Hey, Izuku. How was your work-study?" he asked, though a hint of dissatisfaction crossed his face. "I don't want to talk about it. What about you two?" "It was okay. We learned a bit and gained some skills to grow stronger," Momo replied. "Ochako even found a new way to fight." "That's awesome," Izuku said as they walked out of the station and onto the streets toward the Uraraka residence. The door opened to reveal Mrs. Uraraka holding Eri. "Mama." Eri reached for her parents, who picked her up with smiles. "Hello, Snowball. Were you a good girl for Grandma and Grandpa this week?" Eri looked at Momo and smiled. She was very well behaved. "We also learned a new word, didn't we, Eri?" Momo prompted. Eri beamed at Izuku and exclaimed, "Dada." Izuku's eyes filled with tears of joy. "She called me Dada." He hugged Eri tightly, nearly overwhelming her with affection. "Seems he's happy to hear that," Ochako said, smiling. "He's easily happy," Momo added as they headed inside to gather Eri's things. They placed Eri in HS on Momo and began walking back to school. On the way, Ochako started to feel nauseous and had to stop at a nearby park to vomit. Izuku noticed her discomfort, puzzled since she hadn't used her quirk. He brushed it off but soon saw Momo nodding off and caught her. "You two okay? You're both a little off," he asked, concern creeping into his voice. "It's nothing. We're just a little under the weather," Ochako reassured him. Izuku, still worried, took Eri and the HRs from Momo. "Let me lighten your load." He grabbed their belongings, determined to help. "I'm back." "Sorry about that," Ochako said as she returned to find Izuku carrying everything. "Izuku, you really should let us carry some of that. You both aren't feeling well, so I'll carry everything. When we get back to the dorms, I want you both to see Recovery Girl, just to be sure." "But..." "No buts," he interrupted, and they nodded, understanding his concern for their well-being. They continued their journey back to the dorms, where the girls opened the doors for Izuku as he entered and headed straight to their room to place everything down. He led both Ochako and Momo to the infirmary, giving them no chance to protest. At Recovery Girl's office, the elderly woman was at her desk. "Well, if it isn't the Shimuras. What can I do for you two?" "Me and Momo have been feeling under the weather lately and can't quite figure it out," Ochako explained. "Izuku wanted us to come here to find out what's wrong," Momo added. Recovery Girl gestured for them to sit and began asking about their symptoms. "Can you explain what you're feeling?" "I've been experiencing more nausea than usual, even without using my quirk." "It's puzzling," Ochako said. "Sounds like a stomach bug," Recovery Girl noted. "And you?" she asked Momo. "Fatigue and occasional fainting spells," Momo replied. Recovery Girl examined them, checking their blood pressure and listening to their breathing. "You seem fine, but let's rule out one last thing. Since you're married, have you been active recently?" Both girls exchanged glances, recalling the last time. "About 2 weeks ago," Ochako answered, and Recovery Girl noted it down. "Did you use protection?" Momo explained, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Unfortunately, we were unable to comprehend that at the time." "How so?" They explained that one of their classmates had spiked their drinks after the sports festival, prompting Recovery Girl to investigate. She asked one final question to determine the accuracy of their claims. "When was your last CYCL, and if you're late, how late are you?" Both girls thought about it and realized they were over a week late. "I've been late for about 10 days now." 8 for me." Recovery Girl stood up and walked over to a drawer, pulling out 2 packages and handing them to the girls. "There's a restroom across the hall. I'd like to confirm this before we go any further." Ochako and Momo glanced at the packages and realized they were PR Nsui tests. The thought hadn't crossed their minds amidst everything happening, but they now recognized they had never received an answer about whether they were PR Jin and T after that night. They both headed to the bathroom to find out the truth. When they returned, it felt like an eternity as they waited for the tests to reveal their results. Both tests showed positive. "I believe that answers why you two are feeling this way," Recovery Girl said. They froze, a smile creeping onto their faces. They were going to be parents. Now, before we proceed, I must ask you both to inform your husbands, as this involves them. After that, you three can discuss how to tell your parents. Both girls smiled and nodded, thanking Recovery Girl for her help. She accepted their gratitude and continued with her work as they left. As they exited, a blond man emerged from another room, his expression one of shock at what he had overheard. You know it's rude to eavesdrop. Sorry. I just happened to hear that. Tashanori was amazed that Izuku was going to be a father, not just to 1 or 2, but 3 children. You should probably keep this from your mother. It's better if the girls and your brother tell them. If you do, it could cause issues with the family being informed before the actual father. Fair enough. The blonde pro sat down for his usual checkup, a smile on his face. I wish you the best of luck in fatherhood, Izuku. I know you'll be a great father to your children, just as you are to little Eri. Meanwhile, Ochako and Momo walked back to the dorms, thinking of possible names while trying to contain their excitement, which was evident to onlookers who were unaware of their news. As they walked, they bumped into Jairu and Tsu from their class. Noticing their happy demeanor, the duo stopped to ask, Yo, what's got you two so happy? Jairu inquired, while Tsu added, Ochako, you seem happier than when you came back to the dorms. What happened? Ochako exchanged a glance with Momo, unsure if they should share. They shrugged and agreed. We'll tell you, but you have to keep this a secret from Izuku. Yes, we want to tell him ourselves. What, are you both PR'd or something? Jairu laughed, but the girls fell silent, causing the laughter to fade into an awkward quiet. So, is it about PR'd? Both remained silent, and Tsu's eyes widened as if she understood. Can we just say what it is, please? This silence is terrifying me. Momo and I went to Recovery Girl and told her about our symptoms, feeling really tired and nauseous to the point of throwing up. She asked us to take a PR'd test. A few minutes later, they registered positive. Both girls smiled as Jairu and Tsu processed the news. Oh wow, I hit the nail on the head. Tsu smiled and congratulated them. I hope you both have healthy kids. I know you'll do a great job, especially with how happy Eri is already. Thanks, Tsu. That means a lot. The 4 of them walked back to the dormitory. Upon entering, they saw Izuku and Inko on the sofa, watching Eri and Toshiki play on a mat in front of them. Hey Inko, what are you doing here? The green-haired mother looked over and smiled. Momo, Ochako, nice to see you again. I came over to give Toshiki some time with Eri since her father and I have been busy and couldn't see her. Apparently, she went every day saying Mama, Eri, and Eri, until we finally got the chance today. Both girls smiled, watching the children play with building blocks before knocking them down like it was a game. They couldn't help but laugh as Tsu and Jairu headed upstairs to relax. Meanwhile, Inko began to notice something about both Ochako and Momo that piqued her interest. Izuku, do you mind going up to find Korin and Mushu? I heard something fall and think they might be into something. Gotcha. Izuku got up, kissed his wives, and headed upstairs to see what their little troublemakers were up to. Once alone, Inko looked at Momo and Ochako, intrigued. So, how far along? Excuse me? Momo questioned, and Inko clarified, how far along are both your pregnancies? Both girls looked amazed, about to ask how Inko knew, but she answered before they could. I work in a hospital. I've seen enough to recognize what a woman expecting looks like by just their facial features. They began to smile a bit before answering. Over half a month if we're doing the math right. So around the time of the sports festival? Both nodded, and Inko felt satisfied with this discovery. So how are you going to tell Izuku? We honestly do not know yet. We just figured this out at most an hour ago and aren't quite sure where to go with this just yet, Momo said as she and Ochako started brainstorming how to break the news. They feared that it could shock him, possibly even causing him to faint, which they wanted to avoid. While they were deep in thought, Inko's phone rang. Hello. Oh no, but I'll be over there soon. Okay, bye. She sighed. That was my work. The head doctor had a family emergency and needs to leave. They need me to come in a few hours early. I hate to ask this, but do you mind watching Toshiki until Toshi gets out of his faculty meeting? Sure. You help us when we need a babysitter for Eri. It's only right we return the favor. Inko smiled and walked over to Toshiki. Mommy needs to go to work early, Toshiki. But you'll get to stay with Eri, Aunt Momo, Aunt Ochako, and Uncle Izuku until Daddy gets back from his meeting. Can you be a good girl for them? The baby blankly stared at Inko before smiling in response. That's my girl. She kissed Toshiki's head and placed her back on the ground next to Eri. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll tell Toshi where to pick up Toshiki while I head in. Bye. Once Inko left, Ochako and Momo began to think deeply about how they could tell Izuku the news. We could do something with fruit, each one representing the size of the baby during each month? I feel like that'll go over Izuku's head. Maybe we could make sweet buns and say there are 2 more in the oven. That's making me hungry just thinking about it. What about leaving the tests out in the open? Something tells me that idea would only work if we were living in our own house. Both girls sighed, struggling to come up with a plan. Hey, you two. Izuku came back down with Mushu and Korin, who walked over to Eri and Toshiki, liking them on the cheeks. This made them giggle, creating a warm moment for Izuku to capture with a picture. Where'd Inko go? She had an emergency at work, so we agreed to take care of Toshiki until your brother gets out of his meeting. She said she has to go to her shift a few hours early. Fair enough. She's helped us enough. It's only right we return the favor. Izuku sat down on the couch between Ochako and Momo, noticing they looked a little uneasy. I forgot to ask, how did the checkup with Recovery Girl go? Oh no. We forgot that he was the one who pushed us to go to the infirmary in the first place. She said it wasn't anything to worry about. It was just something going around the school when we were heading out of our work-study. Yeah, she said we should be better soon and not to worry too much. Both girls lied, and Izuku shrugged it off, believing them. Okay, but don't push yourselves. He got up to head towards the kitchen. I'm going to make some honey tea for you both to help ease your throats. You said you were feeling unwell, so that must be painful. Thank you. As he left, the two kept brainstorming away to share their news before Momo had an idea while watching Eri and Toshiki play with some Russian nesting dolls she had made for their daughter not long ago. Ochako, do you still have your PRGNCY test? Yeah, but why is that important? Momo whispered her idea, and a grin spread across Ochako's face. I like it. The two got to work, and Izuku returned a few minutes later with cups of honey tea and saltine crackers. Here you both go. He entered the common space to see them sitting calmly, smiling a bit. You both look happier. Did Eri or Toshiki do something cute while I was in the kitchen? He passed them the tea and placed the crackers on the table. Noticing a set of Russian nesting dolls on the table, he saw 3 resembling him and the girls, with a smaller 4th that had white hair and red eyes, resembling Eri. Ah, how cute, Momo. You made Russian nesting dolls of our family and 2 others. Izuku looked at the 2 smallest dolls, noticing one resembled Ochako with his unkempt hair, while the other had his hair and Momo's eyes. Momo, what are these 2 supposed to be? She shrugged, pretending not to know. Curious, he began to pick up the dolls, wondering what Momo and Ochako had hidden inside. What did she put in here? He opened both to find a stick inside each. As he examined them closely, he realized they were 2 positive PRGNCY tests. His mind raced as he started to piece together what this could mean. Ochako? Momo? Are these what I think they are? What do you think they are, Izuku? Ochako asked, feigning ignorance. These 2 PRGNCY tests and the dolls, are they what I think they are for? What do you think they are for? Momo replied, snickering with Ochako at the thought of Izuku trying to articulate his thoughts. Are you 2, you know? We can't tell you if you don't tell us what you mean, Momo smirked, as some of their classmates walked by and overheard the conversation. Finally, Izuku blurted out, are you both PR'd from our drunken mishap after the sports festival? Yep. Very. The classmates dropped what they were holding, turning their attention to the trio. Oh, Eri said, noticing the others in the back. Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, Hagakure, Ida, and Mineta stood there with blank expressions. What did you just say? Bakugo shouted, prompting Izuku to send a small lightning bolt his way, just enough to singe the tips of his hair. What did I say about swearing in front of Eri? Ashido and Hagakure rushed to hug Ochako and Momo, shrieking, "You're PRNT!" They shouted with joy, while Kaminari and Mineta charged at Izuku. You bastard! Not only do you have two amazing partners, but you're going to be a dad? Unfazed, Izuku released a surge of electricity, zapping Kaminari and turning Mineta into a startled mess. If you have anyone to blame for this, it's yourselves for your reckless behavior. He got up to grab a glass of water to calm his nerves. Ida and Kirishima approached him, ready to congratulate him. Dude, that's awesome. You're going to be a dad to 2 more kids. Though your actions on school grounds were questionable, I must commend you for stepping up to the responsibility of becoming a father. I am confident that with your hard work and dedication, you will be a great father to not only Eri but to your 2 future children as well. I get it, Ida. No need to overdo the compliments. Also, it was alcohol-induced, so we weren't exactly in control. The trio returned to the couch as the rest of Class A came down, eager to hear the news. The day continued with Izuku receiving pats on the back and congratulations from his classmates. Meanwhile, the girls busily suggested baby names to Ochako and Momo, who were hesitant to think that far ahead so soon. A few hours later, after Toshi arrived to pick up Tosiki, Izuku shared the news with him. Toshi revealed he already knew, having been in the infirmary during the incident. He gave Izuku a hearty pat on the back that nearly knocked him over before he and Tosiki headed home. Izuku reached for Eri, who was starting to yawn, and brought her upstairs. As he did, the reality of becoming a father to 3 children began to sink in. You both know we need to tell our parents soon, right? I had plans to tell my parents when we see them next. My mom and dad are on a business trip across the country, so we'll have to wait to tell them in person. And my mom mentioned she had something important to discuss today. Maybe we can find a way to tell everyone together when your parents return, Ochako. Do you know how long they'll be gone? A month, give or take. Izuku pondered this for a moment before feeling 2 sets of hands hug him. That's not important right now, Izuku. What matters is accepting this feeling and enjoying the time we have to prepare. Momo's right. We'll worry about the details later. Izuku smiled at this, then yawned himself. I think I might turn in a little early tonight. This whole day has been quite the ordeal. I'm with you there. Perhaps some rest will help us prepare for tomorrow. The 3 settled into bed, thoughts of their conversation with Nana lingering in their minds. Should we worry about whether they're stronger than me/Izuku? Questions for later. They drifted into a deep sleep, smiling as they held one another, happy about the news they had received. The day after everyone returned to school began with the family of 4, soon to be 6, walking to class happily. Eri decided to cling to Ochako for the day, and the brunette happily obliged. However, as they walked down the halls, news of their PRNCY spread quickly. The teachers had mixed reactions. While some, like Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, and Cementos, were skeptical about teaching expecting parents, others like Midnight and Mike were supportive and excited for the growing family. Izuku even thought he saw Aizawa smirk at the news. As they reached the entrance to the heroes department, the arrogant Monoma confronted them. Well, I guess it isn't much of a surprise that you 3 would get into this situation. This must be embarrassing for Class A. He laughed mockingly, but his taunts were cut short when Kendo karate chopped him, knocking him out. Sorry about that. He doesn't know when to shut his mouth, she said. If you wouldn't have, I would've, Izuku replied, irritated by Monoma's insults toward his family. Hitoshi approached with a silver-haired girl beside him. You good, man? Yeah. Just someone trying to pick a fight, Izuku replied. The group shared a laugh before Hitoshi asked, so you 2 are really PRNT? Yup. Indeed, Izuku confirmed. Hitoshi smiled and walked over to Eri. Guess you're getting a few new siblings. You happy? Eri smiled back, tugging at his hair. Ow. he said, freeing himself from her grip. Well, I gotta get going. Later, Izuku. He turned to the silver-haired girl. I'll talk to you at lunch, Reiko. They shared a quick kiss before Hitoshi left, and Reiko smiled. Kendo cleared her throat, pulling Reiko from her daze. So, I didn't know that guy was your type? Me and Hitoshi talked during the sports festival. We hit it off and decided to date. The other day we made it official. That's really nice. Good for both of you, Izuku said, happy for his cousin. The group eventually headed to Class A with the unconscious Monoma in tow. As they entered, Izuku, Ochako, and Momo were met with curious looks. The guys congratulated Izuku while the girls asked about how they felt and what names they were considering. Their teacher, Aizawa, then entered. It's come to our attention that the Shimura family has a unique situation now. The three chuckled, while Aizawa remained neutral. Though you are adults and married, we will limit Shimura wives 1 and 2 of their physical activities when the first trimester ends. It would be unhealthy for them and the children. This relieved the three, knowing there would be no issues. As the school day ended, the Shimura family headed to the dorms to change into casual clothes and prepare to share their news with their families. They decided to visit the Yaoyorozu estate first. Momo and Ochako were excited to tell their parents about the upcoming addition to the family. Izuku smiled, wrapping his arms around his wives as they made their way up the long path to the mansion. Has your family ever considered making a taxi service on your property? Ochako asked, prompting a response from the dark-haired woman. We did have plans for a tramcar, but that idea was scrapped for safety reasons. Then I guess we'll be working on our cardio instead, Izuku joked, eliciting laughter from the group, while Eri nodded off in a hijinks on his chest. After a mile journey up to the estate, they were greeted by Momo's parents, Shiromo and Akito. Hello you four. Always a pleasure, Akito said, walking over to Momo to give her a hug before kneeling to smile at Eri and lift her out of the hijinks. Now, what brings you all here today? Would you mind if we discussed this inside? It's kind of a personal matter, Izuku asked, aware of how sensitive the topic could be. Fair enough, the Yaoyorozus replied, allowing the trio to enter with Eri. Once in the sitting room, they found Tosa and Maruki already there. Mom. Dad. Ochako exclaimed, rushing over to hug her parents. Hey, sweetie. What are you doing here? Tosa asked. We had something to tell Momo's parents and you. But since you're here, that changes things, Ochako explained, smiling at her parents as they all sat down. The parents listened attentively, eager to hear what their children had to say. So, what did you wish to discuss with us? Maruki asked. The trio exchanged excited glances, trying to find the right words. You see, the girls and I encountered a snag a while back, and we've been quiet about it because we didn't want to get anyone's hopes up, Izuku began, glancing at the girls for support. So something happened? Akito prompted, and Izuku nodded. Before we start, we want to know what you would think if we really did have more grandkids for you? The room fell silent, and Momo and Ochako took the lead. Mom, Dad, I'm Pirini. A stunned silence filled the room, causing the young parents to feel anxious. Can someone say something, please? Izuku thought just as Maruki fainted. Is he okay? Izuku shouted, urging Tosa to check his pulse. He's fine. I think he was just overwhelmed, Tosa reassured. Both mothers looked at their daughters in disbelief before confirming, You both are expecting? Ochako and Momo nodded happily, and the room erupted in joy as their parents hugged them tightly. I'm going to be a grandma again, one of them exclaimed. Meanwhile, Maruki regained his composure, looking at Izuku with a mix of disbelief and pride. So you've finally done what I thought you wouldn't have the guts to do, kid. Good on you, Maruki said, giving Izuku a playful smack on the back. This is certainly a shock. Congratulations to you three. Nothing makes me happier than to hear I'll be a grandfather to my daughter's children. Akito went to fetch a bottle of expensive scotch for a celebration. I think a toast is in order. Sorry, sir, but we can't stay long. We still need to tell my mom and get back to school before curfew, Izuku explained, and Akito nodded in understanding. Fair enough, but let us at least offer some tea as a gesture of gratitude. The trio agreed, and as they waited, Akito and Tosa discussed giving baby clothes to help. Shiromo managed to convince Izuku to share a toast with them, even though he wasn't much of a drinker. After about an hour, they began walking to the Shimura residence, saying their goodbyes to the Urarakas and Yaoyorozus. On the way home, Izuku chewed gum to mask the scent of liquor from his mother. He knew he would hear about it if he showed up smelling of alcohol, but he hoped she would understand it was a celebration for the future grandparents. Upon arriving, Izuku noticed his brother's truck in the driveway and smiled. They knocked on the door, and Nana greeted them with an unusually cheerful demeanor. "Hey you four. What brings you here?" she asked, her excitement evident. In the living room, Toshi sat with Tosiki, who was playing with blocks on the floor. Eri spotted her cousin and tried to get out of the HRSS to join in the fun. Izuku let her out, and the babies began a playful banter that made everyone laugh. "Hey, Mom, were you serious when you said you wouldn't mind having a grandchild?" Izuku asked. "Yes," she replied with a grin, which started to make Izuku and the girls feel a bit uneasy. "We have something to tell you about that." Izuku cleared his throat before continuing. "Ochako and Momo are expecting. I'm a grandma to 2 more. Nana interrupted, her excitement causing everyone to pause and reflect on the news. "Sorry bro, but I was pushed to tell her," Izuku said, glancing at his brother Toshi. "More like I wanted you to tell me, Toshi," Nana laughed, while Izuku shot a look at his blonde brother. "You know it's hard to keep secrets from her." But how do you know?" "I was having a checkup with Recovery Girl when your wives came in for this. To say that I was impressed would be an understatement. Either way, nicely done, Izuku." Toshi gave a thumbs up to his brother, and Nana playfully put Izuku in a headlock. "There you go, Izuku, that's how you show you've got a pair. Sniff sniff and you smell like alcohol. Care to explain?" Izuku mentally panicked while explaining that they had gone to the Yaoyorozu estate first to share the news, with the Urarakas present as well. They had shared some scotch to celebrate, which Nana rationalized as a reason not to scold her son for drinking early in the day. "So how far along are you both?" "Not that far, but we did use a PRDNSUI test and found out we're at least 2 weeks along," Momo replied, prompting the former pro to ruffle her son's hair in joy. "Well, I hope you 3 are happy at least, and you can count on me if you need help. I know PRDN can be tough, and Izuku was a handful for me." "I wasn't that bad, was I?" Izuku asked, but Nana looked at him with a serious expression. "Mother had some difficulty keeping food down with you, and there were times she would sleep over 14 hours a day," Toshi explained. "I do hold you to good standards, Izuku, but you were a problem pin, as Aizawa would say." Shifting the topic away from Izuku's past, Nana wanted to address the challenges Momo and Ochako might face with their children. "Now, I'm sure you remember this, but let me remind you of the issues you 3 will have now. OFA will undoubtedly affect your children's quirks. Since you're all 11th generation quirk users, your children's quirks will likely be as strong, if not stronger than yours. Considering Izuku's base quirk is already powerful with OFA added to it, your kids could have incredibly strong quirks, with Momo's potentially being godlike depending on how it manifests." They had been informed of the possible strength their children could possess when they first got married, but now the reality of it was setting in. The thought of carrying one of the most powerful quirk users was both exciting and daunting. "Just relax, okay? Izuku was and still is one of the most powerful beings in the world, and he turned out fine. Just be careful about how you raise them. If we don't, we could end up with mini Kachins." Shiver, that's a scary thought, having a kid with that much of a superiority complex. Everyone laughed at Ochako's comment before discussing their next steps and plans for school. Eventually, they had to leave to avoid getting into trouble for being out past curfew. As they walked back, the trio felt grateful for their family's support. Their future seemed bright, and they were determined to take everything one step at a time. A month had passed since the Shimura family shared their news. Due to the pregnancies, Ochako and Momo were advised to stay out of hero training to avoid any risks. While the girls felt a bit frustrated at being treated delicately, Izuku was relieved for their safety and that of their children. Nizu offered them a less strenuous exercise course to keep them in shape without overexerting themselves. On a positive note, both girls had adjusted to their condition and were feeling less drowsy and nauseous than before, easing Izuku's worries. As the group sat in their classroom, Aizawa entered to begin their hero training. Afternoon, everyone. Today we will be doing a rescue and detain training class. You will be split into 2 teams and will be fighting a villain while also trying to rescue a civilian. Aizawa gestured to the groups displayed above. Change, then meet me on test field beta. The young adults complied and headed toward the changing area, ready for the training ahead. There, Izuku noticed Mineta trying to peek through the peephole again. He held his hand out to the small student, electricity crackling around him. Go ahead. I dare you to try that again. Just be prepared for the consequences. Mineta's face went pale as he backed away, clearly intimidated. The rest of the class fell silent, sensing the tension. As the class approached the testing field, they were met by their teacher, Aizawa, along with Midnight, Cementos, Toshi, and Nana. Now that you're all here, we can begin the scenario. The villains, Paragon and All Might in this case, have taken hostages, Midnight and Cementos. It will be up to you to subdue them and rescue the hostages. Easier said than done when your opponents are Paragon and All Might. Some students voiced their displeasure at this assignment, and even Izuku felt uneasy about facing his mother and brother. Keep complaining, and I'll send you in one at a time, Aizawa warned. We'll split into 2 teams, each entering different parts of the city. Each half will have 1 villain and 1 hostage hidden inside it. Any more objections? Silence followed. Good. Now here are the teams. Izuku glanced at his team: Todoroki, Ojiro, Jaya, Ashido, Aoyama, Usato, Kaminari, and Koda. He was relieved to be facing his brother, hoping to avoid any unwanted punches from his mother. He had a few new tricks he wanted to try out, hoping they would impress them. You have 20 minutes to finish the exercise. Remember, you are actually rescuing real hostages here, and any harm that comes to them will affect your grade. Since the hostages are also your teachers, they will be grading your actions as well. Aizawa displayed a hologram showing the layout of the city. The hostages have a distress beacon active. Happy hunting. With that, Izuku's group was left to strategize as the gates opened to the city. Well, this is just perfect, Ojiro complained, spotting Nana floating in midair with a smirk. Kaminari, grab my shoulder. I have a new trick, but I think it only works with others who have electricity quirks. Todoroki, build a dome around everyone, and have Mina melt the ground to create a tunnel under the road to the sewers. The group followed Izuku's instructions just as Nana prepared to attack. Have fun, Izuku. This is going to hurt, she called out, launching herself at him. Before she could reach him, Izuku grabbed Kaminari's shoulder. His eyes glowed electric blue, and a bolt of lightning struck them, causing them to vanish. When the light faded, Nana rubbed her eyes, surprised to find them gone. You never cease to amaze me, Izuku. You're a natural-born prodigy, she murmured, looking around. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kaminari emerged from an electrical socket in a nearby building, both out of breath. That was awesome. How did you figure that out? Kaminari exclaimed. You'd fry your brain trying to understand it. Let's just say we became electricity, Izuku replied. Save the questions for later. If we talk too much, they'll hear us. As they navigated the city, the second group struggled to work together, with Bakugu insisting on going solo. Bakugu, we need to work together. Screw you. I'll find the hostage on my own, he shouted back. Just help us out a little, someone pleaded. Like hell. I can handle this myself. Bakugu continued, but was suddenly interrupted by a swift kick from Nana, who had appeared nearby. Subtlety is a virtue that could really help you. I could hear you a mile away, she said with a smile. Let me give you a lesson, kids. The ones who keep smiling at the end of the day hold the most strength. With that, she vanished and delivered a punch to Tokoyami, sending him flying. I went to the school of hard knocks. And now class is in session, she grinned, ready to take on the rest of the group. In the observation room, Mike turned to Nizu. Well, I saw that coming. How did we bet again? He asked as Nizu handed him and others a small bundle of yen. 15,000 yen. But I was more betting on whether or not young Bakugo would fight his teammates aside from his real enemy at the moment. To be fair, Bakugo's real enemy is himself a lot of times, Momo pointed out as Eri sat on her lap, gumming a teething ring. So what's next on the bet? Whether or not young Shimura is going to pull punches against All Might or if he's got any new tricks up his sleeves. Ochako grinned at this. 15,000 yen, quadruple or nothing on Izuku's new tricks and beating All Might. The others looked at her in shock. I'm with her on this one, Momo added, with Eri holding her teething ring out as if she were betting it. Back on the field, Izuku and Kaminari finally reunited with their group, standing in what was strangely rancid water. How are we in a fake sewer and there's still real waste here? Jairu shouted in annoyance before being shushed. Where do you think we go when the stalls in the dorms are all being used? That's besides the point, we're in a tunnel system and all noise carries through this. Silence, Kaminari said, putting his finger over his lips. Didn't know he could actually say something smart for a change. So what now then? Sato asked, unsure what to do along with their animal-speaking classmate. All the tunnels are connected. I have a way to find where the hostages and All Might are. The thing is, I need total silence and for all of you to turn off every electronic device you have. This will fry them. Without much more warning, the class turned off their phones, communicators, and radio beacons, going dark in the observation room. Izuku left his on, as it would be unaffected. Placing a hand on the brick tunnel wall, a small golden spherical ball of energy appeared in his hand, which he placed in the wall. A sudden burst, sounding like an arcing spark, echoed through the tunnels as a tingling feeling washed over the group. Moments later, Izuku received an echo from the pulse he sent out, pinpointing the exact position of the hostages. All Might was actually away from them, giving them a tiny window of opportunity. Alright, looks like I know where the hostages and All Might are. Todoroki, you take 4 of our group to get Cementos. I'll take the rest to save Midnight. If you follow the tunnel up here to the right all the way down, you'll be directly above the building, and he'll be on the top floor. The bicolored boy nodded, taking Aoyama, Sato, Kaminari, and Jairu with him in case the coast wasn't as clear as they'd hoped. Meanwhile, Izuku continued with Koda, Ojiro, and Ashido towards the end of the straightaway. As they traveled, their pink friends started asking, what was that? Basically an EMP wave. I sent one out to know where exactly everyone that was touching the ground or something that acts as a grounding tool was located. The drawback is if the person I'm looking for isn't touching the ground, then I can't tell where they are. So why did you need us to turn our phones off? Well, that's where my first attempt failed. Unfortunately, I had Momo and Ochako with me, and I kind of fried their phones and a noisemaker we had for Eri. She was not happy about that one. The 3 could see the poor little snowball crying right off the bat, with both girls smacking Izuku upside the head. As the group found their way towards the flooring of the building where Midnight was held, Ashido used her acid to melt through the concrete and create a hole for them to enter. Once inside, they found Midnight tied up, acting rather well for the part she was playing. Help me, heroes. These ropes are so tightly knit it's beginning to bruise me. Is she getting a kick out of this? The 4 thought as Ashido used her acid to set the civilian free. Alright, we're almost at the home stretch. If we take the sewer back down, we can reunite with Todoroki and his group and get everyone out together. Sounds like a plan. The group returned to the tunnel to head back the way they came. As they did, they noticed their 5 other teammates, with Sato holding Cementos on his back. I take it your part went well? Izuku looked at Midnight, who wanted to be carried in his arms, and nodded. Almost free. The group moved towards the end of the tunnel where they saw a manhole exit. So the exit is less than a mile run. If Todoroki goes up first and hides in a corner, preparing for anyone coming, then we can avoid my mother and All Might getting the drop on us. If they do get near us, saving the civilians takes top priority. Sato and I will make a sprint towards the exit to drop them off and return. The issue is holding the 2 back if we do run into that scenario. Don't worry. I'll think of something. The electric quirk user nodded at Todoroki as he began jumping out of the tunnel first. When the coast was clear, he motioned for everyone to follow him out. They continued towards their goal as fast as they could. When they neared it, they noticed Toshi charging at them as fast as he could, and Izuku had to think of a drastic approach. CRP. He pushed Midnight to hang over his shoulder before extending his hand. Just before Tashanori made impact, he slammed face-first into a solid electrical field, which promptly sent him flying in the opposite direction. Well, that was anticlimactic. Izuku smirked as they exited the fake city, laughing at the purple-haired vixen's comment. Sometimes Toshi isn't the brightest and can fall for easy tricks. But that won't keep him for long, it's merely a really strong repulsion magnet. I did that to be able to do this. Izuku lifted off the ground and began to fly, glancing back to see his brother standing up. I am free. Tashanori exclaimed. And you fell? For a really easy trick from me, bro. Literally a trick I had since I was 6. The two pros emerged from the fake city they had trapped. Take a look around, Izuku said. All Might surveyed the crater he had created, noting the exposed rebar from his impact. Midnight watched in awe as Izuku pointed a finger down at the ground, creating a reverse Faraday cage for All Might, trapping him in a tomb of electricity. Well, that's one. Where's Mom now? Izuku asked. Not necessary. The test is already done. Nana descended from the sky with the teachers coming from the monitor room. Nicely done, you 9. Now, if you would follow us to the infirmary to give you our results. The group complied and headed into Recovery Girl's office, where they noticed their other 9 classmates bandaged up. What happened to them? They exclaimed, surprised to see Nana smiling. I kinda got a bit ahead of myself. Izuku sighed, noticing his wives beside him looking upset. Hey, what's wrong, you two? You look a little grumpy, OW. His cheeks were immediately pulled by them, clearly showing they were not pleased. That was for carrying Midnight like us, one of them said. That's what they're mad about. Izuku replied, bewildered. Now, you two, don't be so cold. But the fact he's so built the way he is, I don't blame you for not wanting to share your treasure. I wouldn't mind having his baby like the two of you are. Perhaps we can set up a donation in a fun way, Midnight teased, sliding her hand under Izuku's chin. Both girls scowled at their teacher before dragging Izuku out of the room and toward the dorms. The only person that deserves to be held by Izuku and make him flustered is us. Before they exited, the two shouted one last bit, and we're not sharing him or letting you have our husband's baby. Everyone watched in surprise at the sudden outburst. Oh, don't be so harsh. I'm not getting any younger, so maybe we can arrange something, she teased, sticking her tongue out at the two before walking off. As the next day came around, Izuku sat at his desk with Eri on his lap, sleeping peacefully. The small baby had some difficulty sleeping the night before, leaving her parents somewhat tired today. Izuku, in particular, had spent most of the night trying to keep Eri asleep so that Ochako and Momo could get the much-needed rest they required. When Aizawa walked in, he addressed the class in his usual emotionless fashion. Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Good morning, yon Uncle Shoda. Izuku made the mistake of addressing his uncle, causing Aizawa to notice him struggling to stay awake. Did he not sleep well last night? Aizawa asked, directing his question toward the 2 Shimura women, who also seemed a little tired. I think Eri was having nightmares last night or something. Izuku took care of her. She was up a lot, one of them explained. Aizawa saw the small child out cold and shrugged it off. I don't blame him for being dead tired. Anyway, final exams are coming up for this term, so I need you all to be ready. For the hero course, you have the regular written exam as well as a physical exam that I won't specify. The class fell silent before shouting, What? The outburst startled Eri awake, causing her to start crying. Who did it? Everyone turned to Izuku, who was surrounded by a crackling aura of electricity. Who the hell shouted to wake up my daughter? He demanded. The electricity dissipated thanks to Aizawa's quirk, but the tension remained. As much as I'd love to watch everyone clear the room for me to have the class nap, you'd probably fry almost everyone here if you kept going. Why don't you take the time to hush Eri and go back to sleep? The teacher released his quirk, allowing Izuku to nod and place Eri on the desk before slamming his head down to fall asleep. Eri followed suit, laying on his head like it was a fluffy pillow. Back to what I was talking about. Exams are next week, with a training camp for the Hero Course students during the summer. This is to prepare you all for the provisional license exam that will be held shortly after you return. For those who fail their exams, you'll have to take remedial lessons. The class started to get excited, raising their voices a bit, but they quieted down when Izuku lifted his head, electricity crackling off his body, nearly blowing the lights above him. Can we please not anger the husband of the problem family more? I don't have enough eye drops to stop him from blowing the circuits for this school's electricity. Everyone fell silent as Izuku lowered his head, Eri drooling on him in her deep sleep. During lunch, Kaminari and Ishido exclaimed, "I haven't even studied at all." Kaminari sounded more anxious, while Ishido appeared less concerned. Between the sports festival and the work studies, I haven't even opened my notes, Kaminari continued. See that, Eri? That's who you shouldn't be like. Always try your best and don't use excuses based on what's happening around you, Izuku advised, noting how both classmates had napped through most of the morning. Bah! Ochako approached to pick up Eri, while Momo contemplated her classmates' struggles. If you'd like, I can help you all catch up on the harder topics. Really? You're the best, Momo. Kaminari and Ishido chimed in unison, just as Jairu walked over. Would you mind if I joined? I'm not too worried about flunking, but there are some parts of this term's math final that I'm struggling with. Sure. Why don't we form a study group? Would anyone else like to join? A few hands went up, prompting Momo to smile. All right then. We can meet in the common space after classes. Honestly, I'm not as worried about the written exam. The physical part, though, is probably the issue, Kirishima said as he approached Izuku and Bakugo. Just so you know, the common end-of-term exam for first years is robots. However, they might change it since we weren't exactly pushed in the sports festival. So we're probably facing robots? Awesome! Kaminari exclaimed. Easy, here I come. Izuku rolled his eyes, thinking, why do I stay in the same class as you? A sudden growl interrupted the classroom, drawing everyone's attention to Ochako and Momo. What? Ochako asked. I am not looking forward to my future as a mother if I ever become one, Hagakure stated, prompting Izuku to look at her calmly. Every woman expecting a baby will likely be hungrier than everyone else. It's nature's way of testing the husband to see how far he'd go for his wives. And would you go that far? Bakugo asked, just as Izuku pulled out 5-foot-long subs from his bag. You were saying something? Later that afternoon, Izuku, Momo, and Ochako settled in the common space of the dorms with their classmates Ishido, Kaminari, Ojiro, Jairu, and Siro. Most were working hard, except for Kaminari. Dude, why aren't you working with us on this? Siro asked, noticing Izuku with Eri on his lap, playing with Korin and Mushu. I'm trying to keep Eri preoccupied while you all study. Don't worry, I'll manage, Izuku replied. That's not the issue here, Jairu said just as the oven timer dinged. Izuku got up to place Eri in a hijinks and returned with a plate of white chocolate almond cookies. Thank you. I've been craving these, Momo said, taking a cookie and explaining the next problem to everyone. Oh come on. At least try to be part of this. Kaminari shouted, nearly getting zapped by a bolt of lightning. I told you everything is fine, so focus on yourself. Basta. Checked, you're the one who needs to worry about grades, Izuku said, settling back down with Eri. Please tell me he's not going to flunk the exams just because he does this, Ojiro asked, prompting Ochako to explain. Izuku's the smartest guy I know. When we were younger, his mom took him for an IQ test. What was the score? Momo asked, intrigued. I don't know. All I got was that he frustrated the instructor by finding grammar errors in the questions and scored off the charts. There was a rumor he had an IQ in the 4 digits. From what I've noticed, he has a perfect photographic memory. He once drew a hero he had only seen once and discovered it was an American hero visiting Japan for an exchange program. They watched as Izuku used his quirk to make Eri's hair rise with static electricity, all thinking the same thing. Does he even have a flaw? Getting back on topic, Jayu, what's the answer to number 6? Jairu struggled with the question until Izuku approached her. Use this formula instead of the one you're using. It'll help. Jairu noticed the difference and quickly arrived at the answer. Nice job. Now Ishido, can you do number 7? She laughed at the question. I don't get it. Momo walked over to explain, guiding her in the right direction. It took about 5 minutes, but Izuku helped Kaminari, and they finished in half the time. Okay, that was a good attempt. Moving on to the next section, Izuku said, passing Ochako and Momo a bit of tea as they continued their study session. Now he's just showing off, Shiro pointed out as he levitated the pot and cups in the air. He can show off all he wants. I know he'll do fine. The sad matter is that he'll probably do better than me, Momo admitted, agreeing with Ochako as they continued working while watching Izuku goof off. I'm gonna be really annoyed if he does fine on this while I'm working my butt off, they all thought. Momo moved on to the next question, with Ochako doing her best to answer. A week went by with everyone working hard to achieve the best scores possible, except for Izuku, who focused on taking care of Eri while ensuring that Ochako and Momo didn't overwork themselves. This annoyed some of his classmates, who hoped his lack of effort would backfire on him. When the test finally came, Aizawa announced, "Pencils down," as the last person in line handed in their scantrons for grading. Aizawa had set up a machine in the classroom to display the results quickly. Up top are the results for everyone. Fortunately, nobody failed. Kaminari and Ishido were ecstatic to see they had passed, while others who struggled in their weakest subjects were relieved to have done better than expected. However, the biggest surprise came when they saw Izuku's perfect score. "Are you freaking serious?" they shouted, shocked. Even Momo had scored only 99% in 2 subjects. Izuku smirked as Kaminari and Ishido slammed their heads on their desks, realizing how unfair it seemed. "Now that you all know your grades, put on your hero suits and meet me by the buses," Aizawa instructed. As everyone changed into their costumes, Aizawa returned Eri to the Shimura family, ensuring she wouldn't distract them during the test. Once geared up for the physical part of the exam, the students met their teachers and Nana outside. "Hello, Class A. I'm sure you're all aware of what this exam will probably hold," Nizu said, jumping out of Aizawa's capture gear. "Yeah. Robots. Piece of cake." Kaminari and Ishido exclaimed, confident about the challenge. "Ordinarily, you'd be correct. However, we've changed our curriculum a bit," Nizu continued, causing the two to stop and look at him in confusion. "For today's final exam, you will be put in teams of 2 and face the faculty of UA. Isn't that exciting?" The cheerful tone didn't sit well with the students, who shouted in disbelief, "We're facing the teachers?" Eri, trying to mimic the shock, blew a raspberry, prompting laughter from her grandmother. "This is mainly because you've all seen action before. If you faced the robots, it would be too easy. This is to push you to your limits. But don't worry, we'll hold back just enough for you to pass. We also have your opponents and partners already set up," Nizu added. Nana and Tashanori smirked at Izuku and Baku. "For this exam, you both will be facing us." The 2 boys exchanged glances before shouting, "Like hell I'm working with this JRK/a-hole. Heroes don't get to choose their opponents or partners. This is a test for both of you as a team. I want to see you fight us with everything you have and remember our school's motto, go beyond. Plus ultra." Tashanori laughed, only to be playfully punched in the gut by Nana. "Save the macho talk for the fight, you blonde oaf." "Great. I'm facing my mom and my brother. Worst of all, I'm with the one person I want to avoid," Izuku thought. Why did I have to be with Deku of all people? Neither wanted to give in, making the situation even more tense. Ochako and Momo walked into the monitor room with Recovery Girl, taking seats while Eri gnawed on a teething ring. "So how much do you think Izuku's gonna work with Bakugo?" Ochako asked. "Probably about a 4.35% chance that they work together. An 8.19% chance if Izuku tries to win after Bakugo loses. And an 87.46% chance that they will fail due to their inability to cooperate against a common threat." Eri watched the monitor, which showed a close-up of Izuku and Bakugo, and immediately blew a raspberry at the ash blonde, expressing her dislike for him. Daba bopfed. The three in the room paused to look at Eri, who continued to gum on her teething ring, seemingly unaware of their conversation. It appears little Eri isn't the greatest fan of Bakugo, Recovery Girl remarked. I don't blame her, Ochako added. All he's done since we've had her is try and pick fights with her father. Horrible first impressions. Eri simply gummed her teething ring, oblivious to the discussion. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo had just disembarked from the bus, with Nana and Toshi staying near the front. Izuku attempted to strategize with Bakugo. Kachin, we need a plan here, he urged, but Bakugo ignored him. I'm serious. We're facing my mom and brother, two heroes that are or were number one. Izuku's frustration boiled over, and he grabbed Bakugo by the collar. Will you give me an answer already instead of being a mute? I'd rather do this by myself. Bakugo shot back. You think I like doing this with you? I'd rather have the pervert instead. At least I can use him as a bat if things go south. Their argument escalated, drowning out the sound of the bell ringing behind them. You know your personal problems should have been settled outside, Nana interjected before sending Bakugo flying into the air with a punch to the gut. Izuku braced for a fight but was met with a powerful Texas smash from Toshi, sending him a distance away. Might have overdone it a bit, Toshi commented. I think you overdo things a lot sometimes, Nana replied. Bakugo, recovering from his fall, found himself near a power grid. You're angry at me. That's good. That means you'll come at me with intent to kill, Nana taunted as Bakugo attempted to blast her. Die, he yelled, but she dodged effortlessly. Sometimes I wonder what some people saw in you. You have an amazing quirk and you give it your all, but that ego of yours needs to go if you'll ever win at anything, Nana advised. Shut up. Bakugo yelled, trying to blast her again, only to be grabbed by the hair and slammed into the ground. Lessons are still lessons even if they're learned the hard way. Today, I'm going to drill into your skull the fact that you can't always win alone. This is a lesson you and Izuku have both failed to learn. Meanwhile, Izuku recovered from Toshi's punch, coughing slightly. I gotta hand it to you, Toshi. You're up there in years, but you can still pack a punch. Good to know, Toshi replied as they both took fighting stances. Izuku charged in first, throwing a straight punch, but Toshi countered with an uppercut. Izuku evaded and attempted to sweep Toshi's feet, narrowly missing a kick to the face. Quick reflexes. Impressive, Izuku, Toshi acknowledged. Oh, I'm gonna make you more than impressed when it comes down to it, brother, Izuku declared, activating his electric quirk. He worked behind Toshi, aiming to land a punch, but Toshi dodged just in time, nearly catching Izuku with a Detroit smash. I just need to land a punch on him. Not even that. Just a hand so I can use my new ability. Good thing I found a way to move through electric currents. Before Izuku could act, Bakugo crashed in from above, disrupting his focus. F-Beach! Izuku shouted, getting back to his feet. What the hell's your problem? What was that to you? Bakugo yelled back. Their shouting match was interrupted when Toshi stepped in, delivering a punch to both of their stomachs. Fighting amongst yourselves when the situation demands you to work together is foolish, he said firmly. Izuku stumbled to his feet, trying to access the electrical system again. Bakugo charged at him, but Izuku was ready to evade and counter, only to find the system down, resulting in a punch to the face. What the? Izuku exclaimed, jumping in front of Bakugo as Toshi smirked. That trick of yours relies on the electricity running around the city. But what happens when that system is down? From a distance, Nana floated towards them, holding some power lines. So you took one of my top forms of mobility, she said. Izuku smiled, electricity crackling through his hair. No matter. I'm not a one-trick pony like the blonde here. A wave of energy surged around Izuku, causing debris to levitate. Special move, Magnetish Mine. Out of my way, dumbass. Bakugo charged in, inadvertently destroying the debris and getting hit by it. He quickly got up, furious. What the F was that? I didn't plan on you getting in the middle of that. If anyone's to blame, it's you. Izuku retorted. You wanna go beach? Bring it. At least then you'll get a taste of what real talent is. Both Izuku and Bakugo were ready to fight when Nana and Toshi intervened, delivering swift blows that left them gasping on the ground. This is pathetic, Nana scolded. All you had to do was work together, and you might have been able to get one of us. Instead, you chose to take your anger out on each other. You're hardly even young adults. Ochako and Momo watched in horror as their husbands lay motionless. I think you might have gone overboard, Mother, Momo said. They're still breathing, so I doubt it, Nana replied as they walked away. Izuku looked up at the sky. Hey, Kachin. Bakugo opened his eyes, wincing in pain. What? Let's work together for 10 minutes. It makes both of us sick to our stomachs, but I hate losing as much as you. A silence hung between them before Bakugo finally said, Whatever. They both stood up and Nana turned back to them. If you can't fight together, then this is pointless. Izuku interrupted her with a punch that made her stumble back. You're so grounded, she shouted, attempting to attack him. He jumped back just as Bakugo blasted her in the face. Izuku then used one for all to send her crashing into a nearby building. Something tells me she's going to be really sore at you when she gets out of that, Toshi began, but was cut off as Izuku and Bakugo unleashed a powerful combination of explosions and magnetic force, sending him flying. Now this got interesting. Nana emerged from the wreckage, searching for Izuku, who was nowhere to be found. So what are you two planning? She asked. You'll see in about 5 seconds. You ready, Deku? Izuku stood atop a building, condensing debris into a single mass. This trick takes time, so be ready. Special move, Magnetish Mine. The mass hurtled toward them as Bakugo blasted Toshi away and prepared to escape. That does not look good, Toshi said, worry creeping into his voice, while Nana watched her son's attack with pride. Not bad, Izuku. But it's not going to get both of us. She jumped away just before the blast could connect, but Toshi was caught in the explosion, trapped in a swirling mass of debris. I guess Toshi should have used his head more. But you still have one more left, Nana remarked. That's fine by me. Izuku used his warp ability to surprise his mother. How? I cut the power here, she exclaimed. That ability puts off a lot of electrical feedback. I was able to ride the waves for one last warp right next to you. He placed his hand on her head, smiling. This ends it. Nervenstaw. An electric force surged from Izuku, immobilizing her. As she began to fall, he used the last of his energy to repel the effects of gravity. Well, there Dao, Izuku started, but was cut off as he felt himself falling. Bakugo caught him just before he hit the ground. I honestly didn't expect that to work. Guess being the nerd you are worked in your favor. Izuku tried to respond but found himself unable to speak, opting instead to give Bakugo a thumbs up. The chapter concluded with Izuku and Bakugo passing the exam, barely succeeding. The day after the finals, Class 1A gathered to relax, with the Shimuras enjoying the common space. So what exactly are you doing? Jiro asked, watching Eri in a strange orbit around the three. Letting Eri play, came the response. Momo explained, Izuku can create an electromagnetic field that allows inorganic objects to orbit around him. For example, she tossed a magazine, a remote, a coffee mug, and a few pens into the field, watching them rotate around Izuku like Eri. That's so cool! Kirishima exclaimed. But anything organic can feel extreme shock and damage done to its nervous system. This is why I made a small ball to simulate a Faraday cage with air holes to prevent it from harming Eri. Most of the class watched Eri crawl around happily, giggling as Kaminari hesitantly reached for the remote to change the channel. Just, how bad of a shock would someone get? He asked. In simple terms, I diluted this down significantly so it won't be life-threatening if someone touches the field, but it's still strong enough to hold Eri up in the air, Kirishima explained. Kaminari, thinking the shock wouldn't be enough to hurt him, reached for the remote and was suddenly hit with several volts, lighting up like a Christmas tree. I didn't say you wouldn't seriously get hurt if you touched it. Now you tell me, Kaminari groaned, collapsing to the ground in pain, smelling like burnt toast from the excessive power. "Oh please. The idiot's just not strong enough to handle a little shock," Bakugo scoffed. "I really don't think it's smart to mess with this thing. Kaminari has an electric quirk, and he smells like that time Ishido wanted to see what happens if you burn toast at the max setting," Kirishima warned. "Shut up, shitty hair. There's no way this thing's stronger than me," Bakugo shouted. Sometimes, the Shimura family wished he would think more rationally, instead of relying on his ego. Ochako, however, smiled mischievously. "You know what? Try it, Bakugo. I dare you." Everyone turned to her, noticing the determination on her face. "You heard me. If you want to be the #1 hero, prove it by taking on this little shock. Or are you too scared?" Everyone waited for Bakugo's response, and he smirked. "I'll show you, round face. This thing is no fee." As he touched the electric field, he began to babble incoherently, his body spasming from the shock. With a loud bang, he was thrown back into the wall, leaving a Bakugo-shaped hole for everyone to see. "Sometimes I think his greatest enemy is himself," Izuku remarked, deadpan. "You have to admit, it was funny though," Ochako laughed, while Momo glanced at her. "Sometimes I forget you can be as dark and mildly sadistic as Izuku," Momo commented. "Oh come on, Momo. You can't tell me he doesn't deserve this half the time." Momo thought for a moment before agreeing. "You have a point there." "Finally got it." Mineta burst through the door, holding up a video case. Izuku quickly pulled Eri back to cover her eyes. "Finally. I can." He didn't finish his sentence before hitting the electric field and being sent flying through the roof. "Is he going to be all right?" Sato asked, emerging with a tray of cookies. "Maybe. Depends on where he lands," Izuku replied, deactivating the field and grabbing a cookie. "If he lands on solid ground, I don't think he'll survive. But he might if he lands on something softer." He took a bite of the cookie and smiled. "Cinnamon apple. Nice. Thanks. I was trying to think of something sweet for Eri when she's old enough to enjoy sweets." "Go ahead, everyone. I made plenty." Everyone started grabbing cookies, and Momo and Ochako smiled happily at the taste. "Eri is going to be so happy when she can eat cookies with these." The small child tried to grab Momo's cookie, prompting laughter from everyone. Time skipped to the weekend. Due to a twist by Aizawa, everyone from Class A was able to attend the training camp, including the 5 who failed the final exams. However, there would be consequences in the form of remedial lessons. The group of 20, including Eri, had to gather supplies for the camp. The Shimura family needed bug spray, sunscreen for Eri, new shoes for Izuku, who had accidentally melted his hiking shoes during a short-circuit incident, and a few pairs of shorts for Momo, who typically wore dresses or jeans. "Alright, if we can get everything quickly, there's a playground on the 2nd floor where Eri can play with kids her age," Izuku suggested, smiling as Eri waved her hands in excitement. "I think you have a fan of that plan already," Ochako teased, and the trio laughed before heading into the nearest store to find sneakers for Izuku. They also found bug spray that was safe for children. Their next stop was a clothing store where they found some nice shorts that fit Momo perfectly. In Izuku's hearing range, he overheard some guys talking about how large her shorts were and how they wanted to see just how tight they really were on her. This infuriated Izuku to the point that the lighting in the store began to brighten, and a few lights above the guys broke. His wives pinched his ears as they paid and dragged him out of the store. They wouldn't show it, but the fact that Izuku was jealous was somewhat satisfying to them. Finally, the group went to a nearby convenience store to grab some sunblock suitable for Eri's skin. After finishing their shopping, they walked towards the playground, allowing Eri to play with other kids. "It's a hot one today," Izuku remarked. "I know what you mean. It's not the most enjoyable," Momo replied, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "I'll go get something to drink if you two can keep an eye on Eri." "Okay," Izuku said, heading through the mall to find a vending machine with some teas inside. He made sure to grab something sweet for Ochako, who had been craving sweets more than usual, and something soothing for Momo, who seemed easier to aggravate lately. "Alright, 1 green tea for me and a bottle of water for Eri." As he pulled everything out of the machine, he felt an arm wrap around his neck. "Hey, weren't you the guy who won the sports festival and took down Stain? So cool. Can I have an autograph?" The guy seemed familiar, but Izuku couldn't place him. "Sorry, but I'm kinda in a rush right now," Izuku replied. "Going back to those women you're married to?" Izuku looked closely and noticed a wicked grin, accompanied by light blue hair and red eyes. This must be fate, Izuku Shimura. Immediately, Izuku let out an electromagnetic shockwave that paralyzed Shigaraki, then jumped behind him and tied his hands together with his belt. "I'm not taking chances here. You think I'm the type of person to just let you walk in and do what you want?" People began to gather around, and Izuku shouted, "Can someone call the police and tell them a high-ranking villain has been captured?" Many pulled out their phones to start recording, oblivious to the situation. This isn't the time to be recording. How pathetic. Even when you're trying to do good, all these people care about is showing what you're doing to the world, Shigaraki sneered. Izuku zapped him again, momentarily silencing him before he called the police on his own phone. Why can't people think for once and do what should be done? It only took a few minutes for the police to arrive and notice Shigaraki, forcing everyone to pull back. A few officers questioned Izuku, who explained that the moment he realized who Shigaraki was, he knew it was a life-or-death situation and acted in defense. The only time he used his quirk outside of that was to incapacitate Shigaraki to call the police. Since the situation was dire, they allowed Ochako, Momo, and Eri to join him. "Izuku!" they exclaimed, rushing to him. "We saw a video of you holding someone down and saying he was a villain. Are you alright? Who was the villain?" Eri tried to mimic the worry from her mothers, making Izuku feel a bit overwhelmed. "Please calm down and I'll explain. The villain was Shigaraki. I'm okay, and the video was from when I found out and stopped him. Fortunately, since it was him, they're giving me a slap on the wrist because having him here would have been a life-or-death situation. That and I was able to smooth things over with my investigation," Tsukachi said, approaching with a clipboard. "The last zap you did may have you questioned, but it was in hopes of stopping Shigaraki so you could call the police. The security camera caught everything, and the viral video documented the incident from start to finish. Technically, you did everything by the book, so arresting you would be more harm than good. You don't have to worry about any repercussions. So am I free to go?" Izuku asked. "Yes. Just try not to get into any more trouble. I know it finds you often, but it's hard to navigate situations that are debatable grounds for arrest." "I'll keep that in mind going forward," Izuku replied as he and the girls walked back towards you, thinking today had been enough excitement for them. As they walked, reality hit them about what had happened. Holy crud. Shigaraki's down. That means the league doesn't have a leader. Ochako exclaimed, somewhat overjoyed at the thought that the group striking fear into them since they started UA might be coming to an end. Maybe, but the actual founder is still out there. This is a great win, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. Until I see Kurojiiri and that man behind bars. Please just accept the win, Izuku. You don't have to focus on the fact that your family's sworn nemesis is still around. I know there are still steps before we can breathe without worry of the league, but accept the win as it is right now, Momo said, her voice laced with concern, while Eri played with a bunny she had to amuse herself. For today, we relax knowing the league will be cut thin without a leader. Tomorrow we focus on the training camp. The group continued walking until they reached a cake shop to buy one in commemoration of their success. The days leading up to the training camp had been mostly quiet after the ordeal at the mall. Thanks to Izuku's quick thinking, the police were able to apprehend one of the most powerful and dangerous members of the league. For Ochako and Momo, the relief came from knowing Izuku emerged from the situation relatively unharmed. However, there was some backlash from those who recorded the incident and did nothing to help, with social media almost demonizing Izuku. Fortunately, the Hero Commission smoothed things over by releasing footage showing Izuku acted in self-defense when Shigaraki had him in a dangerous hold. In the end, Izuku's credibility was preserved, but he would be under more scrutiny. Guess camp's gonna be something, Momo stated, her eyes barely open. Seeing this, Izuku unlatched Eri's hijinks from Momo and put it on himself. Why don't you go and lay down on the bus? I'll be in after I put the luggage in. Yon, thank you, Izuku. Momo began to leave, with Ochako helping her onto the bus. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the moment. I heard some of class have failed their final exams. You must all be so ashamed. Monoma's taunt was cut short by the crackle of electricity as Izuku shot him a fierce look. You even finished that sentence, and you'll wish for a life outside a hospital bed, Izuku warned, his aura charged with electricity. Those nearby instinctively backed away, sensing the tension. Go on. I dare you to finish that and see what happens. The atmosphere grew thick with anticipation, even drawing the attention of Aizawa and Vlad, who watched with concern. Izuku eventually calmed down, returning to his task of packing the luggage. Monoma? Kendo tapped him on the shoulder, but received no response. He's unconscious. My best guess is that I scared him so much he passed out. She noted the damp spot on his breathes. To be fair, he did deserve this, Kendo remarked. He wants to make fun of my wives. I'll make sure he knows that's a mistake. That's what I try to tell him, but he doesn't listen. I feel pity for you. At least Mineta tries to hold back. Monoma has been as horrid as the day we met. Izuku shut the bottom storage compartment of the bus while holding a baby bag on his shoulder. Hope you enjoy your trip. He walked away as Kendo dragged Monoma out by his shirt collar. Sometimes I think you just like being messed with and turned into a lesson for everyone else, Kendo commented, tossing her unconscious classmate to some of the guys. As Izuku hopped on the bus, he pulled out a small rabbit for Eri to play with and walked to the back, where Ochako motioned him over with Momo beside her, barely awake. Sorry it took so long, ow ow ow. Both girls pinched Izuku's cheeks in frustration over the incident outside. Next time you do this, I'm going to pull you away by your ear, Ochako puffed her cheeks, looking more comical than angry. You're going to pay us back by being our pillow on the ride down, Momo added, her irritation evident as she struggled to stay awake. Fair enough. Izuku placed Eri in a car seat beside them before settling between his two wives, who immediately used his shoulders as pillows and fell asleep almost instantly. As they left, the group of college students grew rowdy, prompting Momo to wake up and make earplugs for herself and Ochako before going back to sleep. Eventually, Izuku succumbed to fatigue as well, closing his eyes during the bus ride. He woke up abruptly when Bakugu shouted in anger, startling Eri and causing her to cry. In response, Izuku zapped Bakugu, knocking him out and ensuring the rest of the ride was peaceful, with everyone else relieved to avoid any further chaos. A few hours into the drive, Aizawa motioned for everyone to exit the bus. Several students, fearing Izuku's reaction, found a long stick to poke him awake, only for him to zap it to ash as he startled awake. 5 seconds for someone to tell me why I woke up with a stick up my nose. Sorry. Mr. Aizawa wanted us to get out of the bus, Shiro explained. Izuku raised an eyebrow. So you woke me up by shoving a stick up my nose? We were kinda scared you'd get mad if we shook you awake, Shiro replied. Ashido, standing behind Shiro and Kirishima, added, and it's because of that the stick is on fire. Momo opened her eyes and pointed at the burning stick in Kirishima's hands. He dropped it to the floor of the bus and stomped on it to put the flames out. All right, we're up, so start moving out. Izuku got up and headed over to Eri, who was giggling at the scene. Did you like how silly our classmates were? Eri giggled again but then accidentally threw up on herself and Izuku's hands. And that is why I had a spare onesie inside the baby bag, Izuku said. I got her. Ochako passed Izuku a baby wipe to clean his hands before taking Eri into her arms to start changing her. I'll tell Mr. Aizawa you both are changing Eri. Izuku walked off to see a car parked near the rest area. Are your wives still asleep on the bus? Aizawa asked as he approached Izuku, who was finishing cleaning his hands. Eri got a little carsick, so they're changing her now. That's not an issue, right? Honestly, this is more for everyone else, so it's fine. The two walked toward the rest of the class, who were questioning what they were doing in the middle of nowhere. As they did, The car opened to reveal two women dressed in hero outfits resembling cats, each with different color themes. They were introduced as part of the pro-hero group known as the Wild Wild Pussycats. Now this is awesome. Getting to train with pros I admired as a kid, Izuku said excitedly. Pixie Bob, one of the pros, seemed annoyed by his enthusiasm. They're a four-hero group that specializes in mountain rescue. This year marks their 12th year of active duty. I'm pretty sure your math is wrong. Pixie Bob interrupted, grabbing Ciro by the head, her claws sinking in slightly. I'm 18 at heart, Ciro muttered, muffled under her grip. What the? Pixie Bob looked down to see a small bit of blood on her glove begin to spark with electricity, giving her a cartoonish shock that showed an X-ray of her skeleton for a moment. When she fell to the ground, everyone stared in amazement at Izuku's unexpected ability. I did say you bleed literal energy. At least now I know for a fact it's not figurative, Momo remarked, walking over with Eri in a pink dress. Just what the heck is this kid anyway? Pixie Bob groaned, getting up and sniffing the air. And what smells good? You, Mandalay pointed out, prompting Pixie Bob to smell herself. I have the urge for grilled meat right now. Getting back on topic. Mandalay pointed toward a set of mountains, smiling. At the foot of those mountains is the camp you all will be staying at. It should take you about 3 hours to make it there. Those who don't make it by noon don't get lunch. The entire class began to panic and started running toward the bus. Sorry to disappoint you all, but the training camp starts now. Pixie Bob moved to the front of the bus and activated her quirk, sending almost everyone off the cliff. As they fell, Izuku noticed Momo and Ochako were missing. So this is what he meant by giving us the directions to the camp, he thought, activating his quirk and gently floating to the ground while his classmates landed with a thud. Why did you drop us off a cliff? Katsuki screamed as Pixie Bob leaned over the edge, throwing a clump of dirt at him. You might want to be careful out there, this is the forest of monsters, Mandalay called down before they disappeared from the clifftop. Hey Denki? Can you come here a second? I have an idea, Izuku said, catching the attention of the other electricity quirk user. Yeah, what's up? Denki asked as he walked over. You think this is overrated and a complete waste of time like I do? Yeah, and I'm super hungry too. His stomach grumbled in agreement. Alright, grab my shoulder. Sorry everyone, but I have a family to catch up to, and I'm going to be using Jaminye here as a conduit. Ciao. Izuku waved before lifting his hand toward the sky. In a flash of lightning, the two vanished from the forest below. After witnessing the lightning strike the base of the cliff, Ochako turned to Mandalay, who had ducked at the sight. Did you honestly think he wouldn't do that? He can basically teleport to any location as long as there's static electricity or power present. I bet he just used Kaminari as a conduit to teleport both of them right to the training camp. Another lightning strike was seen further away, where they pointed toward the training camp. Just what else is he capable of? Pixie Bob exclaimed, causing Eri to start to cry. Generating an electromagnetic field similar to that of the Earth's and levitating with it, Mandalay explained. He also figured out that he can use it to orbit pieces of steel around himself at such high speeds that anyone who gets too close would be in serious trouble, Aizawa pointed out just as a bolt of lightning struck a tree nearby. That was probably him telling you to be quiet and let his daughter sleep. Mandalay went pale, while Pixie Bob had hearts in her eyes. Is he available? Absolutely not. Both Ochako and Momo shouted in unison, while Eri blew a raspberry at the pro. I don't think he would mind helping you out in a certain way, but as for a traditional relationship, no. If you haven't noticed, he was wearing a wedding band, and these two are also wearing one, Aizawa added. Well, I'm going to say he beat our records for the fastest run to the camp. Come on, Koda. I think our job here is done. Mandalay brought a boy around 5 years old with her, his face set in a scowl. Hold on a minute. Why did you want us to keep these two from being thrown off? The blonde pro asked, unsure of the reason. Take a closer look at their stomachs, genius. They're PR'd. As they looked, Pixie Bob and Mandalay noticed baby bumps on both girls, prompting a joyful smile from the red-haired pro. Congratulations, you two. You must be so happy to have two future siblings, Mandalay said to Eri, who smiled brightly at the pro. The kid's got some spirit getting two women P-Arjun and T. I might actually ask if he has a friend or slightly older brother who'd want to get together with a pro. His brother's all might. Well-adopted brother. His mother is the retired pro hero paragon. Momo, Ochako, and Aizawa chimed in, causing Pixie Bob to feel frustrated knowing she'd have to let go of the idea of being part of such a powerful family. And here I thought I was going to get a shot at being with someone like that. I was hoping for someone young and powerful. If you want, we can talk him into helping you out through artificial means, Momo suggested, but the pro waved the offer off. Thanks, but I was hoping for a partner, not a whole bunch of kids yet. I get that. If you're interested in anyone else in our class, I recommend avoiding the guy with ball on his head, the other electric quirk user, and probably steer clear of the ash blonde with a temper, Ochako advised, trying to help Pixie Bob in her search. Everyone began heading toward the camp by car or bus, somewhat planning for Izuku to be waiting for them with a snack in hand. At the camp, the bus for Class A parked at the front, with Mandalay following in the car behind. When they stepped out, they saw Izuku sitting with a whole ham haunch and a cup of tea that looked like it had been attacked by cats, playing chess with Kaminari. It appeared that the game had just started, but after 2 turns, Kaminari was already in checkmate and had lost. Dang it. That's the 4th time already. Kaminari shouted in frustration. You should have known by now that beating me in something strategic like this is impossible. Momo and I play this for hours, and she's the only person who's ever beaten me, and that was only once. You have to think multiple steps ahead and predict what I'll do next, not just move pieces randomly, Izuku explained, showing Kaminari his plan moves. Told you he would have cleaned out your fridge, Momo laughed, watching Izuku finish the last of the ham bone. So just you two are here? Aizawa asked. Pretty much. Everyone else is out in the forest. I could only bring Kaminari since he is also an electricity quirk user, Izuku explained, arcing a spark between his fingers. How much food did you eat? I saw 4 fridges and I only raided one of them. This is the first thing out of the second fridge, he said, taking another bite of the ham haunch. I wasn't too greedy, I gave Denki some too. Before you ask, that trick he did takes a lot out of him, and he eats a ridiculous amount to sustain the energy he uses and produces, so he has to eat a lot, Ochako explained as the heroes nodded in understanding. Something tells me this is going to be a long week with him, both pros thought as they watched Izuku finish the last of the ham wedge in his hand before snapping the bone to get at the marrow within. The next day came for Class A, with Aizawa bringing them to a clearing. Alright, today we will be working on strengthening your quirks. You all have grown in handling situations and learning how to fight in real-world scenarios, but your growth in your quirk abilities has been minimal. He handed a ball to Bakugu, who was given the same objective as when they were doing the ball throw last time. Many expected it to go significantly farther, but once it was thrown, it barely reached his best throw from the beginning of the year. Take this as proof that you all have had little to no growth with your quirks. This camp will focus on that specifically. Be prepared because this week is going to be challenging for you all. Aizawa chuckled, causing Mineta to look around in confusion. So where are the Shimura ladies? Sleeping, since they won't be part of this. I'd rather avoid explaining to their husband why his unborn children are facing dangerous threats here. To be honest, I was somewhat against him training this week since he's already stronger than All Might, and this is somewhat irrelevant for him, but he is going to help with somebody else's growth. Kaminari felt a bit uneasy, but then Izuku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You hear that, Kaminari? It'll be tough for you, but you'll definitely grow stronger. I promise. Kaminari swallowed a lump of anxiety in his throat. Come on, man. I thought we were friends. His protest fell on deaf ears as Izuku levitated him and drew him toward the black-haired electricity user before they disappeared into the woods. What's he got planned? Mina questioned, watching them walk away. Izuku is going to teach Kaminari how to tap into ambient static electricity instead of solely relying on the power within his body. It won't be anywhere near Izuku's capabilities, but at least he can keep Kaminari from going all brain dead. He's also going to help him with his wit. Now that I have to see, Jur declared, starting to walk in the direction of Izuku and Denki. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Aizawa stopped her with her capture gear before turning her around. Unless you're walking around in so much RBB you look like a walking safety hazard, I wouldn't go within a kilometer of those two. There's going to be enough power to light up Tokyo for a month being thrown around over there, so for your safety, you're staying here. Besides, you have training too. You can see your friend, Denki, later. HHE's not my friend. Jairu yelled at Aizawa, her earphone jacks moving on their own to emphasize her embarrassment. That beet-red face says otherwise, Mina teased. Shut up, Mina. You, Mineta, Siro, Kirishima, and Minoma have remedial courses with me. Kaminari is exempt since he's going to be put through the ringer with Izuku. Before you ask, I had Cementos and Powerloader create a small fake power plant where Static for Brains and the Walking Lightning Bolt can train. A few moments later, the group saw a yellow bolt of lightning strike somewhere within the trees, startling several members of both classes. That's to prove they're already starting. Now get to work. The group immediately began training, and another lightning bolt struck, accompanied by the sound of Kaminari's cries. Why do I have to train with this? Quit crying, you baby. This is only a warm-up. Everyone shivered as Kaminari screamed again, the sudden smell of something cooking wafting through the air. With Ochako and Momo, the two began to wake up with Eri wrapped in their arms, noticing their husband was nowhere in sight. Did they already start training? Maybe. I wonder if Izuku raided everything in the fridge yet. The two got up, carrying Eri toward the kitchen. There, they saw Mandalay bent down near a high chair. Yep. Just as empty as I thought, Ochako groaned, seeing the cleaned-out fridge. All right, Koda. Eat everything up. She spoke in a cutesy voice to gain the three's attention. Hey Mandalay, what are you doing? Mandalay stood and turned toward the mothers. Oh, perfect timing. Koda was eating, and I wanted him to meet Eri. Who's Koda? Both asked as the cat pros stepped aside to reveal a small dark-haired child about Eri's age. Koda, I'd like you to meet Momo, Ochako, and Eri. They're people that are staying with us. The small child began babbling, and Momo grabbed an extra baby seat for Eri to sit in and eat alongside. The two started speaking as if they were conversing, bursting into fits of laughter. Doesn't that warm your heart? I wonder what they're saying. Sometimes I think Eri thinks the same when we talk among ourselves. The three laughed at Momo's comment before she began asking about Koda. So when did you have Koda? I didn't. He's my nephew. So are you taking care of him while his family's out or something? Ochako asked, noticing a frown on the pro's face. No. He's living here because his parents are gone. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. It's okay. None of you knew. You see, his parents were pros but ended up passing away about a year ago. I took Koda in since I couldn't let him stay in foster care. Fortunately, he's young enough where he doesn't understand what happened yet. That at least saved him some tragedy of knowing this. When he's old enough to understand, I will tell him about his parents, primarily the good things, and I'll explain what happened when he's ready. The three watched both children try to mimic one another, seeing no significant difference between them and normal babies their age. If it means anything, I think you're doing a good job. Eri's own parents are either gone or had abandoned her. We found her in the middle of a dark alley, about to be prey to a villain underworld leader once called Overhaul. Why are you speaking about that Yakuza boss in the past tense? Mandalay asked nervously. Our husband went all-out Palpatine on him and zapped him to dust, or as our mother-in-law calls it, Kentucky Fried Villain. I do not think I want to try or know what KFV would taste like. I don't think it would be appealing and probably taste evil. Ochako gave a blunt answer while Momo handed Eri a bottle to drink. Trust us when we say we understand the difficulties that you're facing. At least you know Koda sees you as a happy parent. Look at that smile. Momo motioned to Koda, who looked overjoyed. He normally makes that face when he needs to use the bathroom. The sound of a fart from the small baby and Eri's laughter lightened the mood significantly. Thank you at least. I was worried I wasn't doing a good job. But if the two of you think he's doing well, then maybe I'm doing something right at least. Mandalay grabbed Kota out of the seat to bring him into the other room. Well, Eri, looks like you have a new friend for the week. The small child burped after finishing her bottle, prompting laughter from the others. To be honest, I don't see anything different between her and Izuku. It's kind of funny. I wonder if that's where she gets these habits from? Momo questioned before picking Eri up while Ochako went to find a play mat for her to crawl around on. Later that evening, after training, Class A and B were told to prepare their food by Ragdoll and Pixie Bob, who said they were making curry. While doing this, the groups noticed a strange amount of static around Izuku and Kaminari, the latter smelling an awful lot like fried chicken. Ochako started laughing when she saw Izuku's normally curly black hair now frizzy and puffed up like an afro. Ida and Izuku focused on cutting the vegetables while Kaminari and Jairu worked on the meat. Jairu seemed curious about how the training went. So how'd the training go for you? Sounded kinda crazy with all the lightning in the air. Well, I did learn a trick from Shimura if you want to see. Maybe later. Oh come on. I really want to show you the trick. Can't you just watch it for 2 seconds? Kaminari pleaded, and Jairu finally gave in. Alright, what is it? You're gonna like this, Jairu. Kaminari smirked as his eyes and hair began to glow a bright yellow, activating his quirk. Jairu arched an eyebrow, intrigued by this new ability. Suddenly, a massive thundercrack reverberated off the buildings as Kaminari transformed into a bolt of lightning and blitzed past her into a tree a fair distance away. When he reappeared, the tree exploded due to the electricity, revealing Kaminari standing on the stump as leaves and wooden shrapnel fell around him. Whoa! Jairu was impressed. That was awesome. Yay! Kaminari's fried state gave him a casual goofy smile and thumbs up, making her laugh. You can't even do it without frying your brain yet. Haha. Kyoka, he's been training with Izuku non-stop for 14 hours, cut him some slack. Plus, he was really excited to show you that. Momo protested, but was almost interrupted by Katsuki's shout. Oi! Stop laughing and get to dash. Bakugo was hit in the head by a potato courtesy of Izuku, who shot him a death glare, pointing to Eri and Kota playing with Mandalay in a sandbox. Why the hell is there now another dash? He was cut off again, this time by Pixie Bob hitting him over the head with a frying pan. What the actual people? Stop cursing in front of babies and maybe you won't get hit. Everyone shouted in reply. I swear to God if my daughter ends up saying what you let fall out of your mouth as her first word, I'll make you regret it. Momo threatened, manifesting a mallet from her arm. The group continued working, with Ida starting a conversation with Izuku. So, Shimura, how is training with Kaminari faring? He stopped when he saw Kaminari chopping vegetables so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. Very well. He's able to use a wattage high enough to perform my jump. Now we're gonna use the time to increase it so he can at least use the trick 3 times both ways. After that, I'm going to teach him how to teleport vast distances like I can. Something tells me he will be turned into a mini-you by the time we are through. That's a good one. That'll take 1,000,000 years and he still would barely make the cut. Here's a question, why don't you use the weather-based portion of your quirk all that often? I've only ever heard you mention it months ago. Mainly because it causes a lot of collateral damage. Storms are massive and I can't control them very well, so I primarily just use the electricity portion of my quirk. Wouldn't want a typhoon to manifest in the middle of a battle, or worse, a tornado in a populated area. You are correct. A tornado in Kyoto or Tokyo would be devastating and not something you'd wish to see happen. I have jumped into a storm before and absorbed the electricity inside it. Sparing the details, let's just say I glowed for about a week. Now I don't believe you. It's true. He was Eri's nightlight for a week after we adopted her. Ochako came over with her phone to show Izuku rather luminescent in a picture reading a book in a room with Eri in a crib. Sometimes I think you just love to show off. Your point. Ida pinched the bridge of his nose, hearing him not deny this before hearing Bakugo start an explosion where they were cooking. Want me to help light the fires? I doubt we'll have any stove areas left if Kachin keeps doing what he's doing. Please do. Izuku sent a lightning bolt towards the wood in the cooking areas, lighting them in seconds. Sometimes I forget how resourceful you are. Izuku's finger held a bit of steam for him to blow it away. I wonder if your children will be this powerful when they're born? As the group kept working, Gyre smiled while seeing Kaminari try and recover from his Quirk's backlash. You may be a doofus, but at least you're cute. She walked over and kissed Kaminari on the cheek. A few seconds later, the electrification Quirk user regained his mental state to acknowledge what happened. Wow, Gyre, that kid was shockingly cute. He began laughing at his own joke before getting a kick to the ankle from the purple-haired girl. Oh, that hurt. Of course it did, idiot. Did you have to tell such a corny joke? What? Shimura said to zap your butt, and I thought that was gonna get me a punch to the face. Was the joke worse? Hearing this, Gyre thought for a second before putting her head back into the job they needed to finish. Jay, just shut up and go back to work. I will never understand women. At least you're walking in the right direction, doofus. Gyre moved a bit closer to Kaminari, and both blushed a bit. Sneaking away from everyone, Kyoka started to move towards the baths, making sure to use her quirk every few feet to ensure she wasn't being followed. So far so good. Continuing into the hall, she gave one final glance in every direction before tiptoeing into the co-ed bathing area. As she slowly opened it, she heard someone behind her speak up. Hey Kyoka, ready for a little bath? She jumped in surprise and quickly covered Denki's mouth with her hand, shushing him quietly. Shut up, you idiot, or you'll have everyone in the hero course find out that we're having a bath together. She spoke in a hushed tone before moving their conversation into the changing area. She shut the door before walking towards a bin to the side. Let's try and make this somewhat quick so nobody suspects anything. I told the girls I was going to bathe on the girls' side, so they won't think too strangely about this. What did you say to get away from everyone else? I told them that Shimura didn't let me go to the bathroom during all of today's training, and I had to take a long break. Kyoka smacked her head, hearing the excuse, but then laughed at how easily believable it was. That's either so ridiculous that it could work, or our classmates are just that gullible. Though he did kinda keep me from going to the bathroom today, if that makes things more believable. TMI. This was all Kyoka said while stripping out of her clothes and placing them in a basket she brought to avoid any onlookers in the bath. Clothes? She turned to see Denki already undressed. Could you at least put a towel on? Come on, Kyoka. You know you prefer me without something on. Denki joked while Kyoka simply grabbed his clothes and placed them in the bin she had brought. The two began walking out to the bath area to wash each other off. You seem somewhat better than I expected you to be with the training you're doing. Trust me, I have no idea what happened half of the day, I was that fried. You're still kinda cute when you're silly. Kyoka laughed a bit to herself while remembering when they started dating. Around the sports festival, the two began going out after Jur helped patch Denki up from a little incident. One thing led to another, and they began hanging out and eventually made it official. So how's training been with you? My EUX cords feel like they're splitting from the pain. Kyoka started rubbing her ears before Denki moved to face her directly. Cover yourself when you're turning around, idiot. Here. Denki used a bit of static to help relax Kyoka's pain. Shimura taught me that sometimes using electricity on sore areas interrupts the pain signals to your brain. It'll feel tingly but should help. Feeling a strange sensation, Kyoka's ears felt more relaxed, and the pain lessened. He's taught you a lot. This feels a lot better. She leans her head into his chest as he gently massages the earphone jacks from her ears, keeping the voltage as low as half a volt just to interrupt the pain signals. From what I found out while talking with Shimura, he's got a lot of practice with his quirk to know what I most likely can and can't do. Fundamentally speaking, you both are kinda the same, but he can control the weather. Though I can see what you're talking about. Way to make me feel more inferior to him than I already do. This comment made Kyoka laugh a bit before moving her face up to his. 1. He might be better than you from a quirk standpoint, has more skills than you, can handle more women than you dash. Are you trying to make me feel better, or are you trying to put me down? Because if you keep this up I might just have to punish you. The electric quirk user smirks before Kyoka gets to her point. But the end result is, I like you and I'd rather be with you over him. Shimura is nice and all, but he's way too nerdy for my taste. Denki smiled before having a small peck on his lips by Kyoka. How about we relax in the water a bit dash. She was cut short hearing someone enter into the changing room through the door. 1. So Eri and Koda became good friends? Good for them. Izuku was heard for both young adults to mentally panic. They were so cute together. Especially when they tried to wrestle one another. CRP. The Shimuras are here. Denki silently shouted for Kyoka to look around for somewhere to hide. 1. Behind the rock. Behind the rocks. They tried to silently run as fast as they could behind something to see the three walk out naked and heading towards the washing area. At this moment, Kyoka realized she forgot her body wash over there to see Izuku pick it up. Sheet. Little Rocker? Never heard of that brand. Izuku says, reading over the bottle, realizing it also contains lavender in the smell. Maybe Mandalay or one of the pussycats bathe with the same brand Kyoka uses? Momo questions, remembering her friend uses the same brand name. I mean, I use this brand from time to time. Ochako says, causing Denki and Kyoka to breathe a sigh of relief from across the onsen. We can go behind the waterfall. Denki motions before dipping below the water and swimming to the waterfall, shortly followed by Kyoka. Due to how large it is, any noise their voices made was muffled. As they surfaced on the other side, they realized that they could not only not see through the water but also that there was a hidden pool behind the waterfall, private and silent due to the noise of the water. Helping her out of the water, Denki watches in satisfaction as the water slides off of Kyoka's naked body. Especially when he watches her walk past him towards the hidden pool, with her deliciously plump but jiggling with each step she took. Without any shadow of a doubt, Kaminari was a man of class and a man of that but. 6 Lemon warning. Lemon catching up to her, he wraps his hands around her stomach and buries his face in the side of her neck, gently kissing her warm skin. Leading her towards the water, the two enter the shallow pool, finding a small natural outcropping allowing them to sit. Kyoka shuffles her weight in his lap and Denki grins at the feeling of her doing this atop his now swollen member. It gently sandwiched between the thickest cheeks in Class 1A, at least to his opinion. Reaching his hands up from her waist, he cups the small B-cup-size beardess of Kyoka. However, the mere touch of his hands on her skin elicits a from the hearing hero. Not wanting to waste any more time herself, Kyoka lifts her but up off of Denki's lap, prompting him to grope and prod her rear with hands. Spreading both cheeks slightly, she aligns his member with her backdoor before sitting down on him. Denki instinctively covers her mouth as the head of his member slips inside Kyoka's, but the PNTRTN of her rear caused her to into his hand before she continues to apply her weight to him. Finally sitting all the way to the base, he removes his hand from her mouth before returning his hands to her small but perfectly shaped bios. 1. Come to think of it, it's been a while since we've been alone without Eri. Momo cooed to Izuku for the two in the waterfall to hear this and glance through a bit. It has been. The dark-haired electric quirk user wrapped his hands around Momo's waist and brought her into a passionate kiss. No fair. You two are having fun by yourselves. Don't be like that, Ochako. Izuku moved his right hand off Momo's hip to pull her in and grope her large and plump butt. If you wanted some attention, all you had to do was ask. 1. Are they seriously getting it on in the bath? Kyoka questioned as Denki pulled out a bit and slammed into her. The act forced her to cover her mouth to avoid being heard. 1. Not like we're much better. The two began fading into their own world as they watched Izuku move his left hand from Momo's hip to her enormous rack to begin effing her while suching and French kissing her and Ochako. The three swirled their tongues around with it, giving the blonde electric quirk user an idea. He leaned down to Kyoka and pulled her chin up to begin ravenously kissing her. The act forced her but to tighten up and keep his D inside, with the three outside beginning to lose themselves to their own accord. I can't take it anymore. Neither can I. Momo gently pushed Ochako to her back and positioned herself directly over her while pulling the brunette's legs up. Please, Izuku. We want you to treat us to the main course. It's been too long since we've had our fun. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt either one of you or our babies. Momo and Ochako spread their butt cheeks in a form of presenting their back entrances. We should be fine if you don't use the front. Izuku smiled while moving to position himself to Momo's butt first. Then I guess I'll enjoy this nice and juicy rump. In one go, Izuku slammed himself into Momo's butt, forcing her to scream. Didn't take Momo for a screamer? Kyoka questioned while feeling Kaminari pick up his pace. What surprised her more was the fact he felt somewhat harder from this. Are you seriously getting off on the Shimuras having anal CC? That I'm kinda getting turned on by Momo and Ochako kissing. Kyoka turned to see Momo mindlessly making out with Ochako. Their BRSTs grinding on one another with the black-haired woman reaching down and fingering the gravity quirk user's PP, forcing out of her. That is kinda hot. Denki's hands began moving towards Kyoka's nether region as well to insert his right ring and middle to cause the two to hear the sloshing sounds of the water coming down and mixing with the AUX cord user's insides. They began to drift from reality while paying close attention to avoid Izuku and the girls hearing them. The two heard Ochako to see Izu had sucked and inserted inside of her next. He lifted up both girls' lower halves to have a direct line into Ochako's butt. Her cheeks bounced with every hit with her hands going down to Izuku's ball. She started massaging them to add more stimulation while her butt see Izuku in and pushed him into almost every nook he'd fit in. Oh god Izuku, I love feeling you in my butt. Shove it in deeper. I wanna feel you touch my stomach. Diamond Ochako's KNY. Both Kyoka and Denki said in unison before the purple-haired rocker got an idea from her. She moved her AUX cords down her body and came towards where her and Denki were connected. She adjusted her tips to place directly near his ball before prodding them upwards. What are you doing? What? You don't like having the same treatment Shimura gets? Maybe you should take a lesson from him and let your woman do what she wants with your ball. Denki struggled to keep himself from going off early as he moved to Kyoka's base again to pinch her small buds and twist them. This forced Kyoka to almost scream before glaring back at him. What's the matter? Can't stand the treatment Shimura's wives get. Maybe you should take a lesson from them about letting your man mess with your melons. Kyoka turned to see Momo and Ochako below him facing frontwards while he fondled and groped their bios. His D was plunged back in Momo while alternating every few moves between her and Ochako. Moving his hand to the NPL, Izuku started to twist and pinch down to earn thumbs and shouts from Ochako and Momo. The five continued to plunge themselves deeper in their pleasure before Denki and Izuku felt their ends being met. I'm gonna come. To Kyoka. I'm losing it. They moved faster with the sound of their skin, slamming at their significant other's buttes. Their voices began to grow larger before finally the five CXC. Kyoka held her head into the water while screaming with Momo getting the first half of Izuku's load to scream bloody murder. About midway, Izuku pulled out and shoved himself into Ochako to shoot the last of his cum into her. She stuck her tongue out for joy as her pee-pee sprayed from her orgasm. Pulling back out, the five relaxed knowing that they had their fill of their time in the onsen. Lemon and lemon, that was good. I can't remember the last time I came that hard. Ochako smiled with her and Momo holding Izuku's chest while laying in the water. Though I don't like the thought of doing it in a public bath, the feeling was rather thrilling. You got that right. By the way, Denki, Kyoka, how long are you two going to stay in the waterfall? Both stiffened up hearing their names. I know you're back there, so might as well come out and save yourselves the embarrassment later. The two accepted to walk out with Kyoka covering her chest and crotch while Denki did the same with his lower half. I have one question before we go any farther. When did you know we were here? Kyoka asks with Momo and Ochako smiling as if they knew as well. Hearing the claps of your but probably. Denki, you're not helping. You think I wouldn't be able to feel your electricity? We're both walking power plants if you haven't guessed. Not to mention your electricity is negatively charged whereas mine is positively charged, i.e. the difference in color. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a literal magnetic force wanting to pull us together as if we're fusing into Vegeto from Dragon Ball. 1. So we'd be Denko. Izuenki. 3. Can you make that sound less disturbing after we've all been fed in the butt by the two of you? Kyoka adds for her to walk over and hide herself in the water. So what do you want in exchange for your silence? Excuse me? You heard me. You most likely want something in exchange for staying silent, so what do you want? Money? Your chores done? A one-night dash. I'm gonna stop you before you even finish that last one with I don't want anything in return and I sure as hell don't want an affair with you. No offense intended, but I appreciate my wives just as much as Kaminari appreciates yours, Momo said with a smirk. I have to admit, you do have a great figure. If Izuku were open to it, I'd definitely take the chance, Kyoka. Kyoka shot Momo a silent look while Kaminari splashed into the water beside her, wrapping his arms around her in a protective manner. I think you'd have to get past him to do that, Momo. I didn't know you had a protective boyfriend, Kyoka, Ochako laughed, and the group relaxed, returning to their bathing. You should have seen him during the USJ when we got separated. After he realized he was a human taser, he went a little overboard and took out half a dozen thugs. I'm pretty sure the one with the chicken quirk was completely done for, Ochako recalled. Once you learn to take down one villain, it doesn't faze you, Momo replied. Of course you'd say that. You should have seen what Izuku did to Overhaul. He went all out on him, but I can't remember if he shouted anything dramatic, Ochako mused. I didn't shout anything. I thought about it, but that would have made things worse. Also, that wasn't the first villain I took down, Izuku chimed in, surprising everyone. Which number was Overhaul? Momo asked, intrigued. Tartarus had to clean house after a while due to all the chaos. Izuku joked, sending a chill through the group. Remind me to never get you angry, Kyoka said, half hiding behind Kaminari. Oh, calm down. Are you evil, a megalomaniac, or a villain? Izuku asked, snapping his fingers at Kyoka. No, she replied. Then I'm not going to use my powers on you. The most you'll get is a little shock when I'm sleep-deprived, he assured her. Good to know. I think, Kyoka replied, relieved. The next day, classes A and B started off quickly, as they didn't need explanations about their training. Momo and Ochako were with Eri and Kota, watching Izuku train Kaminari from a safe distance in a RBB dome. He's really pushing Kaminari hard, isn't he? Ochako said, adjusting her sunglasses to shield her eyes from the flashing lights. Izuku wouldn't do anything he didn't think Kaminari could handle, Momo reassured her. This hurts. Somebody just end it. Kaminari shouted, his voice echoing. Well, we know Kaminari wouldn't be the first Izuku took down during training, Ochako joked. De Bafuba, Kota said, while Eri chimed in with, Sa Beige, as they played with toy instruments. Oh dear! Ochako exclaimed as Izuku unleashed a massive flash of electricity. Is it just me, or is Izuku getting a bit intense with Kaminari? She asked, watching a stray bolt strike the ground near their dome. Maybe a little, Momo agreed. Shimura, you might want to take a break so we can talk to you, Kaminari, and your wives for a moment. Aizawa called through a bullhorn, trying to get Izuku to stop. Geez, he doesn't hold back, Mandalay remarked, pulling Kota away from the barely conscious Kaminari. So what did you want to discuss? Well, we're planning a test of courage tonight to give everyone some motivation to strengthen their skills. It'll be a fun way to unwind from training, Aizawa explained. Ooh, I haven't done a test of courage since middle school. I remember those fun times with you, Izuku, Ochako reminisced. Really does remind me of the past, Izuku replied. Can someone please put out the fire on me? Kaminari groaned, his backside still sizzling from the electricity. Izuku stomped out the flames with his non-conductive shoes, making it look like he was targeting Kaminari specifically. Thanks, Kaminari muttered. We'll need to figure out what to do with Eri so she doesn't get scared, Aizawa pondered. Momo raised her hand. What's a test of courage? Wait, are you serious? Izuku asked, surprised. Yes. I never did one in middle or high school. What is it? Momo inquired. Izuku and Ochako exchanged glances, realizing how sheltered she had been. To put it simply, people walk through the woods at night to prove their courage. You follow a trail while others try to scare you, Izuku explained. Oh, that does sound fun. I think I'll just take a nap first, Momo said, yawning. And down he goes, Kyoka remarked, watching Kaminari fall face-first into the grass, snoring loudly. Well, we'll let you get back to your training. This was all we wanted to say. Aizawa and Mandalay walked away, pulling Kyoka into the RBB dome away from Izuku and Kaminari. Where were we? Izuku's hand began to spark with electricity again. Eh? You cry like a baby. Kyoka was confused as she was handed sunglasses to wear. Just what is this training supposed to do for him? The five watched as another bolt of lightning shot out, accompanied by Kaminari's panicked voice. Dunno, Momo and Ochako replied, making Kyoka worry that this might be dangerous for Kaminari. Later that evening, after dinner and the Shimura family putting Eri to bed, the classes gathered in front of a forest path for the test of courage. The members of the remedial class, except for Kaminari, who had shown progress by using Izuku's warping ability, were sent back to camp. Alright, Class A will start first as our scarers. Class B will go in teams of 2, entering every 5 minutes. The scarers can use their quirks to terrify the others. The team with the most tags saying they won will be the winner. Pixie Bob explained the rules, with Tiger adding, the winning team is the one that scares the most people. Did we really need that image? Kyoka exclaimed as Izuku pulled her and Kaminari toward the forest. Alright, you two are joining us. We'll scare the most people in Class B. Again. Timai. Kaminari muttered, still releasing electricity from training. The group, Izuku, Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, and Kaminari, moved to their designated spot. Momo created small pressure buttons along the trail to rustle the bushes, while Izuku placed Kaminari in a corner, who was muttering to himself in fear. Things grew tense as mushrooms began to sprout around him. I think Kaminari's gonna be fine there for now. Let's discuss our plan, the girls agreed, while Kaminari shivered, feeling static in the air. A few minutes later, Class B was up. Alright. Up next is Miss Spooky and Lizard Girl. Pixie Bob announced as Yanagi and Tokij entered the path. Ahas. They turned to see their classmates Komori and Tsunatori running back toward the entrance. Well, that was weird, Tokij remarked as they continued on. So, Reiko, you and the general studies guy, she said, but Yanagi ignored her, distracted by a text message from him. Damn it. I can't answer him with you around. But, you nervous I'll see something I shouldn't? Did you send him something embarrassing? Tokij teased, pulling out Yanagi's phone to see previous messages that made her stare in shock. You dirty girl. Alright, that's enough of that. And can you not grab my waist? You're the one getting touchy with my cute self. Tokij stopped when she noticed Yanagi's hands were in front of her. You're not touching me. Suddenly, they heard rustling nearby. Alright, we know you're there. Why don't you come out and... A spooky dummy jumped out from the bushes, startling Tokij and sending her to the ground. Okay, that was kinda scary. They heard miming and looked around. Alright, that was impressive, Yanagi said, moving forward with Tokij following. The eerie sounds continued around them. I have to admit, they're doing a really good job setting a mood of fear. Are you serious? This is creepy. An eye appeared from the bushes, and when they turned to look, it vanished. What the heck? Alright, I'm actually getting a bit spooked by this. Are you insane? This is getting scary. They heard muttering and saw Kaminari in a corner, repeating, Izuku is scary. His eyes rolled back, revealing only the bloodshot scara. What did Shimura do to him? They continued forward and spotted what looked like Ochako hanging from a tree. Oh come on. Can we at least see something not morbid? Tokij complained. Well, we need to move past the tree, so let's keep going. As they approached, Ochako lifted her head to reveal hollowed eyes and blood dripping down her face. In reality, Momo had created blackout scara contact lenses and fake blood. Ochako added to the scare by making herself weightless and suspending herself with a loosely tied noose, courtesy of Hitoshi, who had experience setting up props for haunted houses. Aha! Tokij ran as fast as he could back towards the entrance. Ah! Kyoka, Izuku, and Momo emerged from the bushes, with Ochako smiling, revealing that her legs were tied down. Okay, so how did you do this? I'm really interested, Tokage asked. Well, half of this is thanks to Ochako's and Momo's quirks. Momo made those little pressure steps that created the jump scares, and Ochako is using her quirk to make her weightless, Kyoka explained. With my legs tied down and the noose trick I learned from your boyfriend, I can make it look like I was hung when in reality I'm just floating here. The other ropes were to make sure I didn't accidentally fly away. Ugh, I feel sick. Izuku used a bit of lightning to break the rope tied to the tree, allowing Ochako to deactivate her quirk and fall into his arms. Okay, so that explains the rustling and the noose part, but who did the miming and groped both me and Setsuna? Wait, you groped them? Ochako and Momo glared at Kyoka, ready to confront him. I was using static, and it fooled their nerves into thinking something was touching them. Don't blame me for something I didn't do on purpose. I was just trying to make their hair stand up. Kyoka walked up with Kaminari being dragged behind her. It was me that did the miming. We had a few speakers around with the sound being my voice while my jacks were connected to a microphone and a speaker. But why is Kaminari like this? The girls pointed at Izuku without much care. He did it. Oh, that's righteous. Blame the guy who has enough power to light Kyoto and Tokyo for years. Izuku started to smell a strange scent in the air and saw several blue flames. That doesn't look good. He activated his quirk to control the weather and produce heavy rain. Why are you making it rain? I have a feeling tonight just got a bit crazier. Izuku grabbed Kaminari and moved in the direction of the strange scent before using his power to teleport directly towards the blonde electric quirk user. There you are. He sent a bolt of lightning at a figure responsible for the sight of a man with a gas mask turning translucent, revealing his bones as he fell to the ground. The dark-haired lightning quirk user landed in front of the boy, who looked no older than a high schooler, ready to smash his gas mask. Something tells me you're not immune to your gas. Now, let's see what else we have in store for tonight. On cue, a man with short blonde hair and a scar over his right eye charged at the two, ready to fight. You're a pretty tough kid. You must be that Izuku kid I heard about. Shame you and I gotta fight. Muscular. Izuku was unamused, holding out his hand with several bolts of lightning in it. I guess tonight I get to finally put you in the grave, you sadistic sociopath. You're just the brat I was looking for. Shimura Izuku. The villain grinned, causing Izuku to laugh as more electricity began to arc around him. The boss wants you for something stupid. I'd much rather kill you than bring you to him. Oh, I do love fighting meathead villains like you because you always seem to forget one key thing. You want to know what that is, genius? Muscular scoffed at the sarcasm and remained silent before feeling every muscle in his body suddenly contract and spasm from an unknown force. Muscles run on electricity, and they put you against a living cyclone. Suddenly, the white lightning in Izuku's hands shifted colors, turning red in an instant. How many people have you killed? Let's add 10 million volts for every single innocent you murdered. Sticking his right hand out towards the incapacitated villain, torrents of red lightning exploded from his fingers, stabbing into Muscular's body like flaming spiders, the electricity arcing and cascading around him, causing him to scream in pain. You don't get to walk away. Dirty hero killer. Muscular's burned form fell to the ground, still smoking from the millions of volts that had entered his body. His glass eye shattered, the only hint of who he was now. We should get back to everyone. I don't think these guys were alone. Gotcha! Izuku and Kaminari started running back, the smell of burnt flesh growing stronger. How can you stand that smell, man? It's disgusting. You learn to live with it. Not wanting to ask more, Kaminari fell silent as they returned to the group. Traveled back, Izuku couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that someone was watching them. I don't like the feel of this. Suddenly, Izuku noticed a blonde charging at Kaminari with a knife in her hand. Kaminari! Get back! Grabbing him, Izuku threw the blonde electric quirk user to the side and took the butterfly knife to his side. Shimura! Kinda a dumb thing to do. You just got a knife to your side because you wanted to save your friend. I wonder what your blood looks like. The blonde stopped when she saw static come off the red fluid on the knife and immediately sent a shock through her body, revealing her skeleton as she rambled in pain. She was thrown back into a tree from the force of the current and knocked out cold. She's not dead, right? Fortunate for her, no. Izuku looked down at the knife, realizing it needed to be removed quickly to prevent more bleeding. And this is the part one hate the most. He pulled the knife out and placed his free hand over the wound, channeling a current to seal the injury shut. Mother! When he pulled his hand away, Kaminari noticed the burned area and felt relief that it hadn't happened to him. Thanks a bunch. I owe you for that. Just get Ochako some high-quality mochi, pay for a nice tea for Momo, and grab a sack of red delicious apples for Eri, and we'll call it even. Send me the bill, man. They both laughed before heading back, receiving a message from Mandalay through her telepathy. Everyone. Villains have infiltrated the camp. As of right now, Pro-Hero Eraserhead has given you all authorization to use your quirks. Use them to defend yourselves. Hopefully, they'll count the muscular thing as me using my quirk in defense. Orange does not look good on a father. But who's gonna know the difference? The only people that actually know what happened are you, me, and some burnt pile of what was a guy. And what do the two of you know that we don't? Momo spoke up, flanked by Jairu and Ochako, a hint of irritation in her voice. You have 5 seconds to tell me what you did, Izuku, or you're not getting to grope Ochako or touch my melons for a week. I fried muscular. Kaminari looked confused. What? You think I'm gonna give up grabbing a fine but like Ochako's and those luscious mounds on Momo? He stepped away from the argument. Alright, any chance we can head back? I don't want to fight any villains or smell burnt humans again. Ochako asked, hoping the girls would agree. Alright, I'll go make sure everyone's okay while Kaminari takes you 3 back. He also promised to treat all of us to something nice when we get back from camp. Wait, I said I'd take the bill for your wives and daughter, not you. Later. Izuku jumped away, leaving the girls turning to Kaminari for answers. He took a knife for me. I offered to pay for the two of you and Eri something nice as a way to repay him. Ochako and Momo's eyes widened at this. He's okay now. He burned the cut shut. He's getting an earful when he gets back, both women stated about their husband before returning to the campsite. Izuku jumped from tree branch to tree branch, searching for his classmates. When he encountered a giant shadowy monster, he created a flash of light to reveal Tokoyami, who was breathing heavily. My thanks, Shimura. Don't mention it. What happened to make you lose control, though? Shoji emerged from the bushes, holding a severed dupli arm. A villain attacked us and I was hurt in the process. Tokoyami went into a blind rage afterward because I was hurt, pushing him out of the way, and Dark Shadow went ballistic. It pains me to say it, but I let a moment of weakness overcome me. The bird-headed boy hung his head, but Izuku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself. You lost control because you were scared for your friend. That's not the worst reason to lose control of your quirk. Turning to their taller classmate, Izuku checked on Shoji. While we're on the topic, you're going to be okay, right? Yeah. Think of my dupli arm like a tree branch. As long as my actual arm is still attached, I can regrow it. It still hurts, though. Good point. An ice glacier caught Izuku's attention, and he smiled. Shoji, Tokoyami, head back to camp. I'm going to get a little payback for what this villain did. Izuku leaped through the trees toward the sounds of a fight, spotting Todoroki and Bakugo battling a villain suspended in the air by his teeth. Todoroki was trying to attack while the villain evaded his ice attacks. You're a coward. Fight us like a man. Sure. Because a villain will willingly fight you on level playing fields. Take a tip, Kachin, and think before you speak. Flesh. Appealing flesh. The villain sent an attack at Izuku, who dodged effortlessly and sent a ball of electricity toward the villain's teeth, creating a shockwave. Sorry, buddy, but your teeth are strangely conductive. The electricity surged through, shocking the villain until he collapsed, his teeth going dull. Oh, and by the way, Izuku approached and punched the villain's teeth out, smiling. That was for Tokoyami and Shoji. You really know how to show no mercy. I don't know if I should be proud or concerned, Todoroki said, walking toward Izuku, while Bakugo scoffed. I could have handled that fine on my own. Without destroying the forest in the process? Up yours. Izuku laughed at Bakugo's comment, and Todoroki thanked him. I appreciate the backup. Everyone needs it from time to time. You both were by Ragdoll at the midway, right? Todoroki nodded, prompting the lightning quirk user to consider the situation. I'm going to give her backup and hopefully help move our classmates closer to strengthen the protective area we can. Like you're taking the spotlight again. I'm coming with you. Izuku stopped Bakugo with a quick chop to the back of the neck. Sorry, Kachin, but you're at a disadvantage here. At least with me, I can manage the problems I have better. Izuku took a running stance before looking back. Tell Mr. Aizawa I'm going to help with the roundup on Ragdoll's side. In a flash of lightning, Izuku bolted toward the midway point, determined to help end the chaos. As he reached the center, he scanned the area for the Cat Pro. Ragdoll? Most of the students are on their way back to the campgrounds. I'm here to help you out. He walked past the shrine they were using but found no sign of Ragdoll. Ragdoll? The sound of footsteps caught his attention, and he turned to see Ragdoll unconscious, being held by a man in a suit. His senses heightened at the sight of the headpiece the pro was wearing on the ground, stained with blood. Seems I have an uninvited guest. Hello, young man. You must be that woman's son. The man turned, revealing a face piece with tubes connecting to his chest. Izuku recognized him immediately. All for one. You know who I am? That saves some time and effort. I'm only going to say this once. Let Ragdoll go and take your villains out now or else. The villain laughed. You honestly think you can win? I'd like to see what you can do. Your funeral. Izuku began generating thousands of volts of electricity in his hands. Take this. Aug von Zeus. The bolt shot directly at the pro, who used Ragdoll's unconscious body as a shield. The electricity arced around her, striking AFO in the metal plate on his head, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, Izuku used his electromagnetism to pull Ragdoll closer, away from danger. You should have left when you had the chance. I'm on a completely different level than my mother and brother. So it would seem. AFO stood, electricity crackling around him, mirroring Izuku's own power. You truly are powerful. I guess that weakling Nana Shimura and her even weaker husband produced something worthwhile. Keep my mother's name out of your mouth. Izuku gritted his teeth, ready to attack. But then again, that foolish brother of yours is just as weak. Could you believe he started at 0 before achieving 1 for all? How pathetic he must be. Perhaps that's why I was so easily beaten by someone the quirk was wasted on. Shut up. Izuku unleashed a bolt of lightning at incredible speed, but AFO countered with electromagnetic repulsion, sending the electric wave back at him, pushing him back slightly. Adorable. The quirk I just used was the same your father had. Compared to most quirks, it's quite useless unless you have an opponent with electricity to rebound it back. I'd laugh if your father's quirk being your natural opposite wasn't so pathetic. Oh, what the heck? Ah. Izuku lost his cool and activated One for All, channeling a massive surge of electricity toward the villain. In response, AFO activated his own electromagnetic repulsion to force the electricity back. You son of a... What gives you the right to insult my family and think you can get away with it? Izuku began forming a storm above him, electricity striking him to amplify his power and create a small funnel cloud to pull AFO off the ground. AFO countered with an air pressure attack, sending a spiraling wave of wind to dispel it. Both continued to increase their lightning, a mass of electricity forming between them. What gives me the right? Your family is nothing but weaklings. Your mother wouldn't be half the hero she was without One for All. Even your quirk would pale in comparison if it weren't for your mother. Izuku widened his eyes in surprise at AFO's knowledge. Yes. I knew all along about you. You're quite the powerful holder of the quirk. Not even All Might could have done a better job. But you're still no match for me. The ball of electricity grew larger until it was bigger than both of them. Let you win. The electric orb ruptured, creating a massive shockwave that sent both Izuku and AFO flying in opposite directions. To protect himself and Ragdoll, Izuku used his back to shield them from serious damage, crashing into 3 trees and shattering 2. He grunted in pain, looking up to see AFO facing a similar predicament. You're quite powerful. You almost ended me there if I hadn't been cautious and destroyed that ball of electricity when I did. Izuku tried to stand but felt his body protesting against movement. Did the shockwave increase the effects of my drawback? AFO approached Izuku, his mask damaged. And I thought you were going to be ugly before, but this is ridiculous. Joke all you want, but you're weak right now and can't stop me. Now we'll end this once and for all. AFO suddenly knelt in pain, clutching his chest. It seems we will have to prolong the results of this battle. Never has a holder of my brother's quirk given me an actual heart attack. He created a portal, preparing to leave for an unknown location, but paused to look back at Izuku. I won't fall back next time, boy. So be prepared for our next encounter. As AFO vanished into the portal, Izuku felt a mix of shock and exhaustion. Yeah. You better run. Ugh. He breathed, recovering from their intense battle. If he hadn't had problems, I might have actually been a goner. Call that lucky. Izuku lay back, gazing at the sky. Just need a minute to catch my breath. The electric quirk user soon passed out, the chaos of the night finally over. The next morning, Izuku woke up feeling groggy in Heights Alliance's common space. What happened last night? You passed out in the middle of the forest, and since you went off on your own, Momo and I put you on the sofa instead of in a bed as punishment, Ochako explained, sitting nearby with a book. Could you at least show a little sympathy? That was an insane night, Izuku replied. Our sympathy was dragging your unconscious body here and giving you a blanket. Neither Ochako nor I agreed with your lone wolf act. Wait, you two? Who did you end up fighting? Momo asked, concern in her voice. The man who can steal quirks, Izuku said, and Momo's expression shifted, realizing it was all for one. What happened after I left you girls? How bad is the damage? She inquired. Awaze and I were attacked by a 4-armed, chainsaw-wielding Nomo. It was a headache in more ways than one. Momo lifted her hair, revealing bandages around her head. Are you okay? Izuku jumped out of bed, worried for her. I'm fine. I created a shotgun for the first time and had Awaze take down the monster. I've already showered twice after getting covered in. Well, you can imagine. Momo grimaced. Izuku's face contorted at the thought. That sounds gross. It was just as bad as you think and it smelled terrible. But on the bright side, I can make guns now, so Nomu won't be as much of a problem. Ah, the kryptonite to undead, multi-quirked monsters. Shoving the business end of a freedom tube, as All Might would call it, down their gullet. They shared a moment of silence before Izuku asked about their classmates. Who else got hurt during the attack? He asked. Some Class B students were knocked out by the gas. From what I heard, Hagakure was one of the few who got hurt. Shuji lost one of his dupli arms before Dark Shadow went on a rampage, and Pixie Bob has a bad head wound like I do. What about Ragdoll? She didn't look good when I found her. She has a couple of gashes, a broken leg, and a minor concussion. She'll need to stay off her leg for a few weeks and is in a wheelchair for now. But if you found her while fighting AFO, you probably saved her career as a hero. Izuku recalled what he knew about All for One's ability. When someone has their quirk ripped from them, it can leave them in a comatose state. If she's talking and moving, then more than likely, she didn't have it stolen. They felt some relief knowing this as Corinne and Mushu came charging down the stairs, with Ochako holding Eri in her arms. Good to see you're up, Ochako said, though Izuku noticed a bandage on her shoulder and paled. It's not as bad as it looks, Izuku. Mr. Aizawa stopped the villain before it got serious. He did get me a little and burned my arm, but it's not as bad as you'd think. Eri reached for her father, and he picked her up, holding her close. If anything, you're probably the worst off. You look like someone got struck by every lightning bolt in the same storm. Not to mention, you haven't even noticed the bandages all over your hands. Izuku glanced down to see his fingers and hands wrapped in bandages. This was done by all for one who attacked the camp. Maybe as punishment for us taking down Shigaraki. He was trying to find someone in particular or a quirk. I'm guessing it was either Ragdoll's search quirk or mine, and I still have both of mine, and I believe Ragdoll still has hers. He mumbled to himself, lost in thought, but the girls understood him nonetheless. Either way, your mom and All Might wanted to talk to you. They're currently waiting in the teacher's dorms if you want to head over there, Ochako said, a playful growl escaping her, causing Izuku to blush. Let's have breakfast first. Just then, Izuku's stomach growled, prompting Eri to. Yeah, breakfast sounds like a smart idea, he agreed. An hour later, after preparing a large breakfast, Izuku washed up and headed to the faculty dorms. His mother greeted him at the door and let him in. Inside, he spotted Tashanori on the sofa, reviewing some information with Toshiki in his arms. Good to see you're finally up, Izuku. We're just waiting on Tsukachi, Tashanori said. Moments later, the detective entered, and they gathered around to discuss the information they had. All right, let's go over what we know about AFO and the origins of the League, Tsukachi began. For the most part, the world is unaware of AFO and his battle with All Might years ago. The Hero Board has kept much of this information under wraps, so only a few know about the incident. Since that day about 5 years ago, he has remained silent, leading us to believe he might have died. Tsukachi paused, allowing Nana to continue. But that's clearly not the case. We know the Nomu attacked the USJ this year, alongside Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri, in an attempt to kill All Might. FO was likely behind the creation of the Nomu. Its genetic structure indicates a connection to a low-ranking criminal who went missing almost a year before the incident. This suggests the villain used as the base for the Nomu was either killed or kidnapped for the experiment. The next incident with the Nomu occurred in Hosu City, coinciding with the hero killer incident. Tsukachi continued. After interrogating Stain, we found out they had a mutual agreement to work together, but the Nomu had no involvement with him. Since he passed a polygraph test, we can assume he was truthful. I can tell you for certain those weren't nearly as powerful as the one that attacked the USJ, Izuku added, recalling the strength of the second Nomu attack. Maybe AFO needed more time to complete the one at the USJ. We shouldn't rule out that the baseline for the other Nomu was more suitable for his plans, or that he had a quirk that alters someone's molecular structure. Izuku continued to mutter, prompting Toshiki to reach for the kanji before his mother gently brought him back to reality. Izuku, you were doing it again. Sorry. Back to the chain of events, we also have the matter at the Kashyyyk shopping district where we apprehended Shigaraki. His real name is Tenko Shimura, son of Kotaro and now Shimura, who disappeared almost 15 years ago. Wow, Izuku and Toshi exclaimed simultaneously, the latter covering Toshiki's ears. Sorry. I just didn't expect my brother and his wife's names to come up, she explained. When we were younger, my brother was resentful towards heroes. We lost our parents in a villain attack, and he blamed the heroes for it. He wasn't pleased when I decided to attend UA to become a pro, and we lost contact after that. I heard he got married and had kids, but that was all until you were about 4, Izuku. Then, there was an accident, and the remains of him, his wife, his daughter, and in-laws were found dead, reduced to what appeared to be dust. Tenko's body? Tsukachi asked. Never found. Since he was so young, we assumed he died since no one could find him, and he was too young to care for himself. If only I had known. Maybe I could have changed Tenko's path before it led to this. Toshi placed a reassuring hand on his mother's shoulder. Your brother didn't want you in his life. There's no way you could have known or done anything about this. We're here now, and we avoided a worse outcome with Tenko being forced to fight us, thanks to Izuku's quick thinking. Nana nodded, understanding that things could have been much worse. Now, I'd like to ask you about the attack at the training camp, Tsukachi said, looking at Izuku. From what I remember, a large portion of the villains were middle tier, not as powerful as you'd expect, but still stronger than the back alley criminals from the USJ attack. The strongest were Muscular and Moonfish, the latter of whom was captured. And the other was taken down by you, Nana added with a chuckle. That would explain the red lightning I saw from between the trees. What would have gotten you so mad that your lightning turns red? Aizawa asked, walking into the room. He was a serial hero killer, having taken down the pro-hero team of Waterhose as well as hundreds of civilians and heroes alike. When I disintegrated Overhaul, the lightning was its normal whitish-blue color, but that was in self-defense. This was an execution. That's an understatement. With how burnt he looks, it seems as if you poured enough electricity to kill the entire human race into that one poor sod. He won't be missed. Getting back to what I could remember from that night, AFO wanted me and was also taking the pro-hero ragdoll. I stopped him, but I couldn't actually beat him, Peresi. Toshi stepped forward, his finger in his mouth before asking, "What do you mean?" I only succeeded in pushing him away because he was having some difficulties. He said I was the only one for all user who has ever succeeded in giving him an actual heart attack. I hit him directly in the chest with a bolt of lightning while he was monologuing, so that might have caused it. He did also have an electricity quirk, but it was a repulsion effect and not an emitter. Hearing this, Nana gripped her fist in anger. The son of a, using my husband's quirk on my son. One for all coursed through Nana, causing sparks to emit from her in frustration. She calmed down a bit, regaining control of her power. Anyway, AFO underestimated you last time. I doubt he'll think so lightly about you again and will treat you as an actual threat. Regardless, the Heroes Commission is initiating a raid on 2 locations. One is where one of your classmates attached a transmitter to a Nomu that ran rampant in the camp, and the second is a place we believe is the League's official hideout. We had an informant on the inside who helped attack your training camp. The Commission wants you to lead the charge at the Nomu factory. Chances are high that AFO will be there, and will need someone who has beaten him once. Meanwhile, Paragon and All Might will lead the charge at the League's hideout. The infiltrators said there will be a meeting about how to break Shigaraki out of prison in 2 days during the evening. We also plan to hold a conference on the attack to throw the villains off guard. Sounds like it'll work, but who's the informant so we know not to be too rough with them? Tsukichi tossed a file over, revealing a man covered in scars with white hair. His name is the cremation hero, Sekitangara. He's the first double-agent class hero that the Commission has trained and approved of. And he is Endeavor's oldest son, under the villain alias, Dabi. Aizawa added for them to look at him. I fought a clone of him before. Crazy firepower like that has to be related to a pro with similar strength. He also provided a file with information about a second clone that attacked, detailing everything he had on AFO's allies and the underworld factions. This took him nearly his entire career, starting almost a decade ago, to collect. But we'll be able to take out several members of underground villain groups as well as the League very quickly, as they are slowly coming back into power. Izuku nodded, reviewing the information about the raid. This is good. We might actually win this. But I do have a question. Why separate me and my family? This is a precaution. By some chance we can't capture AFO after this, we need to ensure our agent can stay in the League in case the worst outcome happens. The dark-haired Electro Quirk user nodded. Alright, just tell me what I need, and I'll get it done by the mission. I'll send a list of information to Nizu regarding where you need to go. For now, just keep this a secret from everyone until the raid starts. Just as we have an eye and ear in the League, AFO could just as easily have 1 or 2 in this school. Understood. The meeting concluded, and Izuku headed back to Ochako and Momo. As he walked, his mind remained focused on the matter at hand. This ends now, AFO. I'm going to show you that the next generation of heroes will put an end to your CYCL soon enough. Entering an area where he was ordered to wait on standby, Izuku, along with Nana and Tashanori, walked into the room with Tsukichi waiting beside Endeavor and several other pro-heroes. The blonde pro had brought his mother and younger brother to discuss some matters. All Might, would you mind telling me why I received a call today saying my oldest son, whom I believed was dead for about 15 years, is said to be part of the League of Villains as a spy? Well, it's quite a story. But young Sekitangara had his reasons for not saying anything. Now angered, Endeavor grabbed All Might by his costume's collar and held him up. What the hell happened to make him refuse to say anything about my son being alive for 15 years? Endeavor. I need you to calm down now, Tsukichi urged, but the flame hero glared at him. Nothing was said because this was part of your son's conditions, as well as some other things regarding this matter. Endeavor loosened his grip as Tsukichi pulled out a paper. What I am about to read is Tuya Todoroki's testimony regarding his experiences as your son. This is quite a long account, so you may wish to have a seat. Everyone settled in as Tsukichi began. This will start around the beginning of Tuya's life at age 6. From a young age, I was always seen as someone who would surpass my father. Because of this, I worked hard to control my quirk, but a single visit to the doctor changed everything. 20 years ago, from Tuya's perspective. I'm sorry, sir, but it looks like your son won't be able to be a hero. But he has a powerful quirk. Not only that, but his flames are strong enough to match mine. I don't see the problem. My father was confused as the doctor explained. I'm not saying his quirk isn't impressive, and it likely has room to grow. However, this relates to what we call the quirk doomsday theory. Essentially, Tuya is among the few whose quirk is incompatible with his body. When he uses his flames, he injures himself, unlike you, who can handle a small flare. His quirk genes evolved differently, making his body more suited for a quirk similar to your wife's. Unfortunately, this means your son will never become a pro hero. These words hurt me deeply, but they enraged my father. He became more volatile at home, ignoring me and calling me a failure whenever we spoke. What hurt the most was my mother. Forced into a quirk marriage, I watched her bear my siblings with little regard for her own well-being. For 6 years, I witnessed my family being labeled failures, like me, until Shoto was born. When he arrived, Dad made sure to keep him and Mom confined. I couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I resolved to do the one thing I thought was impossible. I would become a hero who could surpass all might, just as Dad wanted Shoto and our siblings to be. 10 years later, I realized that as I grew up, my perception of my flames changed. As I trained to harness them, their heat and color transformed. Once red and orange, they became a solid light blue, far more powerful than before. I thought I could impress my father and convince him to leave our family alone, to give Shoto a life free from the burden of heroism. But when I approached Dad to ask him to watch me, he responded as he always did. Why would I pay attention to a defective child like you? His words ignited my anger. If you have time to play this game of trying to be something you know you can't, why not do something more worthwhile instead? Your little brother Shoto, on the other hand, has the strength to achieve what you can only dream of. All he needs is a little training and... So you're just going to ignore me and focus all your attention on Shoto, regardless of whether he wants to be a hero or not? This caught my father's attention, and I seized the moment to argue. For years, I've watched you do what you want while Mom is going insane, locked up in this house with only you and Shoto to talk to. Natsuo and Fuyumi barely see either of you, and you are not a father to us. In a fit of rage, he struck me across the face. You little brat. How dare you insult what I have done for this family? I have given your brother purpose. Your mother needs to be secluded to raise him. You think you and your defective siblings deserve my time? If we're so defective, then why are we part of your family? Is it because you're scared we'll tell somebody what type of man you are behind closed doors? Before I could finish, my father punched me again, just as Mom walked in. Tuya! Don't go near him. Mom wanted to help but was clearly afraid of Dad. I don't know where you got the nerve to talk back to me like that, but another outburst like that and you're no longer welcome in this family. Understand me? I got up, wiping blood from the corner of my cheek before walking out. Fine then. Who wants to be part of this broken family anyway? If you want to see what I can really do as a failure, I'll be in the mountains until tomorrow. After that, I'm gone from this family and will never call you father again. I was furious, but I felt a sense of relief in finally saying what I needed to say to Endeavor. On paper, he seems like an amazing hero. He solved the most cases compared to any pro hero and is number 2 through his own efforts. However, he was no top pro as a person. It sickened me that someone like him was considered a hero, but that didn't change my determination. I was going to be a hero no matter what. Later that evening, I waited for my father to find me in the mountains. Sometimes, nobody came. I sat in the dark, alone with my thoughts, and came to a harsh realization. Heroes aren't what they used to be. How sad things are here, son. Pro-heroes are nothing like you planned them to be. I glanced toward the voice and saw a man sitting on a stump, smiling at me. Who are you? It's not important. I am simply a man who wishes to show the truth to others. Forget it. I don't want your help. A shame. All you wish for is your family's love and attention while trying to help them. Meanwhile, your father sees you as nothing more than a mistake. Shut up. I feel for you. People like you are a tragedy, discarded for the most frivolous reasons. It's a shame your potential isn't being used for what it could truly be. I was on the verge of losing my patience before he made his offer. Join my group, and we can put an end to the world that has ridiculed you, persecuted you, exiled you. I finally lost my temper and sent a blast of fire his way. Reara. The blast missed him and ignited some nearby trees, causing me to panic. No. No. I frantically tried to extinguish the flames with dirt and snow, but it only spread. See this, boy? Drink it in. This is the chaos you created. You were born to destroy this world. This was an accident. This has nothing to do with me wanting to destroy anything. Accident or not, this was your doing. Ignoring him, I struggled to put out the fire, feeling the heat burn my skin. I watched as he walked away through a portal. We will meet again. I hope when we do, you're more forthcoming. The portal closed and I felt numb from the fire and the lack of air. Am I gonna die tonight? I started to cry, overwhelmed by the pain of what was happening. I don't want to die. I faded into unconsciousness as a bulky figure I thought was All Might landed near me. Everything else became a blur. Back to present, third-person POV. After this, Tuya woke up in a hospital that All Might had brought him to. Once there, he explained everything and the hero board made a deal with him, Tsukichi explained, staring at Endeavor. The deal was that he'd become our spy if you were monitored to ensure you wouldn't harm his family. We were about to arrest you after the incident with your wife being admitted to a mental hospital due to a breakdown. The only reason we didn't was that it would raise too many red flags so early in Tuya's undercover work. As such, you walked free. However, you will face charges of neglect based on witness testimonies from your eldest and second eldest sons. This comment soured Endeavor even more. I remained quiet because young Tuya didn't want to hurt his family further. His objective was to make the world think he was dead to infiltrate AFO's underground ring. Thanks to him, we have information on everyone who did business with AFO, every doctor, and even potential allies in foreign countries. I do not like that I have to bring you in after this, but it is the right thing. If you want to hold any respect for yourself, you'll come voluntarily once this mission is over. Endeavor remained silent, and Nana chimed in. I may have made mistakes with Tashanori and Izuku when they were younger, but I let them be who they wanted to be. I was never obsessed with them surpassing me and allowed them to build their own paths. I have no pity for you as a parent or a pro, so keep that in mind. Izuku stood and walked toward Endeavor, delivering a punch to the flame hero's face. I think Todoroki and his siblings at least deserve that. I'll support you on this mission, but only until the job's done. When that's over, turn yourself in or I'm coming for you. The police arrived to SRT the pros out, and the Shimura family followed. As they left, Izuku focused on what needed to be done. First AFO, then Endeavor. And that concludes this chapter. Stay tuned for the final battle between AFO and OFA. As the professionals began the initial phases of the raid, the remaining members of the league gathered in the bar they frequented. Tensions ran high, with many still grappling with their recent encounter with Izuku. Spinner was particularly furious, having been defeated by Muscular, who hadn't even posed a real threat. "Just how strong is this kid?" he exclaimed. "Heck if I know," Dabi replied calmly, aware that the raid would commence soon. He glanced at Toga, who seemed distant and lethargic. "Is she okay?" he asked. "She's been out of it since Izuku sent her flying into a tree." I tried talking to her, but she doesn't seem to recognize me, another member explained. Dabi considered the possibility that Izuku's attack might have caused some sort of nerve damage. With his rough upbringing, maybe that could work in her favor and earn her some leniency, he thought. As he finished his drink, the bar's TV switched to audio-only mode, drawing everyone's attention except for Toga, who was drifting off. Well, it seems the heroes are mobilizing to take us down once and for all, AFO announced. That's a problem for us. We can handle them. Twice interjected, though his confidence seemed shaky. From what I've gathered, the heroes have planted a spy in our ranks. This spy has been feeding them information about our every move. Right now, they know exactly where you are, AFO continued. Dabi felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he might have been discovered. He had planted a false transmitter on Compress to divert attention from himself. Sorry, Compress, but I had to make a choice, he thought. Who is the spy? Compress asked, prompting a chuckle from AFO. You'll find out soon enough. I've dispatched a Nomu to eliminate the spy, AFO said ominously. Dabi's heart raced. I didn't want anyone to die for this. If I act now, I risk blowing my cover. But if I do nothing, someone might get hurt. I just have to hope the Nomu arrives after the heroes start their raid. Suddenly, a black sludge appeared behind him as a Nomu emerged, targeting Dabi. He dodged its attack, realizing it was focused solely on him. So it knows which one is the real target, he thought. The creature lunged, but Dabi countered with flames, incinerating its head. The group stared in shock at the display. Nicely done, Dabi. Quite the performance, AFO remarked. Perhaps I should call you Sekitangara, the cremation hero. Spinner, Compress, and twice circled Dabi as AFO continued. It's amusing how long you thought we were unaware of your true identity. Kurogyari and I have known for some time that you were a pro-hero working undercover. Really? You figured it out just in time to deal with this? Dabi smirked. I thought your face was the only thing baked about you. Oh, we knew all along. I suspected it just days into working with you, AFO replied. Well, there's one thing I can do that you don't know, Dabi said, backing into a corner. And what's that, traitor? Spinner challenged. Where there's fire, there's smoke. With that, Dabi slammed his hands on the table, igniting it into a cloud of thick black smoke that filled the air. A chorus of coughing erupted as the smoke stung their eyes and throats. Dabi seized the moment to transform into smoke and escape through the ventilation system. As he fled, he noticed Toga struggling to breathe amidst the smoke. I can't leave her like this, he thought, transforming back into his normal form. He covered her mouth with a rag to shield her from the smoke. I can't turn into smoke with her, so we'll have to use the front door. They moved toward the exit, narrowly avoiding a knife thrown at them. You think this little trick will work for long? Spinner shouted as the ventilation system cleared the smoke from the room. Now you're going to pay for betraying us. Spinner yelled, but Dabi weighed his options. I was never really working with you to begin with. You're at a clear disadvantage against me here. He knew help would arrive soon. For now, I just gotta keep stalling for time until the others get here. How long do you think it'll take to cook the lizard, or raise the temperature so hot magnets don't work anymore? I'll tell you what you're gonna do. Unless you don't want me to show you why I'm called a walking crematorium, you're going to back off and let us leave. And what makes you so certain that we don't have a countermeasure against you? You caught us off guard. Twice spoke up, prompting Dabi to smirk. This. Knock knock pizza DLVY. Who ordered a smash? The wall of the bar burst open to reveal All Might, sending the villains into a frenzy. All Might? Before anyone could react, Kamui Woods entered the room, trapping everyone while Edge shot incapacitated Kurogyari. Dimin. These are too tight. Yeah. Harder. Took you long enough, Dabi said as All Might approached, wearing a large hat and a well-made black overcoat. We apologize for the late arrival. I'll say, Dabi replied, snapping his fingers to light a cigar. You forgot my pizza too. Are we seriously having this conversation? Edgeshot asked, as police arrived to help apprehend the villains. Hey you, Dabi called to a policeman, tossing him toga. She doesn't seem dangerous at the moment. Make sure she's okay. Yes, sir. Dabi adjusted his overcoat and walked over to AFO's screen, taking the cigar from his mouth to let out a puff of smoke. You lose freak. You just lit your own funeral pyre. Oh, do I now? You see, I'm the type of man that thinks of every little tangent. Where one plan fails, I always have a backup. This little ordeal is just a small setback. The real prize lies in the second half of this raid. AFO's words confused everyone as he continued. Tell me, All Might, why would I allow a traitor to continue working under me, knowing he will one day bring heroes to face me? The answer is, it was to bring you and your family to me. I may have been unable to defeat Nana Shimura and you, but a certain boy you know is still fresh to facing me, with you being the only other member capable of overpowering me. This was all a ploy from the very beginning. You, the League, Shigaraki, even Sekitanga is joining. None of it was done without formulating a plan of action. I hope you're ready, All Might. For tonight, I sever this fruitless battle between you and your family. Suddenly, several black blobs emerged, revealing Nomu with abnormal features compared to those faced before. All Might, these things are high ends. Get back. Without warning, the high ends ruthlessly attacked, instilling chilling fear in everyone. Get back. Dabi immediately engaged them, with All Might joining in while the remaining pros defended the police. Young Sekitanga, what are these things? Nomu produced with a more tactical aspect than the one your brother faced at the USJ. They can think for themselves, have more dangerous quirks, and fight with changing tactics like pro heroes. One attempted to attack Dabi, who countered with a wave of flames, forcing the high end to protect its head. What is All for One's plan? From what he said, he scrapped taking one for all and will eliminate both him and your mother before coming for you. This left Tashanori speechless, knowing his brother and mother were in danger. For now, we need to deal with these, so warn me when the cops are out and take those two with you. I'll make sure these things don't last long. Meanwhile, as the raid on the League's hideout progressed, the second half of the pros, led by Izuku and Nana, began raiding what they believed was the Nomo factory. The monsters attacked from tankers, but MT Lady and Best Jeanist quickly incapacitated them while Izuku shot lightning rounds to finish them off. These things are so gross, Lady exclaimed, prompting Nana to roll her eyes. Not every mission is clean. You should know that already. Nana surveyed the lab, which was in disarray for a facility meant to create biological weapons. This is too easy. If I know AFO as well as I do, he'd never make things this simple without reason. She approached Izuku, cautioning him. Keep an open eye out. Something doesn't sit right with me. The silence of their success was abruptly interrupted by the sound of clapping. Well done. Simply well done, Nana and Izuku Shimura. And to you heroes as well for taking down my lesser Nomu so quickly. I couldn't have planned this better. Recognizing the voice, Izuku's blood ran cold. It was none other than the villain mastermind himself. All for one. It's nice to see you both are well. A shame that ends here. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the man, Jeanist tried to bind AFO's limbs with the fibers of his suit, knowing this wouldn't hold for long. Everyone, get out of here now. Before Nana could finish her sentence, a massive shockwave obliterated the entrance of the building and some surrounding streets. The smoke that filled the area concealed the aftermath of the strike. The only sound that pierced through was the clapping of hands, as the smoke began to clear, revealing AFO floating above, clapping in a satisfied manner. Well done, Izuku Shimura. Well done. If it wasn't for your quick thinking, this wouldn't be fun in the slightest. Thank you for allowing me to be entertained further. As the smoke dissipated, Izuku stood with his fist raised, holding both OFA and electricity pulsing through his arm. Thanks to his quick thinking, he had managed to block the attack on the pro heroes and redirect the force upwards, creating a small safe zone. However, the destruction around them made it clear just how powerful AFO was, something they had never encountered before. Jeanist, I need you and the rest of the heroes to evacuate the civilians. My son and I will handle this. Nana took charge and everyone, still in shock, couldn't argue. The mother cracked her knuckles while standing beside Izuku, a smirk on her face. You can help the people too if you want. I know you understand how dangerous this man is. Trust me when I say I'm more calm now than when I was in the forest. This time, I know not to hold back and keep my cool. Izuku slammed his hands to the ground, unleashing a massive surge of electricity that tore through the earth, creating a cover of smoke. Clouding my judgment with smoke. That would work if I had no eyes to see. However, I easily know where you are and what you are doing. Eat lightning. Sturmkönig. Izuku unleashed a powerful punch, sending a wave of electricity directly at AFO, who used his electromagnetic quirk to encircle the electricity around him. Figured you'd do that. So I had a special tool made for that. Izuku pulled out two blades that resembled lightning rods more than weapons. Have you ever heard of Kiba blades? With one slash, he redirected the lightning he had attacked AFO with and held it in his blades. Fascinating. You were able to completely redirect the lightning with those weapons. Truly unique to think outside the box. However, you are not the only one who can. The electrical field around Izuku's weapons shot down towards the ground, forcing him to jump away quickly as it returned once he was out of a certain radius. I personally wanted to take you on with your father's quirk and defeat you with that. It would be poetic irony at its finest. But I am just as willing to change my tactics as you are. You son of a... Nana charged at the villain, landing a solid punch to his face that cracked his visor. She followed up with a series of punches to his chest, forcing him to back up while adding OFA's embers to her attacks. This was halted when AFO grabbed her arms, preventing her from moving. So the smokescreen was meant to hide you instead of Izuku. Quite smart. Nope. It was to keep your attention on us while he arrives. Nana smiled as a figure emerged from the smoke, punching AFO away and freeing her. Seems we meet again all for one. With his visor cracked open, revealing the top half of his head, AFO smirked at the sight of the 3 OFA users he had yet to defeat. Well, this is quite a treat. Have you all come here to ensure I die a second time? This ends today. All 3 of us are going to make sure you never harm another person again. Nana stormed in first, with Tashanori and Izuku following closely behind, ready for the final confrontation with AFO. At UA, the atmosphere was tense as students gathered around the TV. Hey guys. Shimura's. On the news. Everyone rushed to the screen to see Izuku, Nana, and Tashanori facing off against AFO. How's it looking so far? Ida asked. Kaminari hesitated, watching as Izuku was thrown through a wall. I'd say that kinda okay. He just got thrown through a wall. How is that okay? Momo and Ochako shouted in frustration, while Korin and Mushu playfully clawed at Kaminari's head. Ow! Todoroki sat in front of the TV, watching intently, with Bakugo beside him. Hey, can you two scooch a little? I want to see Shimura fight. You raccoon eyes. I'll move when I see Deku kick this a-hole's butt. Momo decided to pull up the fight on her tablet so everyone could watch, ensuring they didn't miss a moment of the battle unfolding in Kamino. Both Momo and Ochako were particularly worried for their husband's well-being. Don't lose Izuku. This is what you fought hard to achieve. At Kamino, Izuku emerged from his position against the wall, electricity surging through his body as he charged towards AFO. Tashanori kept the villain occupied, allowing Nana to deliver a solid punch to AFO's face, disorienting him just enough for Izuku's strike to hit hard in the gut. Quite an impressive blow of electricity and power, young man. But there is still much that you are lacking, AFO taunted. The electricity Izuku unleashed knocked back Nana, Tashanori, and AFO. Stunned, AFO turned his attention to Nana. Does this scene remind you of something, Paragon? You witnessed this over 2 decades ago with your late husband. Such a shame the CYCL will repeat with your son this time in your place. Before AFO could attack, a small old man appeared, grabbing Nana just as Dabi and Endeavor charged in, unleashing blasts of blue and red fire at the villain. Did you forget that these 3 weren't the only heroes you had to worry about? AFO countered with an oxygen-stifling quirk, dispersing the flames and launching an air pressure attack at Dabi and Endeavor. Dodge, dumbass. Dabi shouted. That wasn't necessary. Endeavor retorted as they narrowly evaded the attack, Tashanori recovering to strike AFO. The villain absorbed the hit and reflected the force back, prompting Izuku to grab AFO and suplex him. Take this, freak show. The impact cracked the ground beneath them, sending up a dust cloud. Once the dust settled, Izuku was on the ground, bleeding from his head, with AFO standing behind him. If I hadn't used a quirk to change our positions, you may have ended me there. Izuku! Nana rushed to her son, while Tashanori confronted AFO alone. You BSTRD, he shouted, attacking with fierce determination. How dare you harm my younger brother? He has everything ahead of him. What gives you the right to take that from him? But why wouldn't I? He became part of this the moment he became your successor. Blame yourself for pushing him forward despite knowing the threats, AFO replied, creating two simultaneous attacks that caused a massive explosion. Nana tried to help Izuku, who struggled to stop the bleeding. Izuku! Stay with me. Damn it. Somebody get help, she pleaded, but no one could assist as Izuku's eyes fluttered open. I'm sorry I couldn't help more. Don't say that right now. You're going to be okay. I promise. Don't raise his hopes up. You know he's going to die if he doesn't get help. All of this is your fault. You let things progress. You allowed your adopted son to take the quirk that cost your late husband his life. You let your biological son take the quirk that almost killed your oldest son. It's your fault for not protecting Izuku from this tragedy. How many more lives will be destroyed in your fruitless attempt to kill me? Perhaps your oldest son's daughter, your younger son's daughter, or the children growing in your daughters-in-law. Nana laid Izuku gently on the ground before standing to face AFO. This was my fault. I let Izuku do this. I let Tashanori give him the power. But that's why I have to make things right today. She charged at AFO, creating a shockwave that matched his own. Even if this is all my fault, I'll make up for it by taking you down. The seventh holder landed a solid punch on AFO, sending him back slightly. Heroes, no matter who they are, will always find a way to save those in need and stop those who wish to do harm, even if it costs them everything. Tashanori, with the last remnants of OFA, rushed towards Izuku. Izuku! Stay with me! A news reporter captured All Might in his weakened state for the world to see. Steam rose from Tashanori's head as he noticed a green glow emanating from it. You're wasting your time, All Might. An injury like that won't magically heal, AFO sneered, sending Nana into the air with an air pressure attack as he advanced towards the two men. Do not worry, I shall put you both out of your misery soon enough. However, I did wish for you to know you were dying. Before he could reach them, a giant tornado of blue fire surged towards AFO, accompanied by a second, less powerful flame feeding into it. You're not getting anywhere near these two. Dabi shouted as Edge Shot rushed over with medical equipment to stabilize Izuku. Don't worry. I'll do what I can. The pro examined Izuku's head and noticed something unusual. His head. It looks almost like it's sealing shut. Wait, did you just say, sealing shut? Tashanori asked, looking closer at the injury and seeing burn marks where his head was open. Edge Shot, do you have a defibrillator? Yes. But why? Use it on Izuku. Are you insane? Just do it. Not wanting to anger the pro, Edge Shot retrieved the equipment from his medical tools. Starting at 600 watts. He placed the electrical pads on Izuku's chest and activated the shock. Clear. The shock coursed through Izuku, and his head began to glow again. Go higher. Going to 700 watts now. Edge Shot prepared the equipment again and placed it on Izuku's chest. Clear. A stronger shock surged through him, the light glowing brighter. Go as high as it can go. Edge Shot, seeing the situation and smelling the burning, realized he needed to push the defibrillator to its limit. Setting at 900 watts. Clear. The electricity surged, and the light from Izuku intensified. It's not enough. We need more power. I can't get this any higher. Edge Shot scanned the area and noticed down power lines still crackling with electricity. How strong of a current do you want? As high as you can get. Edge shot positioned Izuku near the lines, ensuring his own safety. If this guy dies, I'm not to blame. Let's be clear on that. Just do it. Edge shot tossed Izuku onto the wires, and the live current flowed directly into him. The charge caused him to emit even more light, nearly blinding the other heroes. The electricity drained from the wires, causing a momentary blackout in the area. When the sparks settled, Edge shot and Endeavor saw Izuku floating, a living lightning bolt hovering a foot off the ground, discharges of plasma arcing off his body and scorching the concrete. What the? Edge shot marveled as electricity continued to radiate from Izuku, steam rising from his head. Toshi, what happened? Izuku asked groggily, catching his mother as she was thrown towards them. Dabi and Endeavor were held captive by AFO. Congratulations, Izuku Shimura. Using the power of the grid to keep your injury sealed. Truly remarkable. Sadly, you've lost a lot of blood and are barely standing, just like your family. Shut up. I asked Toshi, not you. AFO smiled from above, releasing Dabi and Endeavor. It's good to know you're still alive. This way, I can eliminate all three of you as I intended. The entire cursed bloodline of the OFA family, gone in an instant. Suddenly, FO's hand warped grotesquely. Locomotive corkscrew, explosiveness X4, enhancement X3, multiplication, hypertrophy, rivet, airwalk, bone spear, diamond blood, current enhancer. The attacks so far have just been warm-ups. I planned to finish you all together when you were weak enough. The embers left inside of Paragon are nearly extinguished, and All Might's condition isn't any better. You're hardly able to stand right now, boy. This attack is almost certain to end you all. I know I've said it already, but you are one ugly opponent. Izuku smirked, taking a deep breath before activating OFA. Toshi, I think we should end this now. Both nodded, preparing to use the final bits of OFA within them. You're right about one thing, AFO. The next attack we deliver will be the end of everything. But it won't end the way you want it to. All four charged for their final strike, Tashanori's body bulking up, electricity crackling around Nana. Izuku's right hand transformed into a living electrical appendage. AFO charged first, and the Shimuras followed. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves that knocked the unconscious Todoroki's back. As they seemed evenly matched, FO laughed. Is this truly the best you all have? Impact recoil. A powerful force struck their arms, causing blood to flow and forcing Izuku to bend slightly from the pain. Don't give him an inch. Nana shouted, feeling more damage than her sons due to her OFA's strength. In a split second, she charged at AFO, landing a solid blow that shattered his visor. Izuku and Tashanori followed, targeting his sides. Tashanori transferred the power of his OFA to his left hand, delivering another hit to AFO's face, while Izuku aimed for AFO's chest, sending an electrical current directly to his heart. You little pests. I won't go down that easily. That's 'cause none of us put our backs into it. The three OFA users shouted in anger as Nana stood on AFO's left arm, which began to alter and mutate. Tashanori passed the power of OFA back to his right arm to pull it back, and Izuku prepared to deliver an uppercut, electricity coursing through his fist. With this, your long-running nightmare is finally over, monster. Nana shouted as she pushed her fist forward. Never again will you harm anyone. Tashanori and Nana's fists collided with AFO's temples, while Izuku came in from below. This nightmare ends tonight, here and now. His fist connected with AFO's chin, and all three shouted in unison, three-way United States of Smash. A massive vortex of wind and electricity engulfed the area, visible across the country, nearly causing a helicopter to crash as it captured the moment. When the lights and wind died down, the once dangerous villain lay defeated, his charred skeleton the only remnant of AFO. The three Shimuras stood with shaking fists in the air, a clear indication of their victory. They won. The villain is defeated. All Might, Paragon, and Silverstorm won. People across the country cheered, and the members of the UA dorm celebrated their friend's triumph. Among them, Momo and Ochako felt immense relief knowing Izuku was alive and that the fight was finally over. A few days passed since the battle with AFO, and villains everywhere panicked, realizing the mantle of the Underworld King had been taken down by the Shimura family. Although All Might had retired, Silverstorm's emergence made things increasingly difficult for villains, as he not only outpowered the former symbol of peace but also surpassed him in speed. In the aftermath, Endeavor faced domestic abuse charges. To protect his family's safety and keep the matter out of the papers, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 4 years of community service, stepping down from his title as a pro-hero. He was also required to cut all communications with his family under a non-disclosure agreement. The new head of the Endeavor Agency began gathering intelligence to dismantle any lingering factions loyal to AFO, including the liberation of Quirk's movement and AFO's former doctor. Meanwhile, Himiko Toga was brought in for interrogation after regaining consciousness. Although still disoriented, she cooperated, sharing her life story and the struggles she faced after high school. Witness testimonies revealed that she had endured significant scrutiny, contributing to her breakdown. Despite her past actions, Toga's willingness to cooperate led to her receiving probation, with a requirement to attend group therapy for those affected by Quirk scrutiny. During this time, Izuku was monitored in the hospital to ensure he wasn't suffering from any lingering injuries. While he had a quick recovery, he did sustain a notable skull fracture and a concussion, which could have caused some brain damage. Thanks to Recovery Girl's efforts, Izuku was able to leave the hospital after 3 days. Momo, Ochako, and Eri waited outside his hospital door, visibly irritated by the scare he had given them. "Hey," Izuku said, smiling as he stepped out, but his wives ignored him and began walking away. "What's wrong?" "I'm better," and AFO was stopped. "You should at least be a little happy about that." "You're lucky I don't hit you over the head for scaring us like that," Momo replied bluntly, not turning to face him. Ochako nodded in agreement. "Yeah. You scared us half to death when you fell. I know that fight was tough, but you should have thought more about your safety." Realizing he had made a mistake, Izuku sighed. "You're right. I messed up. What can I do to make it up to you both?" "First, you're taking us to lunch today. And it's at that new buffet with the dessert bar and unlimited toppings for Sundays," Ochako said, turning to show her irritation. "Second, we're going to go shopping afterwards for Eri, ourselves, and some infant clothes to start preparing for our kids that are coming." Momo turned back to show a similar expression, prompting Izuku to grunt in irritation. "Third, you're not getting any kisses today, and tonight, you're not having any fun with us. And if you complain about it, you can guarantee that it'll keep going into the next day." "Seriously? Guess I did kind of mess up here, OW." Izuku yelped as Ochako kicked him in the shin while Momo pinched his ear. "We're not playing right now, Izuku. You scared us too much, and today you're facing the consequences." Momo released his ear, allowing him to rub the back of his head. "Alright, I guess I do owe you 2 for that. Can I at least go to the dorms and get new clothes? I doubt people want to see me in torn-up clothing that probably smells." "Please do," they both replied in unison, causing Eri to giggle. The small family began walking out of the hospital and headed toward the school, with Izuku trying to catch up on current events since he had been out of commission. "So how's Todoroki handling the whole Endeavor thing?" "He's managing," Momo said, her tone calmer. "He seems a lot nicer than usual. I also heard his mother was able to leave the hospital and move in with his family in a new home that Sekitangra bought for them. We talked with her when she came to see her son. She's very nice and seems like a good mother at heart." "What about Toga? Any idea what's going to happen with her?" Ochako asked. "From what I'm hearing, she's going to take general studies at UA. Given her past, it might not end well if she joins the hero. Course. A villain becoming a hero doesn't sound great from a political standpoint. Plus, we currently lack manpower with All Might and Endeavor no longer being pro-heroes, and Hawks is the next to take on that role. He's not a bad pro, but there's still a gap between him and the former top heroes. I have a feeling the days ahead are going to be more challenging." "Yeah, but things will eventually improve. Losing an era is part of life. All Might wasn't going to be the #1 pro hero forever, and we all knew it. Now it's time for all of us to step up and try to fill the mantle he left. Izuku looked up at the sky, remembering how this was always inevitable, but it was still sad to know it was happening. Guess we'll just have to work harder then. He smiled before heading off with Ochako and Momo toward the dorms to get their day started. Several months later, Izuku found himself kneeling on the floor, overwhelmed by pain. His body couldn't hold out much longer, and his arms were being held up. Ahas! The sounds of Ochako and Momo screaming filled the air, followed by the cries of two small children as doctors rushed to assist. Congratulations! It's a boy and a girl, Mrs. Shimura and Mrs. Shimura, the doctor announced, looking at Ochako and then Momo to indicate who had which child. With his hands finally released, Izuku fell to the floor, feeling as if his hands were broken from being squeezed by both his wives during the long Dielverwai. Eha! I think you both broke my hands. Asiai up, you baby! They both shouted in irritation after being on the Dilvwai table for at least 10 hours. At least that's over now. I'm tired, Ochako said, laying her head back with a smile, while Momo appeared exhausted. Momo, are you okay? Just tired. Where's my baby? A nurse approached, handing Momo her child, while another nurse gave Ochako hers. Momo smiled down at her infant, resting her on her chest to listen to her heartbeat. The small infant gripped the hospital gown while softly snoring. She's adorable. She looks just like her mother, Izuku said as he got off the ground to rub his new daughter's back, marveling at her dark hair. And it looks like I've got a cute little man here too. He turned to see Ochako cradling their infant son, who had brown hair and freckles, resting against her. He's so precious. Suddenly, the small child took a deep breath, indicating he was about to sneeze, and unleashed a massive shockwave, causing significant damage to the wall beside them. Fortunately, no one was in the path of the blast, which went through 2 other rooms, prompting a doctor to investigate the damage in shock. And apparently he gets my strength. I wonder what this little one can? Izuku stopped mid-sentence as Momo stared at him. What? Did you make a pacifier for her? No. Why? Izuku pointed down for Momo to see a pacifier in her daughter's mouth. What the heck? She's been born for what, 5 minutes? How does she even know what a pacifier is? The pacifier dropped from the child's mouth, and the infant opened her eyes slightly. When she did, her eyes turned green before another pacifier was created as if out of thin air. Oh. At least they didn't get my electricity. That may have ended badly. And being born with a child that can create a sonic boom and one that can make anything by thinking it isn't? Both women argued this for Izuku to consider their responses. Good point. The 3 laughed as Nana and Eri walked in. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say one of these 2 caused the whole. As she mentioned this, another sneeze was coming from the child, causing everyone to panic. Hit the deck. Nana knelt down as another sneeze threatened to destroy the wall leading outside. Looking at the open space with remnants of the building coming down, Izuku patted himself off before answering. To give you an answer to that question, yes. Izuku turned to pick up Eri and sit her on his lap, with him in a chair between his 2 wives. Well, nobody said this was going to be easy, but we'll work it out somehow. Somehow I think we'll have to call my parents for regular repairs. Ochako laughed a little, while Momo faded out of consciousness, not wanting to be bothered with trivial matters anymore. The 3 relaxed to enjoy the calmness of the moment and looked forward to what the days to come would bring, accepting it with open arms.